Graphic Audio. A movie in your mind.
Above the cloud-misted seas and majestic continents of Earth orbited a small metal sphere, not much larger than a basketball. The Soviets had named this, the first human-made satellite, Sputnik, fellow traveler. The only one of its kind, Sputnik circled at the edge of space, high above proud nations and their boundaries, oblivious to the political turmoil created by its very existence. The late 1950s marked a new era, one of both progress and international tensions. While manned spaceflight to other planets was still an unattainable dream, the fledgling rocketry programs of the United States and the USSR scrambled for the capability to launch nuclear missiles at each other. For the first time in history, human beings had the power to destroy their world. Crossing into the night on its endless orbit, Sputnik passed over the great slumbering cities of the United States. But even in the darkest cities below, not everyone slept. Night. A time for hunting. Predators preferred shadows and cool silence, as did the one who preyed upon the predators. The Thomas and Martha Wayne Memorial Park, a civic monument to two of Gotham City's most beloved citizens. A playground with swing sets and teeter-totters, picnic tables and baseball diamonds, fountains, statues, a forested arboretum. In better times, it had been a place where families spent lazy afternoons together. A place for families like the one he no longer had. Now, the once bubbling fountains were empty basins to catch wind-blown leaves. Penknife-scratched graffiti marred the benches. Garbage littered the walking paths. Some of Gotham's citizens shook their heads at how the son of Thomas and Martha Wayne had allowed the park to fall into such a state. With his inherited millions, Bruce Wayne could certainly afford to make the park a fine place again. But he had other ideas. This place attracted the dregs and bottom feeders of society. He viewed it as a trap, as bait. On nights when the pounding guilt and burning anger grew unbearable, when he could no longer sit in extravagant splendor within a memory-haunted mansion, he came here, to the park named after his parents. His custom-made suit was both second skin and body armor, its dark reinforced fabric molded to his muscled form, sheathing his biceps, shoulders, torso, and legs. His gauntlets were flexible, yet impervious to heat, cold, abrasion, impact. His belt contained dozens of useful devices developed by the greatest minds at Wayne Enterprises, ostensibly for purposes other than to assist him in his nighttime activities. His mask was a fearsome cowl with pointed ears, and his black cape swirled around him like the trailing shadow of a demon. Many people still thought the Gotham City Batman was just an urban legend. The criminals knew differently, and they feared him. For the past year and a half since he had first donned the uniform, his crusade had been to clean up Gotham City. Although the city had wounded him deeply, he loved it nevertheless. He patrolled the park just after midnight, a time when punks, muggers, murderers, and rapists were abroad, looking for fresh victims, fresh blood. From the shadows, he took a mental inventory of the environs. No one saw him. They never did. A bearded wino curled up under a blanket of old newspapers and the dry basin of an unused fountain. A seedy-looking man on a park bench glanced at his watch, obviously waiting for a rendezvous.
Hey, dig this!
4 young toughs, looking as if they just stepped out of a government poster warning against juvenile delinquency, lounged in the trees at the edge of the arboretum, chain-smoking cigarettes. One had a pack rolled up the sleeve of his white t-shirt. The others wore leather jackets. A woman came down the path. Not a prostitute, just a woman in her early 20s wearing a lightweight coat. Her hair was covered with a black and white polka dot scarf. As the woman moved toward the arboretum, he could see that she wore a waitress's uniform beneath the open coat. A large German shepherd trotted at her side, eager for a late-night walk. She shouldn't have been going into the park. Even the big dog wouldn't be enough to protect her. His senses attuned to every sound, scent, and movement. Adrenaline filled his bloodstream. The sensations often triggered memories.
It's going to be all right, Martha. All he wants are the pearls.
And the wallet, too.
All right. And the wallet.
Focus, damn it. Over near the trees, the waitress tried to pull away, but the four toughs had surrounded her, switchblades drawn, their teeth bright as they grinned like jackals.
Come on, lady, don't be a wet rag. Look, it's an investment in your own safety. $50 will do it.
Somebody, please help me!
It's the Batman!
One of the hoodlums dipped a hand inside his black leather jacket, but a gauntleted blow sent him sprawling. Batman jerked the waitress roughly out of the way of the third thug, who also reached inside his jacket. But instead of grabbing a handgun or a switchblade, the man retrieved something golden and shiny. A badge.
Gotham City PD! Freeze, Batman!
The police had laid an ambush for him. The thugs, the waitress, undercover cops. Time to make an exit. The waitress released the German Shepherd, and the dog launched itself, bowling him to the ground. Using the muscles of his thighs and back, Batman threw off the heavy dog. Now the woman had a police-issue revolver in her hand and a badge of her own.
I said freeze! You're under arrest!
With a flourish, he swirled the weighted scalloped hem of his cape, knocking the revolver out of her hand. Then he bolted toward the shelter of the arboretum and the concealing shadows of the trees. The police dog gave chase, but was unable to bite through his armored fabric. Though the weight and pressure threw him off balance, he rolled, using momentum to take the dog with him, and shoved it away. He was instantly on his feet again. From his belt, he flung a round pellet to the ground, releasing a cloud of stinking purple gas. The stench and the smoke drove the dog away. Now, however, the wino from the fountain and two men from the park bench came toward him, carrying a net between them. Great. Everyone was part of the trap. Though he raised an arm to protect himself, the thrown net caught the sharp points of his mask and his forearm gauntlets.
Batman, this is Captain James Gordon of the Gotham City Police Department. Surrender yourself.
He saw flashing red lights coming from the streets outside the park. More policemen homing in on the same quarry. Him. Batman slashed the strands of the net with his gauntlet's sharp razors, pulled himself free, and began to run through the shadow-latticed moonlight. The wino opened fire, and bullets splintered bark and wood from a thick gold oak. Swirling his dark cape like a toreador, Batman disguised the position of his body. Bullets stitched along the flailing fabric. None touched his skin. His armored outfit would stop or slow most bullets, but a solid impact from a slug might knock him to the ground. And then the police would be able to catch him. He made for the trees. Though the police captain's voice had come from that direction, he had to hope a large contingent of the GCPD wasn't hiding among the closely packed trunks. All this manpower was being wasted on him. The corrupt police force clearly didn't like the fact that he worked against criminals, successfully, though outside of their laws. And worse, several of his recent captures were little hoodlums who had squealed about cops being on the take, which had led to official investigations. The Gotham City PD protected its own, and they didn't like to be embarrassed. And Batman had embarrassed them. He melted into the trees, trying to be silent, but his boots were heavy, and the underbrush was dry. The noises seemed incredibly loud. But this was the Thomas and Martha Wayne Memorial Park, and it held plenty of secrets. His secrets. If he could just find the cleverly concealed hollow tree stump, his emergency exit.
There he is!
Two policemen from the squad cars tried to cut him off, and now it was time to use his bat shuriken, small projectiles he had modeled after ninja throwing stars. They came into the palm of his gauntlet, each one no bigger than his curled forefinger, their gleaming black curves shaped like an emblematic bat. The pointed tips nipped his pursuer's skin, leaving behind small wounds and a sting of pain, and a fast-acting tranquilizer he'd obtained from the cloud forests in Ecuador. The two men went down. The tree stump wasn't far now.
That's as far as you go.
Suddenly he came upon a man with glasses, a thick mustache, light brown hair, a police captain's uniform. James Gordon, recently transferred from Chicago, and making quite a name for himself in the Gotham City PD. Apparently not corrupt. Yet. In a ready stance, Gordon pointed the revolver's barrel directly at the symbol in the middle of Batman's chest armor.
There are two ways this can end, Batman. You come with me now, or you die.
Only two ways, Captain. Batman raised his black-gloved hands as if in surrender. Though Gordon wasn't fooled, the movement distracted him for a critical instant. A small set of bolos flew forward. The tiny balls, tethered by high-tensile strength polymer threads, wrapped themselves around Gordon's wrists. In an instant, he had tackled Gordon, using his larger bulk and greater strength to overpower the captain.
You're wasting my time, and your own. Gotham would be a safer place if you'd worry less about me and more about stopping criminals.
I am stopping a criminal. It's what I do. It's what the police do, not vigilantes. I'll have you up on charges of assault, avoiding arrest, and terrorizing the citizens of Gotham City.
It's not the citizens who are afraid of me. Think, Gordon. How many muggers, thieves, assassins have I taken off the streets? That should be your job. How many real criminals could your officers have caught tonight if you hadn't wasted so much manpower trying to trap me? They could have been on patrol protecting the innocent. How many people became victims tonight because of your skewed priorities?
I don't... You can't...
Just think about it.
What are you...
The anesthetic spray would put the captain out for an hour. 5 minutes would have been enough. Slipping away, Batman covered all traces of his passage, careful to leave no sign that even the police dogs could find in the morning. His boots and uniform were specially treated to leave no scent. He found the disguised tree stump, slipped into the underground passage, and made his way back home. To the manor. To the cave. It had been a frustrating night. He had stopped no crimes, saved no innocents. The hollowness in his chest remained unfilled. There was too much work to do, and he was only one man. He had no allies. Graphic Audio presents DC Comics, Enemies and Allies by Kevin J. Anderson. Copyright 2013 DC Comics. All related characters and elements are trademarks of and copyright DC Comics. Batman created by Bob Kane. Superman created by Jerry Siegel and Joe Shuster. By special arrangement with the Jerry Siegel family. Narrated by Richard Rowan. With performances by James Konachek, Nanette Savard, James Keegan, Bradley Smith, Tim Carlin, Terrence Aselford, Stephen Carpenter, Faith Potts, Gregory Gorton, Matthew Bassett, David Harris, Karen Novak, Michael Glenn, Danny Gavigan, Gary Tells, Thomas Keegan, Margie Tompros, Kimberly Gilbert, Ken Jackson, Nick DePinto, Jonathan Watkins, Elizabeth Jernigan, Evan Casey, Jeff Allen, and Drew Kopus. The elaborately appointed drawing room was 3 times the size of Clark Kent's apartment in Metropolis. After the thin butler had ushered them inside and closed the double French doors, Clark and Jimmy Olsen waited for nearly 20 minutes. Bruce Wayne apparently wasn't a very punctual person, at least when it came to meeting with reporters. Clark supposed that men like him operated on their own schedules, with little regard for regular people. Jimmy stashed his Graflex Speed graphic camera and his leather equipment kit on the seat of a large club chair as he gawked at all the strange items the millionaire had on display.
Gosh, Mr. Kent, have you ever been in a house like this?
Jimmy picked up an ornate bronze dagger that had actually been used by a soldier in the Roman legions. Bruce Wayne apparently used it as a letter opener. Clark stood in the middle of the room on a lovely Moroccan carpet, as if keeping a safe distance from all the antiques. Clark always kept his shoulders somewhat slumped, diminishing his physical size.
Don't break anything, Jimmy.
I won't.
The young photographer guiltily set down the knife.
Golly, I'll bet Mr. Wayne spends money on antiques like I spend money on bubblegum.
The extravagance made Clark uncomfortable. How different this was from the homey Smallville farmhouse where he'd grown up, with its inviting front porch and a kitchen that always seemed to smell of fresh-baked apple pie or pot roast. He straightened his glasses and smoothed back his dark hair. His blue suit was somewhat rumpled, despite his best efforts to be careful during their train trip from Metropolis. He adjusted his tie and, for the 10th time, consulted his new Timex watch. The French doors opened, and the butler returned, impeccable in his tuxedo.
As requested, sirs. A grape soda for Mr. Olsen, and nothing for Mr. Kent.
Thanks.
Jimmy took the soda pop and aligned the straw, as the butler set down his tray with a martini glass containing a clear drink in which floated a twist of lemon peel.
Delish.
I am most gratified. Master Wayne will be with you shortly.
Within moments, another man stood at the hall doorway on the opposite side of the drawing room. He wore a flamboyant smoking jacket and was about Clark's age, with dark hair and handsome features.
Wayne. Bruce Wayne.
I'm Clark Kent from the Daily Planet. Thank you for agreeing to this interview.
My apologies for being late. This is rather early in the day for me.
Jimmy snatched up his camera, pressed the opening button, and pulled the focus bed down until it locked into position. He inserted a flashbulb and kept himself ready. Wayne looked a little bleary-eyed as he smoothed a hand down the front of his smoking jacket, then walked over to the tray where Alfred had set out the martini glass.
But it's past noon.
I keep late hours. Oh, forgive my manners. Would you like one as well?
No, thank you, Mr. Wayne. I don't drink.
Exactly what I've heard about you.
You checked up on me? I thought I was doing the story.
It never hurts to know who you're up against.
Bruce lounged in a high-backed club chair near the fireplace.
Too bad Lois Lane isn't doing this interview. I read that famous profile she did on... what do they call him in Metropolis? Superman? A very imaginative piece.
Miss Lane really should have won the Pulitzer for that article. We were all rooting for her at the Planet.
Well, too many people found it preposterous.
Bruce set his martini aside and managed to make himself look even more comfortable than he had a moment earlier.
Is it true that Superman claims to be an alien from another planet? And that Miss Lane took him at his word?
Gosh, Mr. Wayne, who wouldn't? Superman flies. Bullets bounce right off his chest. I've seen it myself.
Yeah, technology can give someone superior abilities. No need to make up aliens. I think you're all a tad too gullible in Metropolis.
Clark took out his reporter's notebook and withdrew one of his 3 well-sharpened pencils.
At the moment, Miss Lane is on another assignment. The Planet wanted a profile piece on you, Mr. Wayne, not an expose or headline story. Could we get started, please?
Fire away, Kent. I'm all yours. For 15 minutes. Before my next engagement.
Since you raised the question of Superman, I hear that Gotham has its own costumed hero, or vigilante, depending on whom you ask. The Batman? As one of Gotham City's most prominent citizens, what are your thoughts on the Batman? Is he a psychopathic vigilante or a self-styled Robin Hood? And if he is one of the good guys, why doesn't he just cooperate with the police?
You don't know the police in Gotham City.
We heard on the radio that the police tried to apprehend the Batman last night. Apparently they failed, despite a large-scale manhunt.
Oh, that's local news. Nothing the Planet would be interested in.
The man seemed inclined to be evasive, and Clark sensed that a stronger hand might be necessary.
Then let's make it relevant to our profile. Last night, Batman was supposedly lurking in the Thomas and Martha Wayne Memorial Park, a place meant to honor your parents' memory. According to the Hall of Public Records, the park has become a haven for muggers and drug dealers of late, and no law-abiding citizen would willingly go there. Now it also seems to be the nighttime haunt of the Batman. Any comment?
When Bruce Wayne set his martini down again and straightened in his chair, Clark noticed just how muscular the man really was. His question seemed to have sparked a hint of anger. Clark didn't like to upset people, even though Lois advised him that keeping an interview subject off guard was the best way to get candid and interesting answers.
Last night's incident made it plain that I have to make a priority of cleaning the place up. I'm ashamed that I've allowed the park to become so rundown. Wayne Enterprises keeps me a very busy man, but that's no excuse.
Really? I've heard from other sources that you don't put much time into running the company. Your board of directors handles most of the decisions.
Well, to an outsider, maybe a gigantic company seems to run itself, but in truth, I'm responsible for hundreds of vital decisions.
Lex Luthor himself has been quoted as saying he thinks you should take a closer personal interest in running your company.
Mr. Luthor has a different managerial style. He tends to all the minutiae of his business because he doesn't trust his subordinates. My board of directors, on the other hand, has helped keep Wayne Enterprises strong and lucrative since I was a young boy. They ran the company quite profitably while I was abroad for many years.
If I might change subjects, you've been called Gotham's most eligible bachelor, Mr. Wayne. Suave, rich, and single. You're practically made for media attention, yet in most ways you remain a mystery.
Well, that's news to me. It's not easy to keep secrets when people like you are watching my every move, Kent. Photographers everywhere, reporters, gossip columnists. I can't go out to dinner without the whole world knowing what I order, or how many crumbs I leave on the tablecloth.
Obviously, Wayne didn't completely avoid media attention, though most of the articles about him were surprisingly shallow and devoid of facts. Clark wasn't sure he liked this aloof and hedonistic man. Yes, he had a tragic past and an isolated upbringing, but he also bore the hallmarks of a spoiled rich kid with more money than he could spend. A week on the Kent farm in Kansas would certainly have taught Bruce Wayne a little humility and a solid work ethic.
Mr. Wayne, the Commissioner of Police is ready for your luncheon. Shall I have the Bentley brought around?
I'm sorry, Kent, but I do have another engagement. Alfred, please see these gentlemen out.
Wait just a moment, please. I need some photos.
Of course.
Striking a casual pose, Bruce stood by the club chair near the fireplace, accustomed to having his photo taken.
I'd better get a few more shots.
Jimmy quickly unscrewed the hot bulb with his fingertips, wincing, and replaced it with another.
Kent, come take a picture with me. One photo with the two of us. Clark Kent with Bruce Wayne. Mr. Olson, if you please.
That's not necessary, Mr. Wayne.
I insist.
Well, all right.
Clark reluctantly moved to stand beside Wayne. The two men were almost equally large, shoulder to shoulder. Bruce smiled and stood close.
Could you make sure you send me a copy of this one? I'd like to frame it for my office wall.
With soaring skyscrapers, bustling people, and the constant noise from traffic and pedestrians, Metropolis was an entirely different world from the American heartland where Clark Kent had grown up. Surrounded by tall buildings of concrete and glass, the Daily Planet offices were alive with energy. Since his hearing was incredibly acute, Clark had trained himself to tune out distractions and focus on his manual typewriter and the sheet of bond rolled into the platen. On the trip back from Gotham, Clark had compiled his notes and impressions about Bruce Wayne, pulling together enough details to make an interesting story. Jimmy's photos of the millionaire and his imposing manner had turned out well, including the embarrassing one of Wayne acting all chummy with Clark. Jimmy had already sent a glossy print of that one to the Wayne Enterprises headquarters. Perry White had pronounced 3 of Jimmy's shots decent enough to use. At his desk in the bullpen on the 30th floor, Clark hunched over the keys, making his way through the first draft of his profile article. He learned to control his muscles and give the machine relatively delicate taps, careful never to let on how fast he could really type. His first experience writing for the Planet had been rather unfortunate. Intent on his article, he had pounded away on the keys with such vigor that his fingers had smashed directly through them and shattered the machine. It had taken some ingenuity to cover that up. Now he was both a better typist and a better reporter, although this profile of Bruce Wayne was hardly news. Clark soon finished his first draft and removed a sharpened red pencil from a cup on his desk. He combed over the words, marking corrections. Most reporters wouldn't bother typing a clean copy before showing the piece to the editor, but Clark wanted to make the best impression. Always. It was something Jonathan Kent had expected of him. Clark inserted a sheet of bond into the typewriter, glanced around, and when no one was looking, retyped the whole article in a blur. He made his way through the bullpen, giving Lois Lane a polite smile.
Hi, Lois.
Kinda busy, Clark.
She grabbed the phone on her desk and started dialing with an intensity that showed she had a hot lead. Clark had always found Lois both beautiful and fascinating, with her dark eyes and her long dark hair in a no-nonsense but stylish cut. He'd been shyly watching her ever since he started working at the Planet. Since Clark was still a new kid on the block, Lois hadn't yet decided whether to consider him a competitor or harmless, apparently the only 2 options in her view. One of these days, Clark would ask her out to lunch, but he wanted to let her notice him first.
Come in.
Here's the profile you asked for, Mr. White. Everything you wanted to know about Bruce Wayne.
Perry White chomped on a cigar. His ashtray was continually full of the ugly chewed brown ends, and his office reeked of resinous, pungent smoke.
I don't want to know anything about Wayne, but my readers are suckers for this stuff.
Perry absently brushed his fingers through the white fringe of hair at his temples. He let his cigar droop as he scanned the paragraphs.
Well, they won't win a Pulitzer, but they'll sell enough papers to pay for your expense account. You and Olson better not submit any extravagant meal receipts.
Why, no, Mr. White. We just ate hot dogs.
You should have let Wayne pay for lunch. He's got enough money to give you a prime rib. You add a few more quotes, maybe some titillating details. It'll lead off the Section 3 Society page, but it's not a headline. From now on, give me headlines. We're a newspaper here, not one of those gossip rags.
Yes, Mr. White. I'll do one more draft.
Chief! Now, Sam Hill's going on out there, Lombard?
There's an SOS call coming in over the shortwave. Passenger boat sinking 40 miles off coast. 123 passengers and crew. It's the Star City Queen. One of the engines exploded, blew out the lower hull, and she's going down fast. They've called for the Coast Guard, but they're still miles away.
Great Caesar's ghost!
Perry pushed past Clark, no longer interested in the Bruce Wayne article. Lois was in the middle of the crowd, huddled around the shortwave.
It'll take rescue ships more than an hour to get out that far.
Gosh, by that time the ship will be sunk.
Come on, Jimmy. We're heading for the docks. Maybe we can get aboard a Coast Guard ship before they head out.
With all the excitement, nobody noticed that Clark Kent was no longer there. Dressed in red and blue, his cape streaming behind him, Kal-El circled the rooftop's golden sphere with the orbiting Words Daily Planet and raced toward Metropolis Harbor. There was no time to enjoy the euphoria of flying, the freedom of not having to hide his secret identity. Martha and Jonathan Kent had raised their adopted son to be much more than a passive observer. Leaving Metropolis and the shoreline behind, he headed out over the ocean, passing Coast Guard vessels below. With an odd combination of super hearing and enhanced vision, he was able to push his senses from the short wavelength band of the X-ray spectrum out to intense infrared, and from there to the very long wavelength radio frequency range, where he picked up the urgent SOS transmission from the Star City Queen.
Mayday! Mayday! This is the Star City Queen requesting assistance. Current position, latitude, north 39 degrees, 9 minutes, 50.9078 seconds. Longitude, west 70 degrees, 29 minutes, 17.8125 seconds. We are taking on water and sinking fast. Requesting aid and rescue. Mayday! Mayday!
He sliced through the salty air and across the open expanse of deep water until he found the curling plume of smoke from the burning engines. Below, in the middle of blue-green emptiness, he spotted the wallowing Star City Queen. The ship canted at an unusual angle, its lower decks flooded. Below the waterline, at the level of the engine rooms, was a large hole made by an explosion, and portions of the hull bent outward from the blast. The frightened passengers had congregated out on deck, clinging to the rails as the ship tilted more and more, taking on water. He could see no other boats within range, no rescuers who might offer any help. He'd have to do this himself. The Queen was an old ship, repainted and recommissioned, but Kal-El could see that she should have been scuttled long ago. 2 of the white-painted lifeboats had already been set out on the water, whereupon they had immediately sprung leaks, and several passengers now splashed in the water, clinging to life preservers. Kal-El let himself drop down, red cape fluttering as he alighted on the bow, where a gray-faced, bearded captain stared at the disaster with red-rimmed eyes.
You seem to be having problems, Captain. I'm here to help.
Superman, thank God! You don't know how glad we are to see you. I doubt we'll be afloat for more than another hour. How close are the Coast Guard vessels?
More than an hour away. Why don't you have enough lifeboats for all these passengers?
I'm sorry, Superman. The owners figured it would be a waste of their money to follow the recommendations from the safety inspection, and now these poor passengers will have to pay for it.
I take it you don't have enough life preservers either?
You never expected to sink, sir.
The first mate looked even younger than Jimmy Olsen.
No one expects accidents. That's why it's so important to take precautions.
In all, Superman made 4 trips to retrieve all the sodden passengers from the wallowing lifeboats. But they weren't much safer on the slanted deck of the Star City Queen. Straightening his horn-rimmed glasses, a balding businessman came up to Superman.
Even if you fly us to the nearest port, Superman, you can only rescue 2 of us at a time.
Maybe he can carry one of the lifeboats loaded with people.
But the boat could fall apart on the way.
An idea came to mind, though Kal-El had never before attempted anything of this magnitude.
You're thinking too small. Find a way to secure yourselves here on deck, all of you.
What are you going to do? Is there a way to save my ship?
Below decks, a secondary explosion shook the engine room. The Star City Queen lurched.
Trust me, this will work.
He shot up high over the listing passenger ship, turned, and dove deep beneath the water. As the cold ocean enfolded him, his eyes adjusted to the dimness. Above him, Kal-El saw a stream of air bubbles gushing out of the damaged hull as water continued to fill the ship. Swimming upward, gathering speed and concentrating his strength, Superman approached the bottom of the large hull. The passenger ship seemed so enormous that he was only one man. But he wasn't just a man, he was Superman. He spread his hands on either side of the keel, pushing his shoulder against the metal hull. The whole ship shuddered as he heaved with all his strength. He had never lifted anything so large before, had never tried, but he didn't allow doubts to enter his mind. He would lift this sinking ship, because he had to. Holding his breath, Kal-El strained. Slowly, like a spoon being pulled out of Martha Kent's jar of thick molasses, the passenger ship rose out of the water. He pushed higher and higher until the vessel itself was airborne. Salt water streamed from its sides. The passengers on deck were astonished. With the ship suspended in the air, rocking slightly as if in heavy seas, Kal-El turned its bow and flew off toward the harbor in Metropolis Bay. He passed directly over the Coast Guard rescue ships, which still churned across the open water as fast as they could go. Uniformed crewmen stepped out of the wheelhouses and onto the decks, shading their eyes and looking up into the sky at the astounding sight. Excited, intense crowds had already gathered on the docks in Metropolis Harbor. Smaller boats moved out of the way, clearing a spot in the shallower water as Kal-El came in and gently set the damaged vessel down at an unoccupied slip on the wharf. Kal-El surfaced again from beneath the ship, dripping wet, and landed on the wooden dock.
Ahoy! Superman!
The elated captain of the Queen threw him a thick hawser, and Superman pulled the boat closer to the pilings, lashing it firmly in place. At the edge of the crowd, he saw Jimmy Olsen taking photographs. Lois pushed to the front, eager to be first to talk with the rescued passengers and crew. Kal-El was glad she would get her big story, and he raised a hand to greet her. Emergency crews were arriving now to help the shaken passengers. Superman gave a final wave and winked at Lois. He had to get back to the Daily Planet, change clothes, and return to his desk before anyone noticed he was gone. Clark Kent had an article due. Siberia. Araguska Gulag.
Communism is the greatest menace Western civilization has ever faced.
And you capitalists want to destroy the working class by denying the fair distribution of wealth.
Lex Luthor, prominent American industrialist and one of the world's richest men, leaned back in the distinctly rustic and distinctly uncomfortable chair.
Well, I see we're each conversant with our own propaganda, General.
Indeed, Comrade Luthor.
The two men were alone in the Siberian work camp's wood-paneled headquarters. Nothing more than a primitive hut, but it was the best meeting place the Soviet KGB officer could manage. Across the rough pine table inside the administration cabin, the brawny Soviet general Anatoly Seryadov extracted a silver cigarette case from a uniform pocket.
Cigarette, Comrade Luthor? American tobacco is quite a luxury here.
Seryadov had ice-blue eyes, a squarish face, and rough skin, either from standing too long in the frigid Siberian wind or from using too harsh an aftershave. His reddish hair was carefully slicked back with a perfumed hair tonic. Considering that he lived in one of the most godforsaken areas on Earth, his obvious vanity was both peculiar and incomprehensible. The general wore 2 obsidian rather than gold rank stars on a red epaulet, denoting that his rank carried both great power and great secrecy. No one outside the innermost levels of the KGB knew of Seryadov's projects or his existence, but Lex Luthor did.
I can always get American tobacco.
Ah, but you cannot get real Russian vodka. We have many plans to discuss, and vodka makes even weighty problems seem lighter.
Luthor found the taste of the oily liquid rough and harsh. He despised wasting valuable time on social niceties, since he knew full well how much his time was worth. He had, in fact, done the calculations himself.
Now, shall we get down to business?
He had already taken incredible precautions to keep their meeting secret. A private jet with no filed flight plan, flying below radar so that even the distant early warning line guard stations did not detect him.
General, as the weapons stockpiles increase on both sides, so does our power and influence. The USA and the Soviet Union must remain equally matched so that you and I can continue to build our respective arsenals. A Cold War thrives on tension.
The very best kind of war. No shooting, but a great deal of money being spent on both sides.
Only Luthor understood the delicate balance he had to achieve. He was not just an important businessman, not just a wealthy man. He was also a brilliant man who played chess on a global scale. He owned a sprawling mansion in the swanky Lake District north of Metropolis and more secondary homes than he could remember. He could have a gorgeous woman on his arm whenever he pleased. he could buy the finest things anyone might imagine. But such triumphs and successes had begun to bore him. Luther craved more substantial satisfaction, such as the acquisition of power. Once he set his mind on that goal, he treated it like any other business proposition. He created a perceived need, then set out to become the only man who could fill it. Saryadov had a similar aim in the Soviet Union. While the pair might have seemed to be rivals, their shared focus made them convenient allies. Each man worked behind the scenes in his own hemisphere. Luther Corp and its military-industrial subsidiaries reaped profits hand over fist, and the Black Star KGB general became extraordinarily influential in the Communist Party. Luther had recently completed the construction of a new base on an island in the Caribbean, for which he had used mostly expendable workers, much like the Soviet Gulag slaves here, to do the hazardous parts of the job, particularly in constructing the small power reactor on the island. Many of the workers, especially the weak and less valuable females whom he had placed in the most hazardous activities, had succumbed to lethal radiation exposure, which had the added benefit, in Luther's view, of ensuring that they could not reveal the existence or location of the base. Chess on a global scale.
Unfortunately, Comrade Luthor, you Americans have tipped the balance of power by developing a super weapon that we cannot match. I have read reports of your Superman in Metropolis. They say he can leap tall buildings with a single bound, that he moves faster than a speeding bullet.
You of all people should know not to believe propaganda. According to the newspapers, he also claims to be from another planet. Personally, I'm not convinced.
But I have seen the photographs and read the interview he gave to Miss Lois Lane. Who is this man? How does he get his powers? More important, how will you keep him under your control? He is a loose cannon, and a powerful one at that.
Don't worry about some costumed man from a circus act. He's a freak of nature.
If I learn you are lying to me, that he is a product of your own secret eugenics program...
Like the Soviet eugenics program? Yes. I know you've been trying to breed your own Superman for years.
Your program appears to have been more successful than ours.
Luther rubbed his hands together briskly. Although Saryadov had offered him a fur parka as soon as his private jet had landed, Luther still wore his business suit.
You're sure you wish no more vodka? It will keep you warm.
Why not just heat this cabin instead? We're in the middle of one of the largest untouched primeval forests in the world. Can't you spare a few sticks of firewood?
An old-fashioned pot-bellied stove sat in the corner.
It does no good. The wood from these forests is tainted somehow. The fire burns cold.
Nonsense.
Saryadov opened the stove. Luther noted that while a fire was blazing inside, it generated no warmth. The general didn't even need gloves to touch the metal.
If only I had the manpower to investigate the mystery. Fortunately, our beloved Premier is bound to arrest more Soviet scientists soon, charge them with crimes against the state, and sentence them here to my gulag. Then, perhaps I will have the luxury of conducting research.
Luther had noticed an odd smell in the headquarters cabin. Wood smoke with a spoiled, vinegary undertone.
The wall paneling and this table made from the same local trees?
Our workers cut down the trees, chop the firewood, and use the lumber. Sometimes it is difficult. Saw blades shatter, trees fall and crush woodcutters. Our teams have a very high fatality rate. It is fortunate that we have an inexhaustible supply of workers.
Let me see these workers and your quarry. I haven't flown halfway around the world to see you, General, but to observe the operations here. We've put a great deal of effort into this, and I have yet to be convinced of its potential.
Then come look at our excavations.
Saryadov pulled on his heavy jacket and held out a Russian ushanka, the familiar fur hat, to Luther.
My gift to you. This will keep your brain warm.
My thoughts keep my brain warm.
Come. The meteor crater is very large. You will be impressed.
This isn't news, Chief. It's entertainment. What's so interesting about a playboy who flaunts his wealth and then tries to soothe his conscience by doing charity work? You shouldn't have sent Clark to do a puff piece.
Wasn't meant to be a puff piece.
I've got a better story to pitch. Forget Bruce Wayne. Lex Luthor is a different breed entirely. I want to do a profile on Metropolis's own rich industrialist, and you can bet your ass my story won't read like something written by the Luthor Corp Public Relations Department.
Luthor doesn't give feature interviews. He likes his privacy too much. We've tried dozens of times.
Superman doesn't give interviews either, and I managed to pull that off.
Good point. You just have a bee in your bonnet because Luthor invited Steve Lombard to cover that flamethrower demonstration last month instead of you.
Lois had submitted requests to Luthor Corp to attend the big-ticket military demonstration, but Luthor had turned her down flat.
Lombard is a sports reporter. What credentials does he have to cover such an important story?
He's also a man, and you're not.
Lois leaned over the desk.
Listen, Chief, I have it on good authority there's been a recent and very disturbing shakeup among the employees of Luthor Corp. Lex Luthor has been rapidly but very quietly getting rid of dozens of older men and all the women on his workforce, even though they've been a vital part of his military production lines for years. Tomorrow, I'm meeting with a confidential source who will tell me what Luthor's really doing in his weapons factories. My guess is he's got a whole boneyard of skeletons in his closet. By now, you should know to let me follow my instincts, Chief. How many other reporters have gotten an interview with the Man of Steel?
Go ahead, Lois. See if you can dig up any dirt. Once you make up your mind, no force in the world can stop you. Not even Superman.
I'm on it!
But be careful!
Back at her desk, Lois smiled to herself as she remembered how she'd gotten her big scoop on Superman. Sure, Clark Kent had been the one to break the story about the appearance of the strange flying man clad in blue and red. Clark, a country bumpkin fresh off the bus from Nowheresville, Kansas, had arrived at the Daily Planet offices when Lois, like every other reporter in town, was scrambling to get the story. In a single day, the mysterious hero had saved an airplane from crashing, foiled a robbery at an art museum, and saved 5 children and a puppy, never forget the puppy, from a burning tenement. But nobody knew who he was or where he'd come from. And Clark had waltzed in with a finished report, a front-page article that gave the amazing details of all the hero's exploits. He had meekly asked for a job at the paper, and Perry had given it to him on the spot. Clark Kent, with his self-effacing sense of humor, his chivalry, and his bumbling kindness, had somehow scooped Lois Lane. While Clark's article introduced Metropolis to the mystery, Lois had given them the man. She had been the first to speak with him, had pried out answers to the most intriguing questions. On that terrifying, wonderful day, Lois had been hot on the trail of jewel thieves who'd stolen the famed traveling exhibition of exquisite Buccellati jewel-encrusted cups from the Siegel Museum of Precious Gems and Geological Oddities. The thieves had peppered the air with a barrage of bullets, while innocent bystanders dove for shelter. Lois had joined the chase, racing along in her 1951 white Ford convertible. She meant to scoop the whole world with an up-close and personal eyewitness account.
Whoa!
Lois yanked her head to the side when a stray bullet drilled a spiderweb crack through her windshield, but she didn't slow down. The thieves had reached the 12th Street Bridge, a monstrosity that sprawled over the Metropolis River. On the other side, once the robbers got into the lower-end slums, a rat's nest of alleys clogged with grocers' carts and festooned with laundry-draped clotheslines, they would most likely be able to elude pursuit. On the span of the bridge, the jewel thieves shot at the lead police car, striking its front tires. The police car spun out, and the closely following squad cars swerved and dodged. One cop car scraped the guardrail, sending sparks flying. Intent on the chase, Lois was driving too fast. She slammed on the brakes to keep from plowing into the halted police cars. Her bumper broke through the guardrail, the convertible's front wheels rolling into space, and the undercarriage caught on the edge.
Oh my God!
As the convertible teetered slowly, tipping her inexorably toward the river, she let go of the wheel and scrambled into the back seat, clawing her way toward the trunk in an attempt to keep the car balanced for just a few more seconds. The cops jumped out of their vehicles and rushed to help.
Hang on, lady. We'll get you out.
But Lois knew they'd never get to her in time. The convertible pitched forward, its heavy V8 engine dragging the front down. Lois scrambled from the back seat, seized the folded canvas of the convertible top, and tried to pull herself onto the trunk.
Hey, come on, ma'am. Just give me your hands.
A policeman had almost reached her, hands outstretched, eyes white as saucers. Then, the car dropped off the bridge. Below her car plunged into the river, but Lois was in the arms of a man who had simply scooped her out of the air, gently carrying her back up to the bridge. The air seemed remarkably still, and her world focused to a tiny space. Just her and this amazing man who was simply there, exactly when she needed him. Lois's heart pounded, and she looked up into the face of this hero, realizing that she was the first person ever to see him clearly, since all the earlier photos had been blurry. He was classically handsome, square-jawed, with beautiful blue eyes and dark hair, with a sassy-looking curl that hung over his forehead. His smile was warm and generous. She didn't know him, but he exuded a strange familiarity. He flew up toward the bridge where the gathered policemen watched in slack-jawed wonder.
Please drive more carefully from now on. All right, Miss Lane?
You know my name?
I've read some of your articles. You're a good reporter.
You read the Daily Planet?
That wasn't a product endorsement.
Her arms had automatically looped around his neck for a better grip, but once she touched down on the solidity of the bridge, she could barely stand. Nevertheless, her journalistic instincts kicked in.
Now that you've rescued me, I'd like an interview, whoever you are.
I don't speak to reporters, Miss Lane. That would be unfair to your competition.
But that's unfair to the people of Metropolis. You seem to be fighting for the forces of good, but how can we know? If you keep secrets, people will suspect you have some sinister purpose.
That made him pause, even though he seemed anxious to go after the jewel thieves.
You make a fair point. Maybe the people of Metropolis do deserve a few answers. Shall we say 8 o'clock tonight at your apartment?
You know where I live?
See you then.
And he flew off into the sky in pursuit of the thieves, dwindling to a speck above the skyscrapers. Naturally, he rounded the thieves up in due course, dropping the men like a weekly trash collection at the precinct station. But by then, the jewel heist had become a much less important part of Lois's story. That evening had been even more surreal. As the appointed hour approached, Lois grew more and more nervous in spite of herself. She spent the entire afternoon deciding what to wear. Though she didn't normally waste valuable time making herself gorgeous to impress a man, even though this particular one had saved her life, was he expecting to have dinner with her? Should she light candles, open a bottle of wine or champagne? Did he even drink wine or champagne? Who could know the answer to that? She watched the door, watched the clock.
I'm here, Miss Lane.
He stood on her open balcony.
Do you often peep in on single women?
That wouldn't be proper.
Exactly what I expected you to say. Come in. Would you care for some wine or champagne?
No, thank you.
No surprise there. He remained standing in her living room, his red cape moving in the slight breeze from the open balcony door.
Please, have a seat.
She indicated the Davenport. Moving with a flash of endearing awkwardness, as if he didn't know how to be casual, he walked to the Davenport, adjusted his cape, and sat down. Lois took a seat on the cushion next to him, as close as she dared, and picked up her notepad and pencil, crossing one shapely leg over the other. She was pleased to see from a slight widening of his blue eyes that he had noticed.
Well, first things first. What do we call you?
You mean like a stage name? I haven't really thought about it.
Well, you have many amazing abilities, and you certainly seem like a real hero. Something super. Superman. I like that. Unless you'd prefer something else.
No, if you like it, I like it too, Miss Lane.
She was surprised at how pleased his approval made her feel, and she moved a little closer to him, trying to be nonchalant. He didn't notice. Or maybe he did.
What's the significance of the symbol on your chest and cape? Is that the letter S?
He touched his chest.
It's a symbol with its own meanings. But yes, it could be seen as the letter S.
Is this how it's going to be then? Evasive answers to direct questions?
His eyes sparkled.
It depends on the questions.
All right then. Why do you wear your red trunks on the outside of your pants? Isn't that a little backward?
Miss Lane, I thought this would be a serious interview.
Just trying to break the ice. All right, I'll be serious. Tell me more about these powers of yours. What exactly can you do?
As Superman explained that he could fly, obviously, that he had super strength, that he possessed certain other powers, many of which were just emerging, he seemed a bit mystified about them himself. Lois was fascinated, even forgetting to take notes.
And how did you come by these powers? A radiation accident? A scientific experiment? Vitamins?
He laced his fingers together, holding his hands in his lap, as if the answer was a difficult one.
No. You see, I I don't exactly come from Earth. I'm from another planet, a place called Krypton.
You're kidding me. An alien, you mean?
Do I look like an alien?
Lois recalled the rubber monster she'd seen in the movies. If he was telling the truth, she had her hands on the story of the century. The hard part would be deciding which headline to use. No, the hard part would be convincing people of his claims.
Do you realize how preposterous this is going to sound to my readers?
Preposterous? You mean like a man who can fly? A man with heat rays that lance out of his eyes, or X-ray vision?
Well, wait a minute. X-ray vision? Does that mean you can see right through my dress?
The question had just popped out, but after she said it, Lois blushed furiously, kicking herself for letting her guard down.
Again, Miss Lane, that would be an improper use of my powers. I was raised better than that.
Of course you were. Well, who raised you? Where do you come from?
Oh, I had good parents, a wholesome childhood, in an average but beautiful town. The real heartland of America.
Can you be more specific?
It's better if I'm not. I have to keep some of my secrets, Miss Lane. And now I think I should be going. It's a big city. Somebody always needs rescuing.
Oh, wait! How do I get in touch with you again?
I'll know when you need me. Don't worry.
Lois followed him out into the open night air of the balcony.
Oh, and say hello to Clark Kent for me. I'm sure he'd love to hear your advice as a reporter.
Wait, Clark?
She had struggled to think of a compelling last line, something that would make him remember her, something that would make Lois Lane sound like a person he'd want to know better. She certainly felt giddy and smitten and embarrassed by it. But what did Clark Kent have to do with anything?
Promise me I'll see you again.
That's a promise. Unless you stop getting yourself in trouble.
I won't! That was real professional, Lois.
Lois stared after him, reeling, swept off her feet twice in one day. Afterward, it had taken an unheard of 3 hours for her to compile her notes and draft a story. The story of the century. Superman, a new hero for Metropolis. Lois Lane had always been a reporter to watch. After publication of the Superman article, she was the reporter every other newspaper envied. Suddenly, every paper wanted to feature Superman, but he never stopped to talk with reporters after his heroic deeds. Lois hoped she hadn't disappointed Superman with her article, but she hadn't had the opportunity to talk with him again, though she did make a habit of leaving her patio doors open in the evening, just in case he decided to drop by. In retrospect, she should have won the Pulitzer for that article, but mocking skeptics had laughed at her absurd and undocumented claims that Superman was a strange visitor from another planet. Now, as she thought about it, Lois remembered Perry's cautions about following up the Lex Luthor exposé. The notoriety she had gained from her Superman interview suddenly put her in a different league, made her work even harder as a reporter, though it hadn't yet earned her a raise. This story would be different. Superman was clearly a hero, but Luthor came from a different mold entirely. She would have to approach this story with a certain amount of healthy trepidation. She could do it, though. After all, how could a story about Lex Luthor be any more problematic than getting the scoop on the greatest hero in the world? In the wan Siberian daylight, the stair-step ledges of the quarry excavation emphasized the crater made by the Araguska meteor strike in 1938. Joseph Stalin had kept the Soviet Union under such a tight cloak of secrecy that very few Westerners knew about the devastating impact. Lex Luthor was one of those few. At around the same period, 2 decades earlier, several large meteors had peppered Earth, and astronomers were baffled as to what had caused the sudden spate of high-velocity space rubble. Here at Araguska, where the Soviets had established a large gulag for political prisoners, General Seryadov had found fascinating and unusual mineral fragments that could only be attributed to the massive meteorite itself. When the Araguska object had hit, the dense pine forests had been flattened outward for miles like ripples in a pond when a rock is thrown into it. In the 2 decades since, the regrowth had come in stunted and twisted, as though the soil itself was tainted. Fish caught in the forest lakes were often horrifically mutated and always poisonous. Crops did not grow. Even the small garden plots planted outside the gulag fences yielded only inedible horrors. The meteorite had tunneled deep and shattered, spraying fragments of itself throughout the strata. Now, in an ever-expanding pit, the workers quarried out the dirt and discarded the bulk of the useless rock, sand, and soil, searching for the core meteorite mass. Luther stared at the quarry operations, at the hundreds of sweating workers who were watched over by guards in olive green woolen uniforms. Each guard carried a workhorse Kalashnikov AK-47 assault rifle. The sullen prisoners toiled with picks and shovels, filling rusty metal carts. As the diggers worked their way toward the main mass, they left a wide, corkscrewing ramp. Debris was hauled away and dumped in ugly piles of naked rock in the tainted forest.
Impressive, is it not, Comrade Luthor?
This operation has been underway for a year?
17 months. And in that time we have excavated a substantial amount of meteor mineral.
How long do the slaves last?
They work until they die, then are replaced by others who also work until they die. We have a large enough pool of replacements. Look at how much they have dug out.
This is all a bit exposed, isn't it? Some high-flying spy plane could easily photograph it.
They will see nothing more than a large quarry. However, our workers are about to begin constructing a dome to cover the bottom of the quarry when we expose the main meteorite mass.
Luther observed a commotion among the scrawny captives. Guards rushed to a man holding a jagged green lump that gave off a faint intrinsic glow. Sayidov signaled the guard. Red-faced from both excitement and exposure to the cold air, the man saluted smartly to the general as he extended the glowing emerald fragment, which was about the size of a baseball.
Would you care to examine it, Comrade Luthor?
Luther did not move to take it.
That glow. It could be a form of radiation.
You are a cautious man. Prolonged direct exposure to the meteorite emanations does have unpleasant effects on human physiology. Small exposures, though, are harmless. To the best of our knowledge.
The best of your knowledge?
Luther accepted it with lingering reluctance and scrutinized the rock's surface.
What sort of physiological effects?
Come.
Sayidov guided Luther away from the quarry edge to a low bunker with extremely thick concrete walls, not far from the steaming coolant tower and containment dome for the camp's power reactor. The bunker's windows were reinforced with bars, its doors covered with 2-inch thick metal sheeting.
A fallout shelter?
It is not to protect those inside, but to contain them. Listen, they are restless today. When certain workers are heavily exposed, they change. Their bodies grow, they become much less human. They have extraordinary strength. Our geneticists are investigating the effects for our eugenics program. Some of the best Soviet minds have come to study them. You Americans have your Superman, comrade. The Soviet Union needs its own.
Luther could hear clear evidence of amazing strength just by listening to the damage the former workers were doing to the reinforced bunker. His mind was racing with ideas about how to exploit the properties of this odd green meteorite. As a power source, a medical treatment, a means to transform workers into a super powerful force of his own. He would have his LuthorCorp labs run a full analysis on the specimen.
And how is that coming?
Unfortunately, these mutants burn up a lifetime of strength within only a week or two, and then they die. Our studies remain incomplete since the beasts have also killed 4 of our best researchers.
And what happens to the bodies after the mutants die?
If we can remove the cadavers before the others tear them to shreds, not a trivial operation, I assure you, the specimens are dissected.
I would like to see one. Just how extreme are the physical alterations?
Quite extreme. Come see.
He took Luther to a nearby building made of concrete blocks, and he shoved aside a metal door. The interior was dank and full of shadows, kept at a very cold temperature. Wisps of steam curled around 2 large misshapen bodies lying on slabs, waiting to be autopsied. Extreme indeed. They no longer looked human at all. Luther looked uneasily at the glowing green rock in his hand.
I would like a lead-lined box to contain this, please, for my journey home.
The headquarters of the large corporation was a shining steel tower, a gleaming monument in the heart of Gotham City. Wayne Tower's modern architectural design stood out amid the downtown's lesser yet still imposing Gothic monstrosities. On Tuesdays, Bruce attended the main board of directors meeting in the glass-enclosed boardroom. Wayne Enterprises was so widespread, with so many divisions, investments, interests, and facilities, that no single discussion could cover all aspects. But once a week, the 10 directors were supposed to discuss the most important issues that concerned the company as a whole. Although the administrators expected little from him, Bruce insisted on sitting in. Because he owned the controlling share of the company, they had to tolerate his presence. Bruce took care to pretend a certain lack of interest at each meeting. The board members would have been very surprised to learn how much he already knew about them.
On today's agenda, Mr. Wayne, is the redesign of the Wayne Enterprises logo. Now, our corporate logo is the face we show to the world. It symbolizes all we do, and we've received input from all the division heads, but now we very much need your input.
Sitting at the head of the long conference room table, Bruce could think of many matters that were more vital, but he simply smiled. He knew they had most likely concocted it only for the purpose of making him feel useful during his weekly appearance.
Show me the designs. I assume the marketing department has narrowed the field down to the best?
Of course, Mr. Wayne.
Thompson stepped over to 4 easels at the far end of the room, which his underlings in marketing had prepared. As though he had rehearsed it for a scene, he unveiled the potential logos one at a time. The first design was a complicated affair with ornate and virtually unreadable letters that spelled out the entire phrase, Wayne Enterprises, Hope for Gotham City and the World. The next was a confusing amalgam of a missile, a medical caduceus, a sheaf of wheat, a lightning bolt, and a clockwork gear, which apparently symbolized the diversity of Wayne Enterprises. The other 2 designs were equally unimpressive.
Do we want people to stare in confusion whenever they pick up one of our products? A company logo should be an icon, something sleek and memorable that people instantly associate with Wayne Enterprises.
Would you prefer a big W, Mr. Wayne?
Bruce shook his head. For the last several years, he had cultivated his public persona as a dashing playboy, the rich heir who loved cocktail parties, beautiful women, and the nightlife. Unfortunately, though the disguise successfully kept people from thinking of Bruce Wayne and Batman in the same sentence, it also gave him an air of incompetence. Though he was chairman of the board and the sole heir to his parents' vast fortune, the directors had taken it upon themselves to shelter him from the day-to-day business. At the end of each fiscal year, the corporate balance sheet was healthy, and thanks to the advent of the Cold War, many subsidiaries of Wayne Enterprises had landed government contracts to provide urgently needed military supplies, services, armor, and vehicles. Only Luthor Corp had a greater number of direct contracts with the U.S. military. Bruce gazed around the table at these men. After the death of Thomas Wayne, the original set of directors had been excellent regents to watch over the company. Bruce's father had been a well-known surgeon as well as an innovator and inventor. He had created a new type of iron lung that saved the lives of tens of thousands. The money from those patents had gone directly back into medical research. Bruce's father had loved his son and his wife dearly, and he had made certain his family was well cared for. He'd left very detailed instructions in his will, and his ironclad testaments and codicils had directed Wayne Enterprises for years. The original hand-picked board of directors had been close friends of his father, men who owed their lives to Thomas Wayne in one way or another. Newly orphaned and alone, young Bruce had gone off to boarding school for years, and those directors had carefully and honorably watched the company. But Bruce had been gone for a long time, wrestling with his own demons, learning how to become more than just a man, building his skills, his mind, and his body, paying little attention to his fortune. More than 20 years had passed. Directors and whole departments had changed dramatically. These men now were 2 or 3 times removed from the ones Thomas Wayne had hired. The directors thought more about profit than about the great dreams of a skilled surgeon, gunned down in an alley long before his time. Several years ago, Bruce had returned to Wayne Manor to dust off the cobwebs, pull the sheets from the furniture, and turn the long-empty house into a glorious mansion once again. But he'd still needed time to prepare himself for his real work, to develop his armor, his weapons, his entire plan. With Wayne Enterprises, he had resources. Although he spent his nights protecting the innocents of Gotham City, he also had to protect his parents' legacy. While the board members assumed they had the time and freedom to run the company as they wished, Bruce was watching them. The oldest of the directors, a thin, quiet, and extremely intelligent man named Richard Drayling, sat silent, almost brooding during the meeting. Although Drayling, the director of materials science, had worked with Thomas Wayne and respected him greatly, it was abundantly clear that he did not approve of Bruce's behavior. It was also clear that Drayling had no great love for the other board members.
Mr. Drayling, I sense that you have something to say.
Drayling sat up stiffly, looked at Bruce, and swept his gaze slowly over his fellow directors.
Very perceptive, Mr. Wayne. Yes, I do.
He reached inside his suit jacket, paused for just a moment with eyes closed, as if gathering his strength, then withdrew an envelope.
This is my letter of resignation from the Board of Directors of Wayne Enterprises. This is no longer a company I can believe in. It is better if I'm not a part of it. And it's time for me to retire.
Bruce was surprised. Despite his careful study of the actions of the board members, he hadn't expected Drayling to leave. Something else was at the root of it.
No further explanations?
Not at this time. As you'll note in the letter, my resignation is effective immediately. I'll be going now.
Well, we're certainly sorry to see you go.
The remaining directors made no attempt to persuade Drayling to change his mind. Drayling left the room with pride and dignity. Disturbed, Bruce pocketed Drayling's letter of resignation. He would read it in detail later. Right now, he studied the reactions of the other board members.
Well, I suppose we should get back to business.
Looks like the dinosaurs are finally extinct.
You know, we should get him a retirement gift.
Let's do that.
We have prepared the annual report for you, Mr. Wayne.
Terrence McDonnell, the chief financial officer, proudly handed over a glossy report that boasted impressive color photographs and a specially commissioned painting on the cover. A handsome Bruce Wayne standing in front of the monolithic Wayne Tower.
Thank you. I'll glance at it when I get a chance.
We're very pleased you've decided to devote your energies to charity work. Not only does it put the best public face on all our activities, it's also closely in line with what your father would have wanted.
Bruce slipped the flashy report into his briefcase.
I have to cut this short today, gentlemen. I'm holding an important charity gala at the Manor tonight with quite a few celebrities. We expect to raise hundreds of thousands of dollars for polio research. And Eleanor Roosevelt has promised to come. Marilyn Monroe and Arthur Miller may even be there. And I'll expect to see some of you there. Draw straws if you have to.
You know you have our full support for your humanitarian activities. In any case, you're the best spokesman for the company, Mr. Wayne.
I suppose I am. And it's quite a full-time job. Please be sure to show me a list of candidates for Mr. Drayling's replacement. Thank you again for the report, and, let's try a little harder on those logos for next week.
Two questions continued to weigh on Bruce. Why had Drayling resigned? And why now? Bruce had tried to intercept the man to talk to him before he left Wayne Tower, but Drayling was already gone, his desk cleaned out beforehand, his office dark. Bruce would have to dig deeper. Back inside the cave, surrounded by shadows, Bruce found that his concentration always improved. This was far more than just a cave. It was a nerve center from which he kept watch and observed what work he needed to do to clean up his city. The cave roof high overhead was jagged with sharp stalactites. He had electric lights, surveillance cameras, an extensive library, all the information he could possibly need at his fingertips. Communications systems monitored police radio bands. The sophistication of his cutting-edge computer bank surpassed anything the U.S. government would admit existed. Part of the cave was a chemistry lab. Another grotto held an engineering bay and a machine shop. Small periscope cameras were hidden at strategic points on Gotham's prominent buildings, their images viewable from the command center. Since he needed to be present at the gala reception above, he didn't plan to go out hunting, and so he hadn't taken the time to don the uniform. But the persona was always there. The Batman within gave him a different perspective, helped him think clearly and make difficult but necessary decisions. The dark suit remained on its stand nearby, always there as a reminder. So many crimes in Gotham City weren't obvious, and virtually the entire police force was corrupt, especially under Commissioner Loeb. Graft and blackmail ran rampant. Strong-arm tactics were used against anyone who accidentally witnessed activities that were best unseen. Bruce activated the high-tech cameras and receiver screens. As the cathode ray tubes warmed up, he observed a black-and-white image fed directly from the boardroom of Wayne Tower. Hidden microphones had captured every word uttered since his departure and recorded everything on reel-to-reel tapes.
Is it me? Or
has he been meddling more lately?
Maybe he started believing the title on his office door.
Bruce wasn't surprised by the scorn in their voices. He'd been hearing it every week. But lately he had suspected that something truly fishy was going on, and Drayling's resignation had convinced him.
We'll just have to deflect him. Point him toward a new crusade. Find a famine in Mongolia or something. He's like a magpie. Show him a bright and shiny object, and he'll chase it. Then we'll be able to do the real work without any interference.
Excuse me, Master Bruce. This evening's first guests will be arriving within the hour. You might wish to change into more appropriate attire.
I see your point.
Bruce would review the recordings in much greater detail later.
Alfred, you knew Richard Drayling well, didn't you?
Well enough, sir. He was an acquaintance of your father, and he and I have remained in touch. He is, after all, the last member of the old guard, as it were.
He resigned today. He said something vague about not believing in the company anymore, but I get the feeling that something's happened.
I'm very sorry to hear that. He was a good man, one of the last good men on the board.
I agree, but I don't think he respected me. My public persona fooled him completely.
You are quite convincing, sir.
Thanks. But you were his friend, Alfred. Talk with him. Find out if he'll tell you more about his reasons, and see if he'll have a private conversation with me. Discreetly.
Of course. But this evening, sir, the party?
Bruce gazed at the empty cowl of his uniform, the stylized and frightening bat silhouette.
Time to put on my other mask.
Clark Kent picked the wrong moment to go to the water cooler.
Kent! Today's your lucky day.
He straightened just in time to see Perry White lugging a swollen canvas mailbag across the bullpen.
I need somebody to take over to Lorna for the Lovelorn column.
Lorna Bahowick, who wrote the Planet's personal advice column, had just gone into the hospital for gallbladder surgery and would be recovering for at least a month, maybe 2. Clark had already sent her a small flower arrangement and a get-well-soon card.
But, Mr. White, I wouldn't have the foggiest idea how to give advice on relationships.
Lois! Kent needs your help understanding women and their problems. You're a woman. Give him suggestions on how to write Lorna's column.
Just because I'm a woman, that means I'm an expert on women's problems? I'm a reporter, Chief, not a psychiatrist.
Besides, surely all the letters aren't from women. A few must come from men.
We don't publish letters from whining men. It's embarrassing. The two of you have worked together before, and I need that column.
But, Mr. White, the Korean War Veterans Parade is today.
Olsen can cover that. I just need pictures. No excuses. You're the reporters, I'm the editor.
Perry lobbed the bulky mailbag.
And this is your assignment. We'll still run it under Lorna's byline. Nobody needs to know she's in the hospital.
Sorry, but I've got an interview scheduled. Confidential source about Luthor Corp, remember? Clark, you're on your own for this one.
But
Look, Clark, all you really need is a soft heart. You're halfway there already. And I promise I'll help. Just not right now.
All right, I'll give it my best.
Clark didn't need X-ray vision to realize that the satchel contained hundreds of letters. The only saving grace was that he would get to spend more time with Lois. He had admired her from the first day he'd walked into the Daily Planet with his original story about Superman. Lois was as different from anyone in Smallville as the moon was from the sun. He felt like a small-town boy whenever he was with her. He couldn't help but blush anytime she paid him attention. Clark carried the heavy sack of letters back to his desk and dropped it on the floor beside his rolling chair. He pulled out a letter, read it, set it aside, and reached for the next one. He was quickly overwhelmed.
I'm sure my husband is cheating on me. Should I confront him? Should I forgive him?
My boyfriend keeps hitting me even though I know he doesn't mean it. My friends tell me to leave him, but I love him. What should I do? My husband doesn't like my cooking.
Letter after letter left him mystified. He could bend steel girders with his bare hands, outrace a speeding locomotive, fly from one side of the country to the other faster than the most advanced fighter jet. But this? He had no idea. For the rest of the day, Clark felt he was reading the same basic letters over and over. These people posed difficult questions and had deep emotional problems that couldn't be solved by simply twisting steel or outracing a bullet. He thought about going to visit Lorna in the hospital to ask her advice on giving advice. How did she deal with this every day? Clark tried to imagine the conversation in the sterile hospital room, with him awkwardly attempting to discuss love with an older spinster who, despite being single, still knew a lot about the human heart. In fact, Everyone seemed to know more about the human heart than he did. Clark had a deep-seated desire to help people, and he'd never questioned his own motives or feelings on the matter. To him, it was the obvious thing to do whenever he saw someone in need. Until today, he had always felt he could overcome any challenge. But now he thought perhaps he was wrong. Helping people overcome emotional pain and suffering was obviously a lot more difficult than exhibiting feats of strength. Still, in a different way, by answering these letters, he would also be doing something important for people in need. But he couldn't do it alone. Blanche Rosen was a 48-year-old widow whose husband had been killed in the Korean War. Though she'd worked on various factory assembly lines for 20 years, and the last 5 at Luthor Corp with an exemplary performance record, Blanche suddenly found herself jobless. Lex Luthor had systematically removed all of his female and older male employees, and as he put it, put a man in a man's job. It had happened previously in American industry, particularly after World War II. With the overseas war wrapped up and all the men returning home, many women had found themselves booted out of the factories and sent back to become homemakers. But with no such flood of returning soldiers now, Luthor Corp's deliberate action really stuck in Lois's craw. Worse, Blanche Rosen's surreptitious message strongly implied that something more sinister was going on. Lois was doing some digging, but so far she couldn't find anyone else willing to talk. In fact, she could find few of the fired Luthor Corp employees at all. It was very fishy indeed. Lois waited in a bright red Naugahyde booth. She'd arranged to meet her source for coffee at a Canal Street diner. Exactly on time, a severe-looking woman arrived and took the seat across from her. She wore a nice dress, perhaps her best, the one reserved for Temple on Saturdays.
Are you Lois Lane?
Yes, I am. I'm the one who can get your story told, Mrs. Rosen.
It's not only my story. There's a lot of women and men just like me from Luthor Corp, but most of them aren't alive anymore.
Are you saying Lex Luthor killed them?
In a manner of speaking. Hazardous duty, no safety procedures or equipment, harmful radiation exposures, Caribbean vacations. I'm one of the last few left, mainly because I'm a tough old bird.
I'm all ears, Mrs. Rosen.
And what are you ladies having today?
Just coffee, thanks.
I'll have coffee. And a pastrami on rye with potato chips.
You got it.
And, wrap up a second one to go. You don't mind, do ya, news girl?
A girl's gotta eat.
Okie doke.
But you have to sing for your supper.
Blanche looked around the diner, studying the other customers.
How do I know you're not in Luthor's pocket?
That's not an image I want to think about. Frankly, Mrs. Rosen, Lex Luthor makes my skin crawl. I've been face to face with him. I've seen him smile. There's nothing behind it. Nothing.
Here's your coffee, girls.
Thanks.
The things I've seen, Miss Lane. Luthor Corp and their munitions factories, the military bases, the test flights, secret programs that don't show up on any official paperwork. I had a security clearance. I performed the most delicate work. And now look at me. Crumpled up and discarded like a chewing gum wrapper. Practically living on the streets, without a job, without a pension. My husband's death benefits almost gone. It's a damn shame, I tell you. Forget what Senator McCarthy rails about. This is un-American. This is not what my family left Germany for.
What kind of work did you do exactly? And what's this about a Caribbean vacation?
Reactor assembly. Luthor has his own island, complete with a small atomic power reactor.
Lois took notes in shorthand.
Is that where he works on his secret projects for the government?
Miss Lane, the government doesn't know half of what Luthor does. That uncharted island is a test bed for some of his most dangerous technology. Once Luthor's weapons systems function, he'll sell them to the U.S. military for 10 times his investment.
So how did you get involved?
He invited some of his employees to help build facilities there and do the technical work. He hired Cuban locals to do the heavy construction of remodeling an old fort into a new base. You know, many of those men and women were just like me. Divorced people and widows living on a shoestring without much to keep us here in Metropolis. When we got the offer to spend a few months in the Caribbean, who were we to complain? At the time, it didn't occur to us that we were the employees Luthor considered the most expendable, the ones who wouldn't be missed.
I see.
But then they started getting sick. Cuban work crews left and we didn't see them again. I heard something about their boats sinking in open water, all souls lost. On the island, Those poor men and women in charge of installing reactive fuel rods and coolant systems all got real sick. And Luther, what a sweetheart he was, took them to his own hospitals back on the mainland. He said he would provide the best possible medical treatment. They're all dead now.
Here you go. Pastrami on rye.
Thanks. Apparently, there was a radiation leak. All the hair fell out. I heard Luther make jokes about them being bald. I haven't showed any symptoms yet, but Luther swept all of us under the rug.
Do you have any proof of this, Mrs. Rosen?
No. They took everything from me. I have no records, no photos, nothing tangible. But I'll tell you what, you'll find everything you need in the Luther Corp munitions factory in the Barrens outside of Metropolis. And I can tell you how a smart, resourceful reporter might be able to slip inside and take a look around.
Gotham City's most illustrious citizens attended Bruce Wayne's famous parties, and ample front-page coverage in the Gotham Times Society section went without saying. Sparing no expense, Bruce always centered these soirees around an important humanitarian cause. Though most of the celebrities and important personages attended just to be seen, they also brought their checkbooks. The glitterati included Gotham's most prominent citizens, as well as celebrity guests, movie stars, singers, and sports personalities, including Rock Hudson, David Niven, Buddy Holly, Paul Anka, and Sugar Ray Robinson. The quiet, revered star of the show was Eleanor Roosevelt, the former First Lady, who had turned her considerable energies to supporting the cause of polio research. Though he changed promptly into his finest tuxedo, Bruce didn't step through the entry doors until he considered himself fashionably late. When he finally descended the grand staircase, moving with an air of casual mystery, all conversation stopped.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my humble abode.
Alfred appeared immediately with a tray bearing a martini glass and his specially mixed Vesper, in reality a bit of lemon peel and chilled ice water.
Tonight I offer you an opportunity to be generous. Countless poor children around the world are crippled by polio. The medical research and new vaccine of Dr. Salk shows great promise, and we must not let him lack for resources.
He nodded toward Eleanor Roosevelt, who stood stoic and proud, like visiting royalty.
You all know my personal reasons for wanting to rid humanity of this terrible scourge. My late husband would have congratulated Mr. Wayne for his efforts, and I congratulate you all for being here. Please help fight this disease with the weapons you all wield, your checkbooks.
Let's show Mrs. Roosevelt the generosity and vision of Gotham City. Tonight, we can make our mark on the world. A mark that begins with a $sign.
Bruce, dear, you have more money than all of us combined.
A dusky, lithe, and beautiful woman came up behind Bruce, as if to take possession.
For the cost of this party, you could have made a substantial donation of your own.
I intend to do both, Selina. After you all make your donations, Wayne Enterprises will match the total dollar for dollar. So if you'd like to make me dig deep into my pockets, dig deeply into yours.
At that rate, you'll fund a cure for polio in a single night.
Oh, don't worry, Mr. Cobblepot. I'm sure we can find other worthy causes. All of you, please, enjoy yourselves.
Alfred ran the manor household and serving staff like a militia. No tray of hors d'oeuvres was allowed to circulate half empty. Glasses of wine and champagne always had to be filled. Cuban cigars and Turkish cigarettes were offered in ornate silver cases. Selina Kyle slipped her arm through his and walked along smoothly beside Bruce as he worked his way through clusters of the rich and famous, shaking hands, trying not to spend too much time with any one person or group.
We really should see more of each other, Bruce.
I'd like that, Selina, but I'm afraid I have to be the social butterfly tonight. I am the host of this thing.
Ah, yes. Well, we'll talk soon, I'm sure.
Selina accepted the brush-off with a flirtatious smile and disappeared back into the crowd. The conversations generally had nothing to do with polio. Bruce repeatedly heard the excited buzz about the so-called Superman from Metropolis. Gotham Police Commissioner Loeb, a corrupt man at the top of a blue pyramid of corrupt officers, delighted in talking about strangeness in another city rather than the problems of his own.
But Gotham has its own costumed maniac. Maybe the Batman has alien superpowers too, eh, Commissioner? That would explain why your men can never catch him.
Superman's a hero. Saves children from burning buildings in broad daylight. The Batman slinks around at night, evades arrest, and assaults on-duty officers. He's nothing but another criminal. We have 29 pending charges against him, and that's just for starters. He's Gotham's #1 most wanted.
You're just upset, Commissioner, because you can't make the Batman one of your financial contributors.
I will not be insulted by a petty gangster in an ill-fitting top hat and tails.
I am a respectable nightclub owner, sir.
Ha! Respectable?
And what is your opinion on the Batman, Mr. Wayne?
Bruce turned from Cobblepot and Loeb.
He baffles me, Miss Monroe. He dresses for a costume party, but there aren't any cocktails being served. Speaking of which, time to freshen my drink.
Bruce melted away again, seeking Alfred.
Here you are.
Merely escorting Mr. Hudson to his automobile. He has an early shoot.
How much longer, Alfred?
The evening has barely begun, Master Bruce. Chin up.
All for the greater good, I suppose. You are marking the glasses carefully when you collect the empty drinks?
Indeed, sir. You'll have plenty of new specimens for your crime lab. Tomorrow. Tonight, you must play your part and socialize with your adoring public, no matter how difficult it may be for you.
Yes, Alfred.
With a wry expression and freshened faux vesper, Bruce returned to the social fray. For him, the event was a chance to gather data on some of the wealthiest people in Gotham society so that he could analyze the information in his secret lab the next day. But for tonight, he had his role to play.
What's news, everybody?
At his desk, Clark was buried in letters, still not sure which ones to answer or how. When Lois noticed him, she paused, her face showing a sudden and unexpected warmth.
Were you working all night on that, Clark?
Oh, hi, Lois. I went home, but I didn't stop thinking about it. I'm a fish out of water with this stuff. I sure could use your advice.
You're a sweet guy, Clark, but not what I'd call wise in the ways of the world. I don't know what the chief was thinking giving you that assignment.
Well, he did suggest that we work together. What kind of advice can I give these people?
Lois spent a minute reading the handwritten pages, her face tightening and her frown deepening.
I see what you mean. These women don't really want to do the work to solve their problems. They just want someone to commiserate with them. If you give them an honest answer, they won't want to hear it. So you've got to give them the right answer instead.
The right answer isn't the honest answer?
Trust me. Just look at the letters. Here. Her boyfriend keeps beating her and she goes back to him every time? I'd like to give that guy a knuckle sandwich myself, see how he likes a taste of his own medicine. Then again, even if she left him, that woman would probably find someone just the same or worse. I know the type, Clark. If they knew how to find the strength within themselves to see their own worth, then they wouldn't let men take advantage of them, much less write letters complaining about it. Unfortunately, they've gotten themselves in up to their necks, and they just expect some hero to swoop in and magically save them.
You mean like Superman?
He's the exception.
She was obviously embarrassed, but a bashful smile crept across her face.
If only there were more exceptions like him. Do your best, Clark. You're good at showing compassion. Just be yourself.
Would you read over the draft before I turn it into Mr. White? I'll buy you a cup of coffee.
It's a deal.
Clark watched her go, not sure whether or not he'd actually asked her out for a date. He faced his task once more, wanting to do a good job. He still didn't understand these problems, but he thought of someone who might.
Yeah?
Yeah, excuse me, Mr. White. I'm feeling a little under the weather. I'd like to take the rest of the day off, please.
Well, all right. I need your call by tomorrow, Kent. No excuses.
You'll have it, Mr. White. I'll be back at my desk in the morning, I promise.
A playboy like Bruce was expected to sleep in after a party, and the doors of his bedroom suite remained locked for hours. While armies of housekeepers and cleaning staff restored the manor to its quiet grace, however, Bruce got up early and descended through a secret passage to the cave where he could do his research. Alfred had been careful to collect at least one item from each guest and tag every specimen, identifying the user. When the glasses were dusted, the fingerprints came out quite clearly, and Bruce spent an hour photographing them so that he could add them to his detailed library and catalog the results. By now, his fingerprint collection must have rivaled that of the Gotham City Police Department. He had no way to tell when or if the information might become vital for an investigation. But his mind was elsewhere, focused on a much more challenging riddle. Ever since the first appearance of Superman, Bruce had been intrigued by the man's amazing powers, and the previous night's party gossip had only sharpened his interest. Now he hunched in his large chair and pondered. Next to the blinking lights of his computer banks with spinning reel-to-reel tapes, a set of rounded cathode ray tubes projected images and information. He had watched newsreel footage of Superman's exploits. He'd studied photographs, newspaper clippings, eyewitness accounts. Even though most photographs were motion blurred due to Superman's incredible speed, the hero wore no mask, as if confident that his identity would remain a secret. Bruce couldn't understand how a mere man accomplished so many amazing things. Superman had hefted a huge, sinking passenger ship with ease and set it down safely in the Metropolis harbor. Another time, he'd burst from a burning building with a child in each arm as flames raged all around. The children were coughing and gasping, but largely unharmed. The fire hadn't singed a hair on Superman's head. Bruce had studied photographs of Superman cornering a group of gangsters. With their backs to a brick wall, they brandished Tommy guns and unleashed a hail of bullets, which bounced harmlessly from the big S emblem on his chest. Bruce had used magnifiers to study every image, but he couldn't figure out the trick. What sort of fabric could deflect bullets so perfectly, so painlessly? Even with the best-known bulletproof technology on his armored Batman suit, he still felt bullet impacts like the blows of a hammer. And what about Superman's heat vision?
Some sort of laser built directly into his optic nerves?
His strength was incredible. He bent iron girders in his bare hands.
The uniform must be augmented somehow. With what? Reinforced fibers? Pulleys? Hydraulics?
Superman flew through the air, but beneath the cape there was no room for a hidden jetpack, and none of the images showed any indication of exhaust or rocket flames. Where did the man get such technology? Lois Lane at the Daily Planet would have the world believe he was an alien with extraordinary inhuman powers, but Bruce didn't buy that for a second. Carefully dividing the problem into several apparently unrelated parts, he had slipped technical challenges into the workload of Wayne Enterprises divisions, but so far his crack scientists had yielded no answers. Even they couldn't come close to what this costumed hero did on a routine basis. Only one other U.S. company approached the technological innovation of Wayne Enterprises. Could Superman actually be a Luthor Corp creation? An experimental soldier? So far, Luthor had been curiously silent on the matter of Superman, making only offhand skeptical statements about the so-called hero who had walked onto the stage with his grandstanding exploits. That alone made Bruce suspicious that Luthor was behind Superman himself, or at the very least, deeply engaged in an investigation of his own.
Pardon me, sir?
Alfred wore a singed and stained laboratory coat and insulated black rubber gloves. Protective goggles hung on a strap from his neck. Leaving the household staff to continue their work, the butler often assisted Bruce in his large-scale experiments. On a test rack in a side grotto, he had fired up a set of small, self-contained rockets designed to be installed in a jetpack. The gauges recorded stresses, thrust, stabilization.
I'm afraid that these bulky jets have the thrust to carry a person through the air, Master Bruce, but not smoothly or with any precision. Even with a more compact design, the pack would require a full body support framework and fireproof materials, practically a suit of armor.
That won't do. Superman moves with flexibility and speed.
Bruce had also given the problems to the Applied Technologies Division, and Director Houston had accepted the task, but he had not expected to find an easy solution.
I'm beginning to doubt that we'll get a handle on Superman's abilities anytime soon. The more questions I ask, the fewer answers I get.
Have you considered, Master Bruce, the possibility that Superman may be exactly who he says he is? That he does indeed come from another planet?
It's not a rational suggestion at this point, Alfred. There has to be some other answer.
Alfred shucked off the thick gloves and removed his lab garments to reveal incongruously formal garb underneath. Bruce was sure that few other scientists wore a tuxedo sans jacket beneath a white lab coat.
It is time that I oversee the household staff. A far more difficult job than this, if you ask me, sir. You will be pleased to know, sir, that I've arranged to have a conversation with Richard Drayling later this afternoon, as you requested. Based on our long-time friendship, I believe Mr. Drayling does want someone to confide in. He and I are of an age, and we'll talk casually of old times, of your father, and of why he felt the need to resign from your board of directors.
Thank you, Alfred. If there's something going on at Wayne Enterprises, then I need to know about it. Let's hope we can solve that mystery at least.
Smallville was halfway across the country, but a man who could outrace a supersonic jet covered the distance in no time. After crossing the Great Plains, looking down at the colorful checkerboard of crops, he found his beloved Kansas town. When he saw that the Smallville cemetery was empty, he alighted there first, just to have some time alone. The grave was immaculate, the vase on a stand filled with fresh-cut flowers, bright yellow daffodils and scarlet tulips, signs of spring. His father had always loved spring, planting season, time to ready the soil for a new year. Clark had been a one-man army on the farm, helping Jonathan Kent. Now that his mother was all alone, she didn't even try to handle all the acreage. Martha had her garden, her chickens, and her house. The rest of the land she leased to neighboring farmers, the Hubbards and the Schmidts. Kal-El knelt by the headstone. Jonathan Kent, faithful husband, loving father, you were our greatest strength. His vision shimmered a little. Jonathan Kent had been a man of few but wise words, and now no words were needed. The silence felt comforting rather than empty. For hours and hours, Clark and his father had done their chores, baled hay, planted crops, fixed the fence line, without needing to reassure each other with incessant conversation. When his father did decide to make a comment, it was bound to be important.
If you don't need to say anything, there's really no need to talk. These days, with their radio programs and phonograph records, people forget the virtues of an hour of good, quiet thinking.
Though he knew his true name was Kal-El, here in Smallville, especially at his father's grave, he would always be Clark Kent. It didn't matter what he learned about the destruction of Krypton or his biological father, Jor-El. It didn't matter that he was the only one of his kind on Earth. Here in Smallville, he would never be alone. He closed his eyes and remained quiet. Jonathan Kent had always understood Clark's thoughts, even when they remained unspoken. In the farmhouse kitchen, Clark didn't need super senses to detect the aromatic cinnamon, sweet sugar, and tart Cortland apples.
Welcome home, son. You're just in time.
Apple pie. You always seem to have one ready, Ma.
There's coffee in the percolator and a jug of whole milk in the icebox for you. You go on into your room and change while I cut you a big slice of pie. That nice Pete Ross comes around to check on me at least once a week. He'd love to see Clark Kent, but it wouldn't do for him to catch a glimpse of Superman at my kitchen table.
Martha was just scooping a generous slice of pie onto an aqua Melmac plate when Clark returned wearing an old plaid shirt and dungarees. She'd cut herself a much smaller wedge and settled into her chair at the formica-topped kitchen table.
So how is Pete these days?
Oh, still running the general store. Still talking about heading out into the world and making his fortune someday.
And still not doing anything about it?
That boy has never driven across the county line, as far as I know.
They chatted about his daily work at the newspaper, his apartment in Metropolis, the new gladiolas she had ordered from the seed catalog, which would really spruce up her flower garden. But Martha wasn't fooled.
Something's troubling you, Clark. What is it? You didn't come here in the middle of the week just to chat with your old mother.
I missed you, Ma.
I know that's not technically a lie, Clark, but you didn't answer me.
Oh, Perry has me filling in on the Lorna for the Lovelorn column while she's recuperating from a hospital procedure. And I think I'm in over my head, Ma. So many people have so many problems, and I don't know how to solve them all. I don't know what to tell them.
Oh, Clark, for a man of steel, you've got a heart of gold.
I'm not from Earth, I'm from Krypton, and I'm the only one of my kind. What if I never understand this world, and this world never understands me?
Do you think most of us really understand each other? If the troubles of people could be so easily fixed, then nobody would be jumping out of windows, no marriage would end in divorce, no crime would ever be committed. But that isn't the world we live in. So we have to do our best to make it a better place. And believe you me, son, you do far more than your share.
But I can do so much more, Ma. From the moment I first put on that suit, I've been helping people in danger, stopping criminals, preventing accidents. But people need to be saved every hour of every day. How many car wrecks have happened in the time I've been here talking to you? How many robberies? How many shootings? And it's narrow-minded for me to worry only about crimes committed in Metropolis. What about the whole world? Couldn't I prevent wars, stop slavery, divert rivers and prevent drought, distribute food and stop hunger? I could work every second, and still the job wouldn't be done.
Your father used to talk like that when he saw how much work needed to be done around the farm. Thought it would never get done. And yet it did.
Here I am in your kitchen as mild-mannered Clark Kent. But what business do I have trying to lead a normal life? Doesn't the world need Superman to be a hero 24 hours a day, 7 days a week?
Clark, you're entitled to your own life. You deserve to get to know people, all kinds of people. Maybe then problems like the ones in those letters you're reading won't be such a mystery to you. Pay more attention to your friends, your relationships. Spend time with your pal Jimmy Olsen. And I know you're sweet on that Lois Lane.
Well, she certainly likes Superman, but I doubt she notices Clark Kent.
Dear, you keep forgetting that they're one and the same. It doesn't matter whether you wear a suit and tie or a blue outfit and red cape. It's who you are inside. You're a good man, Clark. Lois seems to be as sharp as a tack. I guarantee you she's noticed. Give her the benefit of the doubt.
I will. In fact, we're planning to have coffee together, if she remembers.
Of course she will, dear. But as for you, young man, you remember that life isn't just one emergency after another. You need to live and experience the joys that are around you. Don't define yourself as only a hero. Let yourself be a man, too.
You know, Pa always told me that the harvest wasn't only about the grain we loaded and earning a living. He made me smell the fresh-cut hay, sweet as it dried in the sun, and feel the cool spray of water from the irrigators on a hot day. He would just stand there after the sun set and the night dew started to come in, and he'd take a long inhale and just breathe in the farm and the crops and the earth itself.
Jonathan helped me see the same thing when we were just courting.
Thanks, Ma. You've given me a lot to think about.
Oh, Clark. Just don't spend so much time up in the sky. You don't have a life down here on Earth.
I won't, Ma. I promise.
Bruce hadn't expected what Alfred had learned from Richard Drayling during their conversation that afternoon.
Mr. Drayling resigned because he is concerned for his family, sir. He fears for his life and theirs.
What? In what way?
At first it was an offered bribe, a substantial amount of money. Naturally, Mr. Drayling declined. Next came blackmail, which he also brushed aside. Finally, they made overt threats.
Alfred, what are you talking about? Who are they?
Lex Luthor, sir. He has been systematically corrupting your board of directors, getting them in his pocket. Mr. Drayling is certain that most of the others have already succumbed.
And what does Luthor want from them?
Mr. Luthor has bribed or otherwise coerced the directors to pass along crucial Wayne Enterprises research. Several of Luthor Corp's major technological breakthroughs originated in your own divisions.
5 times in the past 6 months, Luthor Corp edged out our bids on large government contracts. Now I know why.
Maybe he had bided his time too long, played his part too well as a carefree heir, only marginally interested in business matters. He was disappointed that Drayling hadn't felt comfortable enough to talk to the son of Thomas Wayne, but perhaps the older man had seen Bruce as part of the problem.
Mr. Drayling resisted Luthor Corp's advances out of respect for your father. When his refusal led to direct threats against his family, however, he could not tolerate the situation. Therefore, his only alternative was to resign. I explained that he should consider giving you the benefit of the doubt, but actions speak louder than words, if you will forgive the cliché.
Starting tomorrow, I'm hiring private security to watch over Drayling's entire family. The time has come to show the board members who's in charge. Once I do some house cleaning, maybe I can convince Drayling to come back.
But first he had to gather his ammunition and investigate exactly what the remaining directors were up to. As a gracious gesture, Bruce had decreed that anyone who took public transportation was allowed to leave a half hour early on Fridays. His employees had already embraced the habit, and Wayne Tower emptied out as dusk set in. Ostensibly, Bruce was staying behind to work on the donations from the polio benefit. Tonight, though, he had other things to do. After waiting until midnight, Bruce slipped out of his office and made his way down the dim halls. Most of the fluorescent lights overhead were off for the weekend, only a few flickered now, and Bruce moved through the shadows, cloaked only in his business suit. As this was Wayne Enterprises, Bruce could have walked into the sealed records room and requested any folder he liked, but he didn't want to tip his hand. For the moment, he preferred that his inquiries remained unnoticed. Bruce had full knowledge of the building's upgraded security systems. He had, in fact, studied every detail of the plans when he decided to install covert surveillance kits, as well as adding backdoor combinations to allow him to go anywhere throughout the building. He'd also created a master key for himself that permitted access to any of the executive offices. He began with Thompson's. The metal file cabinets were locked, but Bruce picked the locks easily. Recognizing project code names, he skimmed correspondence files, private calendars, and meeting notes, then inspected some of the more problematic categories. He flipped through memos, carbon copies, photostats, and handwritten notes on legal pads, items that Thompson had not even trusted to his secretary. Bruce's speed-reading ability was phenomenal, as was his retention, but his miniature camera was faster and more reliable, so he took microfilm shots of the pages that appeared important. He found copies of drawings for the jetpack prototype, body armor, reinforced structural suit, small rocket launchers. The projects he had quietly initiated as a surreptitious investigation into Superman's abilities. Thompson had collated all of the projects from various divisions, putting the pieces together, probably for delivery to a Luthor Corp representative. But Bruce didn't see the smoking gun he needed. Not yet. He prowled through each office one by one. As he dug into their private records, he saw that some of these men had been embezzling the Wayne fortune, while others were using the guise of his legitimate corporation to engage in unsavory or illegal activities. Bruce knew that it was just the tip of the iceberg. He'd spent so much time developing his Batman persona and fighting street criminals that he'd ignored these white-collar thieves right in front of his nose. When he finished with his investigation in Wayne Tower, Bruce returned to the cave with all the evidence he had gathered. He still needed rock-solid proof, not just innuendos. When he challenged the board of directors, he wanted to deliver a coup de grace. He knew that he could find the proof he needed. The night was still young, after all. An imposing figure in black wingtip shoes and a gray suit, Lex Luthor stormed down the corridor of his Luthor Corp munitions factory. Seeing the expression on his face and the angry flush that bloomed along his bald pate, even his personal bodyguard Bertram gave him a wide berth. He finally arrived at the closed door of an employee lunchroom. Two straight-backed guards stood outside.
We didn't want to do anything until you got here, Mr. Luthor.
At least someone is thinking.
He flung open the lunchroom door. Lois Lane sat in an uncomfortable plastic chair, looking completely relaxed. She had served herself coffee from the percolator. Luthor took a moment to let his rage dwindle to a semblance of calm. On the lunchroom countertop sat thermoses, packs of cigarettes, lunch pails. When the whistle blew in an hour, workers from assembly line number 5 would pour into this room, gobble their food, relax for 15 minutes, and return to work. Like drones, they performed their tasks adequately day in and day out, but people like Lois Lane made Lex angry. Seeing him, Lois flipped open her notepad and gave him an icy, expectant smile.
Ah, Mr. Luthor! Thank you for seeing me at last. As you know, I've been trying to get an interview for some time.
How did you get inside, Miss Lane? This is a heavily guarded industrial center working on U.S. military contracts. Did you fail to see the no trespassing signs?
Did you fail to read my numerous requests for a meeting? Our readers want to know what you're up to.
The American public has no business looking into my private affairs.
The American taxpayers have every right to know how their money is spent. The defense of the United States is hardly a private affair.
Since you've infiltrated this facility, I gather you've seen with your own eyes that we are manufacturing new models of tanks, artillery shells, and missile components for the Defense Department.
She had this camera, Mr. Luthor.
Luthor opened the back of the camera and removed the film, unspooling it into the light.
I'm afraid your photographs didn't turn out, Miss Lane. A shame.
He let the exposed film drop to the floor, where someone else would clean it up later. He leaned closer, placing both hands on the lunchroom table.
Are you a communist spy, Miss Lane?
That's a good one. Let's not waste this opportunity, Mr. Luther. You're a very powerful man, and like most powerful men, you're also very mysterious. Daily Planet readers want to hear all about one of Metropolis's most influential citizens. For instance, you often go on secretive trips to undisclosed locations. Why is that?
American taxpayers aren't entitled to know my social schedule. That's why I own a private jet. Miss Lane, I'm not a rich playboy bachelor like Bruce Wayne. I'm not a celebrity, and I'm not some man of steel. I'm just a business executive making a living.
I'm sure no one would mistake you for Bruce Wayne, Mr. Luther, and certainly not Superman.
That's all I have time for, Miss Lane. I'm a busy man, and my hard-working employees will be going on their shift break in a few minutes. Gentlemen, please escort this woman off the property. Oh, and Miss Lane, that notebook will have to remain here along with the camera. This is a top-secret classified facility. America's security is at stake.
The burly men grabbed her arms, and for a moment it looked as if she would put up a fight.
There's also a fundamental American right at stake, Luther. It's called freedom of the press.
Shouldn't a woman your age be married, Miss Lane? Having children, starting a family? You aren't getting any younger, you know.
Once they had disappeared down the corridor, Luther's composure began to crumble. Extracting his handkerchief, he wiped a single bead of sweat from his smooth brow. He was greatly relieved that she'd seen only the assembly line, the tanks, the large-caliber artillery guns, the missile nose cones. If she'd managed to get one floor higher in her prowling, that nosy harpy would have seen everything.
Well, that went about as well as I expected.
Blanche Rosen had been right on the money. Lois had infiltrated the facility through a delivery dock when all the men had been on their coffee break. She had slipped up the fire escape stairwell and gone directly to the secret rooms. She'd taken a roll of film already, stashed the small canister inside her waistband, and then sneaked to the lower assembly levels where Luther constructed his legitimate munitions for the army. There, she had allowed herself to get caught. Now that he knew he had a weak link in his outer perimeter, Luther was bound to crack down. She wouldn't get inside again, at least not that way. She opened her glove compartment and extracted another notebook, then quickly wrote down everything she could remember, from quotes to details. She hoped that the hidden roll of film would yield enough explicit information about what she'd seen inside Luther's locked control room. The outline of the Caribbean island base, strange military plans, blueprints for exotic, high-powered weapons. She felt in her bones that this could be the story of the decade, hopefully enough to take Luther down once and for all. Thanks to Drayling's revelations to Alfred and the suspicious documents that he had found in their offices, Bruce believed that most, if not all, of the remaining board members were under Luther's thumb. But he didn't believe they were stupid. Arrogant, perhaps. Overconfident, definitely. Some might even be terrified. But they would never leave the truly damning evidence in their own offices. He had to dig deeper to find what he was looking for, and the best time for digging deep was after dark. He'd sifted through all publicly available information about the men and stripped away their first layer of secrets. Then Bruce donned his other identity and slipped out, targeting each man in turn. He would investigate until he had the necessary proof, or until he was convinced a particular man was genuinely clean. So far, no one had fallen into the latter category. Paul Henning, the vice president of manufacturing, owned a nice house in a good suburb of Gotham City. He also surreptitiously rented an apartment under an assumed name. The apartment was convenient, discreet, and readily accessed by his mistress for an occasional rendezvous. At the moment, though, it was unoccupied. The fire escape window in the apartment building had been painted shut. From his utility belt, he withdrew a tiny vial of solvent and applied it to the cracks on the sill, loosening the paint. Powerful magnets on telescoping rods dealt with the latch. With a swirl of his dark cape, he slipped inside, then gently slid the window back into place. Not a single dirty dish in the kitchen sink, everything neatly in place in the cupboards. Several bottles of bourbon, vodka, and gin stood in a row, with 2 clean highball glasses and an empty ice bucket. The sitting room contained a plaid sofa, a round table with a lamp, and a large radio. The bedroom held little more than a nightstand and a bed with 2 pillows and wrinkled sheets. The bathroom was a standard towels, bath mat, medicine cabinet affair. The medicine cabinet yielded nothing.
Henning can't be that careful.
Back to the sitting room for a more thorough inspection. The walls were bare. There was nothing in the base of the lamp. He slid the sofa forward and found a central heating vent. But a functional radiator stood plainly against the opposite wall.
This shouldn't be here.
He pried loose the metal grill.
The safe.
Henning had a much deeper secret than the fact that he had a mistress. Donning small earphones from his utility belt, Batman extracted a sensitive gauge, and in 10 minutes he had the safe open. Inside, he found corporate papers, memos, canceled checks, a ledger that revealed numerous transfers of technical documents, and blueprints for highly classified projects that Wayne Enterprises had spent years and millions to develop. Everything had been transferred to Luthor Corp. Henning had accepted plenty of bribes, and he had kept track of them all. Perhaps the man wanted his own proof to use against Luthor if ever the industrialist double-crossed him, but it was all the proof that Bruce Wayne needed now. Scowling beneath his mask, he reread the details to make certain, took microfilm photographs of each page, and carefully repackaged the contents. Over the next several nights, Batman found more evidence of Wayne Enterprises projects being transferred, pending medical breakthroughs, trade secrets that were funneled to Luthor Corp. A juicy bribe had turned Henning, blackmail had broken Norlander, threats to his family had forced Drayling to resign. It was time for the next stage of investigation to begin.
Lois, remember I promised you a cup of coffee? Would now be a good time? We can just go to the coffee shop around the corner. I'd really like to know what you think.
Lois was in a rush as always, but she stopped when she saw the look on his face.
Oh, Clark, you really look out of your element.
That's how I feel. I promise it'll only take a few minutes.
You buying?
Sure.
Then I'm having a Danish too.
She startled him by slipping her arm through his and steering him toward the elevator. In the coffee shop, she chose one of the stools at the counter rather than the more intimate setting of a booth.
Gee, I'm not sure the advice is good, but I tried to listen to them and respond to how they're feeling. Give them support, one way or another. My mother told me to be compassionate. She said that as long as the advice comes from my heart, then the recommendations can't be entirely wrong.
Lois skimmed the article.
When did you see your mother? I thought she's in Kansas.
I spoke to her on the phone.
Lois's eyes danced back and forth along the lines of text, and he watched her nod slightly to herself. Her smile of approval meant more to him than he could have ever expected.
Not bad, Clark. And I mean that. Not only is it what readers want, but it's good advice, too.
Thanks, Lois. It was so hard to choose which ones to answer among all those letters.
This one's a little thin, though. The man in love with a coworker who doesn't seem to know he exists. I think you should tell him to do little things. He doesn't need to win a football championship or put an end to world hunger. He just needs to open doors, ask for her advice, bring her coffee or a newspaper. Believe me, women do notice these things, whether or not it's apparent to the men.
Thanks, Lois. That really helps.
Your heart's in the right place. Oh, gotta go. I'm after an important follow-up to the Luthor story. Thanks for the coffee.
Lois pecked Clark on the cheek and gave him a quick smile.
Good column, Clark. Who knows? You could have a whole new career ahead of you.
He knew he was bright red from blushing. Taking his mother's advice to heart, Clark also made an effort to strengthen his friendship with Jimmy Olsen. The freckle-faced young man was delighted when Clark suggested that they catch a movie after work. Jimmy picked the movie, Flying Saucers from Space, and they sat together near the front, munching on popcorn, sipping cherry cola through straws. Clark stared at the black and white images, watching the enemy aliens with their whirling saucer-like ships, their death rays. Jimmy thoroughly enjoyed it. Clark was troubled by the persistent portrayal of aliens as evil monsters that wanted to destroy or enslave the human race. No wonder many of Lois's readers had been skeptical about Superman's declaration that he was not from Earth.
Whoa!
He had hoped to provide a shining example, to expose the silliness of being afraid of the unknown. But since he knew no other genuine aliens, how could he be sure? The next day, Clark glanced up from his typewriter as a rush of excitement whirled through the newsroom.
Quick! Turn on the radio!
At this moment, fighter jets are scrambling to respond to a strange silver spacecraft that has appeared over Washington, D.C. Witnesses describe it as a flying saucer. It refuses to respond to radio transmission.
Chief, I'm calling my father. If anyone knows what's going on, the General will.
Great Caesar's ghost! He's not gonna stop to give interviews in the middle of a national crisis!
He will if he wants to keep getting birthday cards from me.
Gee, Mr. Kent, do you think it's the start of an alien invasion, just like in the movie last night?
I can't talk right now, Jimmy. I'm on a deadline in an hour, and I have to finish my column for Mr. White.
Clark picked up papers and bustled out of the newsroom, while the other reporters gathered around the radio. Red cape rippling behind him, Kal-El streaked through the sky, straight toward the nation's capital. By adjusting his senses, both seeing and listening to radio waves on specific bands, he could monitor the action. 7 USAF F-100D Super Sabre jets had taken off from nearby Bolling Air Force Base, but the unidentified flying object had soared away from Washington, D.C., skimming low to the ground, then looping up into the clouds in a series of impossible maneuvers. The fighter pilots did their best to keep up, leaving vapor trails that Kal-El could easily follow. If this truly was an interstellar ship, it would be capable of incredible velocities. As the sleek elliptical craft raced westward across the United States, it outdistanced the supersonic jets, but Kal-El could fly even faster than that. The UFO raced across the Great Plains, cutting across Nebraska, then headed south. Kal-El wondered briefly if it would arrow towards Smallville. Might a fellow Kryptonian be able to detect someone from his former home in the middle of Kansas? Maybe even the remnants of his crashed ship? Kal-El picked up on the chatter among the jet pilots.
So far, the bogey hasn't launched any bombs or missiles, Cap. Maybe it's peaceful. Over?
Yeah, and maybe it's just here to ask for directions to Venus.
Our orders are to pursue and intercept. We've gotten no response to our transmission, so we have to assume that thing means no good. Listen up. When you get in range, fire at will. Acknowledge.
Copy that. Copy that.
If the alien visitor didn't speak English, Kal-El wondered how the spacecraft could possibly respond. He felt a powerful need to reach the flying saucer first, before the fighter jets did anything foolish. These men might unintentionally provoke an interplanetary war.
Sir, there's something coming up on our 6. Wait, it's Superman!
Kal-El streaked by, hand raised, cape now a blurry red line behind him as he shot past the lead plane.
Roger that. He'll knock that alien out of the sky. Maybe so. But remember, he's an alien too. Over. Eyes front. Where do those other aircraft come from? Over.
3 larger planes now flew on a perpendicular course, peeling out in front of the strange silver craft.
Unidentified aircraft. Please respond and identify.
The new aircraft cut directly across the UFO's path, but the saucer zigzagged, ducked beneath them, and streaked past in an instant. Kal-El scanned ahead, pushing with his enhanced vision to glean information about the 3 private craft. His X-ray vision penetrated their hulls, and through the fuselage, he discerned pilots, technicians, and engineers working with analytical devices, studying screens. They all wore uniforms with a very familiar corporate logo.
Luthor Corp.
What did Luthor Corp have to do with the alien craft? Kal-El supposed that someone like Lex Luthor would be fascinated by otherworldly technology. He probably wanted to seize the silver craft for himself, and he undoubtedly had his own equipment, including unmarked supersonic aircraft, so that he could get the strange ship before the military did. Regardless, it was obvious that even these new planes had no chance of catching the flying saucer. Kal-El put on a burst of speed, pulled ahead of the Super Sabre jets, and began closing the gap to the UFO. As he raced past, he saw that the men inside the Luthor Corp aircraft were activating a kind of pulse beacon from a small antenna. But instead of aiming at the flying saucer, they pointed the spike back toward the oncoming fighter jet squadron.
Mayday, mayday, flame out!
Behind Kal-El, the squadron formation broke apart and scattered, with the trailing jets circling away. The lead Super Sabre, though, began gushing black smoke from its engines as it tumbled awkwardly from the sky.
All systems foobar, can't eject. Malfunction, going down. Going down!
The F-100D entered a deadly and disorienting spin, its engines erupting in a blaze of flame. One of its wings shimmied dangerously. Meanwhile, the Luthor Corp craft beat a hasty retreat, no longer pretending to chase the flying saucer, and the UFO streaked away in a completely different direction. The remainder of the USAF squadron could do nothing to help their fellow pilot. Their own cockpit systems were also scrambled, and the pilots struggled to keep from crashing alongside their leader. Kal-El didn't hesitate. He had to forget about the flying saucer. He whirled about and dove toward the falling jet. He filled his lungs and expelled a great gust of air, enough to freeze the engine cowling and extinguish the flames before the fuel tanks exploded. Then, as gently as he could, he took hold of the jet's belly, raising his hands over his head so he could support the falling deadweight, taking away the burden of gravity as he eased the aircraft toward the barren ground below. The Super Saber's systems were completely fried, which prevented the pilot from extending his landing gear. Kal-El brought the jet down carefully on the desert sand, set it on its belly, then tore away the canopy. He snapped the pilot's harness and pulled the man to safety, still concerned that the jet might explode. As he stood on wobbly legs, the pilot removed his helmet.
Thanks, Superman. You saved my life.
Glad to be able to help. I wouldn't leave you stranded.
Kal-El scanned the sky for any silver glint of the saucer, but too much time had passed. The mysterious spacecraft had vanished. He had seen enough evidence, but he didn't have enough answers. Before confronting the members of his board, Bruce decided to go to the core of the problem: Lex Luthor. The industrial magnate's private home was in the Lake District north of Metropolis, an extravagant fortress built along the lines of a military citadel, strikingly different from the stately Gothic architecture of Wayne Manor. Bruce easily found an excuse for a quick trip from Gotham City to Metropolis using his Wayne Enterprises private jet. Charity functions, private meetings with potential donors, maybe even a night on the town. He didn't need to worry about a cover story. Before departing for Metropolis, Bruce studied the blueprints, both the redacted plans on public file and the accurate versions that were supposedly not available to anyone, old and forgotten permit applications and rubber-stamped approvals, the landscaping layout, the architectural elevation drawings. He searched for weaknesses and considered some of the surprises that might be waiting for him. Then, he got himself ready. The ostentatious Lake District homes were surrounded by a comfortable buffer of forested land. Luthor's property was encircled by a dangerous-looking wrought iron fence topped with spear points, beyond which stretched a no-man's land of additional fences and booby traps. Any man who needed so much security obviously had something to hide. Bruce Wayne knew that from personal experience. Darkly caped and fearsomely cowled, with heavy traction boots and armored bodysuit, utility belt loaded with a cornucopia of imaginative tools, he began his approach as soon as full darkness fell. Given the perimeter fences, he decided the best approach was from the lake. Fitted with an air mask, he glided forward underwater, creating not even a ripple, a shark now instead of a bat. Luthor's mansion had a private dock, but no boat was tied up to it. While closing the distance and shining a small light into the murky waters before him, Batman saw large metal spikes strategically submerged at the property line. These would tear the hull of any boat that approached too closely. The placid surface gave no hint of the jagged tips just underwater. Intent on avoiding these spikes, he didn't see the fine mesh of entrapment wire that snared him. He struggled, but the elastic net drew tighter. Forcing calm, he worked one gauntlet free, produced a wire cutter from his utility belt, with which he made short, methodical work of the lethal strands. He swam free. Gradually, he raised himself above the surface and came to shore. His thick suit had been scratched by the sharp entrapment wire. A normal swimmer would have been sliced to ribbons. He crept up from the lake, careful not to stir the dried leaves or fallen branches at the water's edge. When he reached the spiked fence, he worked his way quietly over and through. Before taking a step, he scanned the ground carefully. He found and avoided 4 tripwires and a landmine trigger. After conducting careful surveillance for several hours during his preparations, he already knew the guards' habits. While he waited in the shadows, 5 armed men walked about in a standard patrol pattern. Intimidating, yet inefficient. Predictable. The imposing mansion had sharp angles and plenty of glass, metal, and concrete. It did not at all fit with the natural wooded surroundings. The highest roof sported a small private observatory. This home seemed designed to convey the impression that Lex Luthor had many friends and social obligations, but the mansion was, in fact, virtually deserted. As the midnight hour approached, Luthor's only company was his security team. With his dark cape helping to hide him, Batman circled to the wing that housed Luthor's extravagant second-floor study, which was fronted by a balcony. He suspected that the household safe and Luthor's private records would be there. Withdrawing a sharp-pronged grappling hook, He twirled it, paying out the thin, strong cable. He let the hook fly, and it sailed upward on a gentle, precise arc. The prongs caught and lodged around the stone balustrade. He pulled the cable taut, then braced his boots against the stone wall. He felt acutely exposed and worried that a spotlight might happen to brush across the mansion's exterior. According to their unvarying patrol patterns, he had 40 seconds before the guards returned. He reached the balcony, swung himself over, and crouched in the shadows just as a guard turned the corner, walked past, and continued into the grounds. The French doors of the balcony were locked. The interior lights were low, the room empty. He peered inside, saw no sign of Luther. On the other side of the mansion, the observatory dome was cracked open, and the telescope within was pointed toward the starry sky. Removing a diamond glass cutter from his belt, Batman scribed a circle in the inset glass near the lock and easily removed the cut section of the French door. He slithered his hand inside and turned the lock, then quietly swung open the door. He would search the offices quickly, take what he needed, and get back out. Since this was Luther's inner sanctum, past the gauntlet of security measures and a veritable army of guards, Luther would be most confident of himself here. He had left important papers, files, and objects right there on the desk. After tonight, Luther would likely be even more paranoid. Sifting through the memos with gauntleted hands, looking at folders and labels, Batman sorted out what he needed. The more he saw, the deeper the conspiracy went. He found files on each member of his board of directors, records of their indiscretions, specific descriptions of how each man had been turned into a Luthor Corp puppet, along with notes on the technical data and prototypes they had smuggled to Luthor. With his miniaturized camera, Batman photographed everything. After he viewed the next files, his anger grew. The Wayne Enterprises designs that Bruce had quietly encouraged for the sole purpose of understanding Superman's abilities. Luthor Corp had put the pieces together into a unified application. He developed a model of armored battlesuits, walking robotic armor shells with enhanced muscles, built-in weapon systems, even jetpacks for brief flights. The battlesuit blueprints, though, had been piled to the left of the desk, as if some emergency had preempted all other concerns. The urgent work that occupied Luthor was a set of memos and classified dispatches, communiques sent by courier to the White House, to the Air Force, to the chiefs of agencies not generally known to the public. The carbon copy of a memo addressed directly to President Eisenhower sat on top of the stack. In it, Luthor demanded that the Air Force release his private property from a secret installation in the Nevada desert. Responses from the Air Force, even from Eisenhower, repeatedly denied any knowledge. Atop a sturdy file cabinet, he found a small cube-shaped lead box next to a stack of printouts, spectrographs, and filtered photos of a crystalline rock. The label on the lead box marked the specimen's origin.
Arakuska, Siberia.
With his attention to details, Batman noted the casual placement of the lead box and the unexpected clutter of the documents. Luthor had devoted a lot of recent attention to this specimen. Batman lifted the hinged cover on the lead box to reveal a baseball-sized fragment of a crystalline substance. The irregular-shaped rock emitted a faint emerald glow. Though he had studied geology and could readily identify many types of gems, natural crystals, and igneous, metamorphic, and sedimentary rock, Batman was totally unfamiliar with any substance such as this. A meteorite, perhaps? He looked more closely at the analytical reports. Luthor Corp chemists had been unable to determine the mineral's molecular structure. The energy readings, the radioactive emissions, and the character of its refracted light were all highly unusual. Luthor's personal handwritten notes produced more questions than answers.
Energy readings exotic, difficult to correlate. Nature of material conveys the possibility of chemical radioactive power. How to release it? Mineral is unlike normal fissile material. Mutagenic properties? Unknown, but likely. Possible uses? Not yet determined. Potential? Unlimited.
More mysteries opening up like Russian dolls. Strange items being held by the government inside a secret military facility in Nevada. Battlesuit prototypes based on proprietary research and development done by Wayne Enterprises. Now a mysterious, energetic mineral specimen from Siberia. Lex Luthor had already stolen so much from Wayne Enterprises, had whisked cutting-edge technological discoveries out from under Bruce's nose. Though this intriguing green rock appeared to have nothing to do with the corruption of the board of directors, perhaps it was something that Wayne Enterprises should investigate as well. It was time to balance the scales. Batman lifted the lead box from the top of the file cabinet. Damn. Sitting in the quiet darkness of his private observatory, Lex Luthor spent the evening in brooding contemplation. He was not accustomed to people refusing to give him what he needed or wanted. Reasonable men did not turn down Lex Luthor's requests, yet President Eisenhower had snubbed him.
Who does he think he is?
With the observatory dome cracked open, Luthor maneuvered the telescope into position. His personal calculations had provided tracking tables, so he knew exactly where and when the blip of Sputnik would cross the night sky. Each time the Soviet satellite crossed unchallenged over American airspace, Luthor considered it a provocation. Time and again, the Soviet space program had proven its superiority. At one time, Luthor had invested in America's space effort, had studied the progress of the Vanguard project, had met personally with Wernher von Braun. But it all disappointed him. Vanguard was supposed to have beaten the Soviets into space, but it was now overdue and over budget. And so Luthor had decided to do something on his own, using his Caribbean island base. Now he peered into the eyepiece, adjusted the focus. Sputnik would be along any moment now.
Report! What's happened?
Intruder, Mr. Luthor.
I know that. Have you caught him yet?
No, sir. We're making our way to your study now.
Make certain he's alive when you apprehend him. I may wish to do some of the questioning myself. No need to inform the police.
Luthor had reached his office by the time the first security guards converged there, but the intruder had already fled. Luthor scanned his desk, saw that papers had been moved, noted the circle of glass cut out near the French door lock. A chair had been overturned, presumably as the burglar made his rapid escape. With sick dread, Luthor turned to the file cabinet.
No!
The lead box was gone.
How could any corporate spy have known about it?
He dashed onto the balcony, spied the grappling hook still anchored on the balustrade. The entire property was bathed in searchlights. The dogs would tear the man apart and probably leave little for interrogation, or even identification. Luthor suddenly caught sight of a shadowy figure racing along, dodging nets and spotlights, leaping expertly over landmines and tripwires, easily maneuvering through the deadly obstacle course. Whoever this man was, this burglar, this spy, he knew Luthor's mansion and property down to the tiniest detail. There was an eruption of dirt and smoke. One of Luthor's own guards had not been so adept at avoiding the landmines.
Idiot. We can pick up the bloody pieces later. Hurry! He's getting away!
Kal-El Street North, beyond the Metropolis city limits, up toward the Lake District. He had seen clear evidence of Luthor Corp planes chasing the mysterious alien saucer. He wanted to look the man in the eye and ask him why. If he tried to do so as Clark Kent, reporter for the Daily Planet, he would have gotten nowhere. As Superman, he could not be ignored. He skimmed pine forests interspersed with posh homes until he found the bright lights and incongruous modern architecture of Luthor's mansion. It was naive to think he could simply land on the man's balcony and talk with him, as he had done with Lois Lane. And he would not fly overhead and use his X-ray vision to spy on Luthor's private activities in his own home. By any measure, that would have been wrong. His parents had taught him better than that. As he approached, still trying to formulate a plan, he heard Luthor's household alarms and saw bright spotlights illuminating the grounds. With a quick scan, Kal-El watched guards responding to an emergency, a home invasion.
Luthor's being robbed.
He saw the shadowy shape of a man in a dark costume, cape, and mask. The caped figure expertly dodged booby traps, leapt over wire fences, and raced toward the perimeter of Luthor's property. Without hesitation, Kal-El swooped down. Jonathan Kent had taught him in no uncertain terms that the law applied to everyone, rich and poor alike. He recognized the Prowler's fearsome disguise from stories in the Gotham City papers. The Batman, a vigilante who had attacked the Gotham police and broken as many laws as the criminals he supposedly apprehended.
Stop!
Intent on eluding the guards behind him in the trees, Batman halted. He was holding something in one gauntlet, hidden by his cape.
I knew you worked for Luthor Corp.
What? I don't work for Luthor.
Don't lie to me, and don't think you can stop me.
The bat shuriken ricocheted off Kal-El's chest and fell to the ground. The sharp barbs didn't penetrate his blue suit, so the tranquilizer toxin couldn't come into contact with his skin. Batman paused only a moment before the same hand let fly a bolo string, and the weights wrapped around Kal-El's arms and torso. With a flex of his elbows, the high-tensile strength cables snapped like cotton threads.
Are you quite finished?
Spotlights shone through the dark trees. The guards were coming, and Lex Luthor was with them. Kal-El did not abide thieves. Batman had to be held accountable for what he'd done here, but he didn't trust Lex Luthor to provide appropriate justice.
I'm taking you to the proper authorities.
Stop them! Don't let them get away!
Batman didn't struggle, didn't argue as they raced out of sight, low over the water.
How did Luthor Corp create you? Drugs, controlled mutation, technological augmentations?
Luthor didn't... What the...
Suddenly, Batman's slippery cape detached from his cowl and shoulders. Batman dropped free and plunged into the lake water below. Kal-El was left holding this scallop-edged cape while Batman dove deeper beneath the surface, fitting a breather over his face. But Kal-El's vision could penetrate the dark waters. Dropping the useless cape, he dove into the lake himself, knifing beneath the surface and stroking toward the sleek figure. Seeing him approach, Batman released a small canister from his belt, which burst open, spreading a foaming cloud of bubbles and murky dye, like an underwater smoke screen. Kal-El couldn't believe how quickly the man could move. Batman had already changed direction, stroking toward the nearby shore and the dark clustered mansions opposite Luthor's property. Kal-El had had enough. With a burst of speed, he seized Batman again and flew up out of the water, leaving an erupting geyser of water behind them. Batman punched him in the jaw with a blow that would have stunned any normal man, but Kal-El gritted his teeth, flew to the pebbly shore, and dropped his opponent on an empty stretch between homes.
I don't want to hurt you, but I'm not going to let you get away. You'll stand trial for your crimes.
As lake water ran smoothly from his dark suit, behind his cowl, Batman seemed to be studying Kal-El.
If you take me out of the equation, then who will make Luthor accountable for his crimes?
Kal-El hesitated. Lois had been clear about her suspicions of what the millionaire industrialist was doing, and her reporter instincts were rarely wrong.
I know you broke into Luthor's home. What did you steal from him? What's so important?
I don't know yet why it's important.
Batman turned slightly, holding a small lead box in his gloved hand.
What does Luthor want with this specimen? Why is he protecting it?
What is that?
You tell me.
Batman pressed forward, and Kal-El's knees threatened to buckle. His vision turned dim, and black dots swirled before his eyes. Nothing like this had ever happened to him before. He collapsed to his knees, fighting to stay conscious. And in that instant, Batman was gone. Among the shadows of the pine forest at the boundary of the estate, the other man simply disappeared, taking the glowing green mineral with him. Kal-El felt his strength beginning to return, his senses restored like a rush of cool water. But he was still weak, disoriented, reeling, and astonished. How could such a brief exposure to a lump of rock affect him so greatly? What kind of secret weapon was it? He scanned the forest, the isolated docks, the dark houses, but he saw no sign. Batman had completely vanished. The next day, Clark was back at his desk to face yet another bag of letters addressed to Lorna for the Lovelorn. He adjusted his dark-rimmed glasses and stared warily, as if these pleas for help were made of the mysterious green stone that had so profoundly affected him the night before. Yet another problem his superpowers couldn't solve.
Kent, that first Lovelorn column of yours was lackluster. Those people want advice, not sympathy. You want to solve their problems, not just hold their hands.
Exactly the opposite of what his mother and Lois had told him.
Yeah, you're right, Mr. White. I don't think I'm...
I've been thinking, Kent. I didn't hire you to be a pen pal for our whiniest subscribers. My wife, Alice, has been nagging me to take a crack at the Lorna column herself. She's always giving me advice. She might as well do it for profit. I've decided to reassign you.
Well, thank you, Mr. White.
Oh, don't thank me. I want you back doing real work for this paper.
I was thinking about a follow-up on that flying saucer sighting.
You must be reading my mind, Kent. Get out there and snoop around before Lois gets it into her head to investigate. Since her expense accounts are always higher than yours, I want you and Olsen to check out this UFO story, especially with the new information that just came in.
Hearing his name mentioned, Jimmy came over.
What did you say? There's more to the UFO sighting? Where are we going, Mr. White?
We got reports that a flying saucer crashed in a podunk town in northern Arizona. Could be the same one, or maybe it's all part of an invasion. The closest airport is Las Vegas, so you have to land there, rent a car, and drive. You're sharing a motel room, mind you, and the planet isn't paying for gambling markers or Vegas strip shows.
No, sir, Mr. White.
I knew you two would be perfect for this job. In fact, broaden the story, Kent. Give me a full background on the whole flying saucer craze. Even the Air Force has launched an official investigation, the Project Yearbook or Bluebonnet, something like that.
I believe that's Project Blue Book, Mr. White.
See? You're already an expert. I want a full investigative piece. Tell me if this crashed flying saucer has real little green men, or if it has more to do with pink elephants from the bottom of a whiskey bottle. Get to Metropolis Airport, pronto. Lois is at an impromptu press conference Luther just called. I want you on your way before she decides to stick her nose in your story and asks to come along. Besides, there's a Gambler's Weekend special flight, and you can save $15 off your plane tickets. Well, what are you standing there for? Move!
Gosh, Las Vegas, Mr. Kent. I'll bet the lights on the strip are bright enough to attract visitors from space. Do you think the flying saucer was real?
Visitors from another planet? I don't know, Jimmy, but it's up to us to find the truth.
Clark did his best to contain his excitement. He'd been seeking the same answers most of his life. Lex Luthor rarely issued public statements himself, leaving that chore to his press relations staff. So Lois Lane was very interested when Luthor called an emergency press conference. Knowing what she did about his shadowy activities, Lois wasn't inclined to believe what Luthor had to say. Nevertheless, if he took questions, she could ask him in public about why and how he'd gotten rid of his female employees, about their mysterious deaths, maybe even about the unmarked Luthor Corp planes that had chased the flying saucer a few days ago, according to Superman's statement after the recovery of the crashed jet. Despite her persistent phone calls, Lois had been unable to get any clear answers from her father. General Sam Lane's military reticence had won out, despite his daughter's pestering. But the incident could not be ignored. An Air Force jet had crashed in pursuit of a UFO, and no one seemed to understand why. Now, as she stood among the crowd of reporters, Luthor emerged, impeccably dressed in a well-tailored black business suit with a thin black tie. He strode to the podium that had been set up for the event, positioned for optimum coverage, and gazed down at the clutch of reporters. Radio newsmen proffered bulky microphones. Even a television news crew was there with an unwieldy large camera.
Ladies and gentlemen of the press, I have done many good things for the United States of America, and that has made me a target for evildoers and communists. Last night, an intruder broke into my home. This burglar might just as easily have been an assassin. I could have been killed.
Average people are robbed every day, Mr. Luthor. Why is this a big story?
Because, Miss Lane, average people, as you call them, are not robbed with the assistance of Superman. Superman claims he's here to defend people. He says he wants to stop criminals. And yet, when my house was attacked, when I was robbed, he came and helped the burglar get away. I saw him with my own eyes. When my security men were about to apprehend the thief, Superman flew off with him, whisked him to safety.
Why would he do that, Mr. Luthor?
A very good question. Maybe a good investigative reporter could find the answer. Ask yourselves, what is Superman hiding? What does he really want from us all?
Maybe Superman wants to protect the innocent. It's what his track record shows.
It seems that Superman protects only those he likes. Do we really want selective justice handed out by a man who openly claims to be an alien from another planet? From a man who refuses to disclose his true identity? I look forward to what you all dig up about him.
And how do you explain the unmarked Luthor Corp planes that were supposedly chasing the flying saucer? Superman says he saw them with his X-ray vision. Did they have anything to do with the crashed jet?
Listen to yourself, Miss Lane. Unmarked planes, supposedly chasing a UFO, all according to Superman's X-ray vision. I wouldn't put much stock in what Superman has to say, after what I actually saw him do last night.
Satisfied, Luthor turned about and disappeared into his headquarters. Lois wasn't about to buy what Luthor was selling. She hadn't the slightest doubt that Superman was exactly who he appeared to be. Luthor, on the other hand, had plenty of things to hide. Lois had already searched through hospital records and obituaries and had found listings for several of the men and women Blanche had identified. All of them had died of natural causes. Since those men and women were either widowed or unmarried without families, no one would raise too many questions. Their deaths would be quietly swept under the rug, unnoticed. No one but Lois was going to do anything about it. Lois had made up her mind to get Blanche a job at the Daily Planet. With all her years of diligent service for the country, the woman could fill some position, in the secretarial pool, in the cafeteria, on the switchboard, and it would spite Luther. Lois went in person to Blanche's small apartment on the Lower East Side. Driving her convertible, she followed the directions she jotted down.
What's this?
As she turned onto the street, scanning the address numbers on the brownstone buildings, Lois had to swerve to the curb. A police car roared past her. An ambulance followed, its red lights flashing. Now she followed, accelerating to keep up with the emergency vehicles, and her heart sank with dread as she began to realize where they were going.
Oh no.
Outside Blanche Rosen's apartment building, the police car had already stopped at an angle to traffic, both doors wide open. 2 officers kept the crowd back. A body sprawled on the asphalt had been covered with a sheet, already turning red. Lois tried to get closer to confirm it, but she already knew who was under that sheet.
Sorry, ma'am. This is a crime scene. I can't let you get any closer.
I saw it all, officer. Some terrible man ran her down in the street and then just drove off. He left her there on the street. Oh, poor Blanche. What sort of man would do something like that?
The floor all the way up to there.
Gentlemen, sorry I'm late.
The men sitting around the boardroom table were startled by Bruce's arrival. All of the directors had cups of coffee. Some of them held lit cigarettes. An executive continental breakfast was spread upon a side table.
Mr. Wayne, we didn't realize you were joining us. This isn't Tuesday.
We have a full agenda today, sir. If you've come about the new corporate logo designs, I'm afraid they'll have to wait until later.
Paul Henning flicked cigarette ash into a large tray in front of him.
I can have my secretary type up a full summary of our meeting for you afterward, Mr. Wayne. That should be all you need to know.
Bruce went to an empty chair and, without sitting, rested his briefcase on the table.
You'll make the time, gentlemen. Important matters have come to my attention.
He circled the table, dropping a sealed file in front of each man. They gazed at the folders, perplexed and impatient.
Wayne Enterprises is about to experience a hostile takeover. By me. You can peruse these documents in detail, though you'll already be familiar with the contents. These are photographic copies. I have the originals.
The men opened the folders in front of them, flipped through the memos, photographs, and documents. Bruce folded his hands on the polished table.
I am Bruce Wayne. This is my company, created and built by my father according to his ideals. From now on, we'll do things my way.
Bruce sharply held up a hand.
Some of our best breakthroughs, our most innovative solutions were secretly handed over to Luthor Corp. In spite of our most brilliant people delivering excellent work, Wayne Enterprises has been hamstrung by you. Richard Drayling resigned because he wouldn't play your game or Luthor's. Every one of you has betrayed me. I have submitted this material to the authorities, and I will decide whether or not to have you each tried in a court of law. Security is waiting outside this door.
Oh my God.
I'll be tendering my resignation immediately.
No, you will not. Your fates depend entirely on how all of you play your parts. It would not be in your best interests to let word of your extracurricular activities leak to your families, to the community, to the newspapers. I will have a further and particularly binding non-disclosure document drawn up for all of you to sign. I will not press charges so long as you cooperate. This is how things will be until I decide otherwise. I could certainly cause a scandal for Mr. Luthor, but I'd rather beat him at his own game. No one, particularly Lex Luthor, will know there's been a change in your activities. He can suspect nothing. Each Wayne Enterprises team will operate independently. Each division will report its research results and show any designs, blueprints, and prototypes directly and only to me. I will tell you what plans to deliver to Luthor, which components of prototype technologies. I will be in control of what he does and doesn't have.
What Bruce didn't tell them was that he would have them deliver subtly non-functional items to Luthor Corp. Red herrings. He intended to give Lex Luthor all the rope he needed to hang himself.
One more thing, gentlemen. Which of you can tell me why Luthor's so interested in a secret Air Force base in Nevada? It goes by various names. Area 51, Groom Lake, Dreamland. What technology is Luthor giving the military?
Bruce was an expert at reading expressions, but all of these men were genuinely mystified by the question. Nobody answered him for a moment.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wayne. We know nothing about it. Truly.
That will be all, gentlemen.
As the directors fled, Bruce remained at the long table, thinking, while cigarettes still smoldered in the ashtrays. The small ranching town in southwestern Arizona was named Mercy Draw, and a flying saucer had crashed there, supposedly. The town was amazingly far from any other signs of civilization. As Clark and Jimmy drove their rental car for hours, the flat desert scenery looked like desert scenery, and then more desert scenery. Clark was very glad he had topped off the gas tank. When they finally reached their destination during the hottest part of the afternoon, they saw a tall, rusty windmill, a general store, a few shacks, and a saloon. Several dusty pickup trucks were parked outside the saloon entrance.
And I thought my hometown was small.
It's probably one of those towns where everyone knows everyone. We should be able to find that rancher without too much trouble.
The general store had a handwritten paper sign taped to the door, which read, "At the Saloon." The sign looked as though it had been there for months. Clark and Jimmy walked through the swinging doors into the dim warmth of the watering hole. The bar was so filled with cigarette smoke that it seemed to generate its own permanent acrid fog. When he and Jimmy entered, everyone turned to stare at them.
Excuse me. We're looking for a gentleman named Fred Franklin. He's supposed to have seen a crashed flying saucer?
One of the men at the bar dug into his pocket and slapped down a dime in front of a grizzled beer drinker.
Well, you win again, Freddy. They're all yours.
I'm Fred Franklin. Be glad to talk to you, if you'd refill me.
Clark pulled out a quarter and laid it down on the bar surface, which was stained by many ring marks.
Mr. Kent, Mr. White'll never reimburse us for beer expenses.
It's worth it, Jimmy, to get the story.
Thank you kindly. Now, since we're best friends, tell me what you'd like to know.
The other bar patrons retired to a table where a card game soon ensued. Glancing at some fresh newspaper clippings tacked to the walls, Clark noted that Fred Franklin was a local celebrity. Mr. White wasn't going to be pleased that so many other reporters had gotten here first. Clark took out his pad.
We've heard rumors about a crashed object on your property, Mr. Franklin. Could you please describe it for us?
I can do you one better. I'll take you out there, show you exactly where the thing crashed.
That would be great, Mr. Franklin. We'd very much like to see the site.
And I need to take photographs.
Fork over a sawbuck, and you'll have my undivided attention and exclusive access for the rest of the afternoon.
The long and bumpy roads consisted of gravel, dust, and an endless sequence of ruts that didn't bother Fred Franklin in the least. Since the rental car was not adequate for the rough ranch roads, Clark and Jimmy were crowded in the pickup's cab with him, Clark's large form dwarfing Jimmy's.
Could you tell us more about the saucer, sir? Did it make any sound? Was it damaged?
Well, it sort of hummed and whooshed and tore a big trench in the dirt when it crashed. Couldn't tell if it was damaged or not.
How big was it?
Clark remembered what his small Kryptonian ship had looked like.
Was it smooth or made of rough plates? Did you see any markings?
Well, I can't give everything away.
We want to get our $10 worth.
Oh, you will, you will.
After passing through several rickety gates of barbed wire and creosote poles, they turned off the alleged road onto an even worse track. Clark scanned ahead with his enhanced vision, but could still see nothing. Finally, at no particularly remarkable spot, the rancher ground the truck to a halt. Clark and Jimmy were both covered with reddish-brown dust, thanks to the open windows. Franklin led them to an area where something big had obviously landed. The ground was churned. Deep tire tracks ran in all directions. Even the meager scrub brush, mesquite, and sage had been plowed over, leaving a ragged scar. Clark noticed burn marks on the ground, a few black oil stains, but most of the topsoil had been scraped away and hauled off.
Hey, I don't see any crashed flying saucer.
Well, it's not here anymore. Never said it was. The government came and took it away. Whole bunch of soldier types. Like a military invasion it was.
And this is all that's left?
Jimmy began shooting photographs anyway.
Yep. The Army beat you here. And all those other reporters, too. Special squad came out from Nellis Air Force Base. Took the saucer, the debris, the rocks, even the dirt. Everything.
But where did they go? Where did they take the flying saucer?
Well, now, son, they didn't exactly give me a receipt or a forwarding address. I doubt they intend to pay for all the damage they did to my place here.
Clark looked at the dusty, scrubby wasteland where a few dead weeds and some torn-up sagebrush were drying in the late afternoon heat. He didn't notice any particular damage.
You boys might want to check out Nellis. I worked for 2 years out at the Nevada test site. Saw 4 A-bombs go off with my own eyes. People from Las Vegas would drive out to the desert highways, unfold their lawn chairs, and have a picnic, waiting to see the mushroom cloud.
And what does that have to do with the flying saucer?
Well, you can't very well keep an atomic bomb test secret, but that's not all they do out there. I hear they got a special experimental base by Groom Lake. Super top secret. Nobody admits to it, but it's there. It's called Area 51. But you didn't hear that from me.
And how are you aware of it, Mr. Franklin?
Oh, out here in the desert, you hear things. You see things. But it was an alien ship, you mark my words. Never seen anything like it. And now they've got it at Area 51.
Well, Jimmy, we've come this far. We need to get something for our story.
Say, if you really want a headline, for another $5 I'll show you the world's largest cow pie. Gotta have something to do with the radioactive fallout from all those nuclear tests.
Gee, thanks, but we'll pass.
The humid air sparkled in the warm Caribbean sun, filled with the sense of lush tropical vegetation. This was a far cry from Siberia. When Luther met General Selyadov at the concrete jetty on the island's south side, the Soviet officer reveled in all the sunshine. He had eschewed his wool uniform and donned a ridiculous-looking floral print shirt that already displayed semicircular sweat stains under his armpits.
Lovely installation. Thank you for inviting me, Comrade Luther.
Luther wore a khaki tropical weight suit.
You were kind enough to show me your operations. I'm returning the favor.
Since the incident at his mansion, Luther had felt violated. After delivering his press conference, he had departed immediately for the Caribbean.
And what is the name of this island? I could find it on no map.
Luther's Island, of course.
Vanity.
Clarity and efficiency.
If you say so.
Selyadov regarded the warm sea and sugar sand beaches, the overgrown jungle marred by new gravel roads, and the angular buildings that housed Luther's facility and operational headquarters, using some of the structural remnants of a large old Spanish fort.
Beautiful. I can see why my government supports Castro's revolution in Cuba. Soon all of these islands will be within the Soviet sphere of influence. When all is said and done, perhaps we can turn your little island into a vacation resort for party officials.
Don't believe your own propaganda, General. I like my island exactly the way it is.
Though undeniably charismatic, Fidel Castro seemed an unruly and unwashed communist fanatic to Luther. Luther had paid substantial bribes to the current Cuban dictator Batista, finding it simpler to manipulate a man who could be bought, a man who showed a healthy tendency to basic greed, rather than a passion for some esoteric cause.
My position here is secure, and I am left undisturbed to pursue my work. Everyone from Cuba to Jamaica to the Bahamas knows to avoid this area. I've been forced to sink a fishing boat and a couple of pleasure craft to emphasize that point. The nighttime fires from my smokestacks and flames from the firing of test rockets are enough to feed local superstitions that some giant dragon lives here.
Luther drove his guest in a jeep up to the launch complex, pleased to show the Black Star General what he had accomplished with his own fortune, his own ingenuity and investment. The missile launch pads bore dramatic patterns of soot and char from test blasts. He took Selyadov to ranks of dish-shaped projectors, and both men gazed at all the beam transmitters pointing to the skies.
These focused energy rays can shoot directly through the atmosphere and strike any incoming target. It is a perfect defense against Soviet aggression. I hope you are as eager to test it as I am.
Certainly, Comrade Luthor. For a long time now, I have wanted the opportunity to demonstrate our missiles in a real combat situation. Inconveniently, that would lead to the end of human civilization.
But with these beams, I could intercept your missiles before they cause any damage. This way, we both win.
You would take that risk? The danger to America?
I prefer not to think of myself as just an American. I am a citizen of the world. My world.
During the tour of the island, Luther intentionally kept the Soviet officer from the secluded north end, where the largest and most ambitious construction work took place. Seryadov didn't need to see any of that. It was a different part of Luther's plan. He brought his guest to the main command center, a modern structure built around the old fortress walls and a tower of ancient stone. His headquarters control room and offices were inside new cinder block structures, whose interior walls were painted white or seafoam green. The floors were the most modern waxed linoleum in alternating squares of black and white. His central control room had large computer banks that displayed amazing constellations of indicator lights. These electronic superbrains had been modified from von Neumann's original designs for the sophisticated computer called ENIAC, with an added dash of Luther genius. Seryadov mused as he walked past the tall computers, regarding the flashing lights as though they imparted some sort of secret message.
And what supplies your power? Your own reactor? A new model design, I presume?
The very best design. Far superior to your antique at the Araguska camp.
Antique? That is the most sophisticated new Soviet model.
As I said.
He showed Seryadov the control rods and indicated the maximum power levels he could achieve using high-quality radioactive material diverted from the processing plants in Oak Ridge, Tennessee.
And how did you build this reactor? In my gulag, we lost many prisoners to hazardous radiation exposures. Safety measures are very expensive.
I may not have a prison camp, General, but I do have a pool of expendable workers.
You continue to surprise me.
Which doesn't surprise me. My focused energy ray defense system will be complete as soon as I receive a few important components from my insiders at Wayne Enterprises. When I'm ready for the test firing, will you be prepared for my signal? We have to give them a real target.
Two of our most, hawkish generals are easily provoked. General Gregor Petrovich Endovik and General Ivan Ivanovich Dubrov have long advocated a preemptive strike against America. They will play right into my hands.
Nodding calmly to himself, Luther regarded the large screens on the control room walls, which showed live images of oblivious people going about their daily business in Washington, D.C., Metropolis, London, Leningrad. Reading newspapers, hurrying to catch a bus, walking inside skyscrapers, shopping in open-air markets, playing in parks with their children or pets. This little incident would ratchet international tensions even higher, thereby benefiting both Seryadov and himself. Once Luther successfully demonstrated his unexpected defense system, he would seem to be a savior, after which he would sell his extravagantly expensive Death Ray to the U.S. Department of Defense. And after Luther's energy beams had destroyed the Soviet missiles, General Seryadov would be able to demand and get more spending for his military, thereby ensuring a continued and profitable arms buildup on both sides.
You realize once our nuclear missiles are launched, I will not be able to recall them. You are certain that your system will be effective?
I am positive. Total nuclear annihilation would be bad for business.
Do you have vodka? We must toast.
This is the Caribbean. We have rum.
It will have to do.
They raised a silent toast, each man mulling over his own grand dreams. Though they intended to pursue the story to Nellis Air Force Base the following day, Clark and Jimmy had to stay overnight in Las Vegas. Self-conscious about the expense to the Daily Planet, Clark drove around comparing room rates. Finally, they found a budget motor hotel with 2 beds, air conditioning, which unfortunately didn't work, and a private bathroom. The place was called the Atomic Age Motel. After they checked in, Clark sat on the bed and flipped through a copy of the Las Vegas Sun, while Jimmy visited the vending machine outside.
What?
On page 7, Clark found a wire service article about Lex Luthor's press conference, in which he accused Superman of collusion in the robbery of his mansion. The article seemed to make much of the fact that Superman had not been seen in Metropolis for a day or two, and had made no public response to Luthor's accusations. He hadn't been helping Batman escape. He'd been taking him off to the authorities. The two had never been partners in any way. Clark recalled what Jonathan Kent used to say.
Son, a man's actions say everything about him that anyone needs to know.
Superman didn't need to defend himself against accusations from a man like Luthor. Clark tossed the newspaper. His thoughts drifted back to the crash site of the supposed spacecraft. As Superman, he had seen and chased a mysterious UFO across the United States, with Air Force jets in pursuit as well. Now the military had taken away this crashed vessel from Mercy Draw, presumably the same one. Had there been any alien survivors aboard? He tried to imagine what might have happened if his own Kryptonian spaceship had been intercepted by the U.S. Army instead of the humble Kents. How different his life would have been if he'd grown up on a secret military base rather than in Smallville, Kansas. In the dank shadows of the cave, the mysterious mineral fragment emitted its own gemstone light, an eerie emerald glow, though no unusual radiation registered on Bruce Wayne's sophisticated instruments. When he passed a Geiger counter wand in front of it, the device yielded nothing. The rock shed no intrinsic heat. In fact, it felt cold and oily to the touch. But why did it have such a dramatic effect on Superman, who seemed impervious to all other forms of attack? A simple exposure to the rock had nearly paralyzed him. After extricating himself from the debacle at Luthor's mansion, Batman realized that too many things simply didn't make sense. Superman foremost among them. Was the Man of Steel the personal watchdog of Lex Luthor? Superman had denied the accusation, but why else would he have raced in to protect the mansion and prevent Batman's escape? On the other hand, why hadn't he simply delivered Batman to Luthor and his goons, rather than flying off with him? Did Luthor Corp have something to do with his superpowers? And if Luthor could create a Superman, why would he waste time dabbling with the bulky and primitive battlesuits based on Wayne Enterprises technology, when those suits were clearly inferior to Superman's demonstrated abilities? And what did this lump of green rock have to do with anything?
Araguska, Siberia.
In his research, Bruce had discovered an isolated region of Siberia, unremarkable save for the fact that a large meteor had hit there 2 decades ago. Classified maps suggested, but did not confirm, that a harsh gulag was known to exist in the vicinity. Did the Soviets have some kind of mine there, the source of this rare and unusual mineral? And what could it be used for in a practical and industrial sense? Around the United States, thanks to the burgeoning nuclear industry, prospectors were combing remote deserts and mountains using Geiger counters to locate natural uranium deposits, hoping to strike it rich. Atomic power showed great potential, and the nuclear weapons industry had a constant demand for new fissile material. Had Lex Luthor or his Siberian cronies discovered a substance potentially more powerful than uranium? Crystalline spectroscopy had broken down the mineral's content of heavy elements as well as strange inclusions of inert atoms and noble gases, argon, neon, even krypton. Other than that, the mineral itself seemed unremarkable. But if Luthor considered the green rock so extraordinarily valuable, there had to be something more to it. Studying the unusual rock under high magnification, he detected a shocked crystalline structure, which implied that this sample had been subjected to tremendous heat and pressure.
An impact or an explosion. The Araguska meteorite.
The mineral sample wasn't the only mystery he had uncovered in Luthor's secure private office, though. Bruce wondered what kind of property Luthor was demanding that the U.S. military return to him. Why was he so interested in Area 51? Why had unmarked Luthor Corp planes been chasing the UFO, according to Superman's statement? And what had they done to cause the F-100D to crash?
It all has to be connected.
Clark and Jimmy picked up a highway map at a filling station when they left Las Vegas that morning, heading north in the general direction of Alamo and Ash Springs. When the map proved entirely unhelpful in revealing the location of any secret experimental area, the man pumping the gas had drawn a circle on it with a calloused, grease-stained finger.
This is what you want here, the Tikaboo Valley. That dotted line is a dry lake bed, Groom Lake, but the government took the name off all the maps. Well, you won't find the roads marked either. Just head out that direction and you'll find what you want. Or they'll find you. They got orders to shoot to kill.
The endlessly monotonous scrub desert of southern Nevada looked different from the endlessly monotonous desert of Arizona, and yet the same. Clark drove the rental car again for hours along the eerily deserted highway.
You'd almost expect to see buzzards circling up there.
I'd rather see flying saucers. Then at least we'd get a story for Mr. White.
Jimmy swigged from the grape soda he'd bought at the gas station. Now the rental car rolled past ranch land fenced in with barbed wire, where it seemed impossible that any livestock could survive. During the long ride, Jimmy had regaled Clark with stories of flying saucer sightings and UFO encounters he'd read about. 9 unusual objects had been seen flying near Mount Rainier, Washington, in June 1947. And less than 2 weeks later, the famous crash had occurred near Roswell, New Mexico, and all evidence of the object had been whisked away by the U.S. military.
That sounds a lot like what happened at Mercy Draw.
I wonder if the Army has a secret warehouse filled with crashed spaceships.
A year after the Roswell incident, a DC-3 commercial airliner nearly struck a torpedo-shaped object. Both witnesses were veteran airmen who had served in World War II and were not prone to hallucinations. Only a few months earlier, a Kentucky Air National Guard pilot had crashed his P-51 Mustang while pursuing a flying saucer. Sighting after sighting had generated a public craze and much speculation about aliens. The Air Force had launched several major investigations, the current and most ambitious being Project Blue Book. Their results, though, had never been released to the public. Clark, of course, had done his homework, intrigued by the possibility that he might not be the only extraterrestrial visitor on Earth. So far, he had no concrete answers. They took an unmarked road leading west from Crystal Springs, though the map gave no hint at its destination. They rolled along parallel to a drooping barbed wire fence that bore unwelcoming private property and no trespassing signs. Miles later, with no apparent change in terrain, the ominous sign switched to property of U.S. government. Then, warning, military installation, or danger, live weapons range.
Gee, we gotta be getting close, Mr. Kent.
But they were out in the middle of nowhere, and Clark could see no barracks, no Quonset huts, no installation of any kind. He peered into the distance for a guarded gate, office, or entrance station, which would have been present at any normal military installation. 3 jeeps raced along a dirt road that intersected the highway, kicking up plumes of dust behind them.
We've attracted some attention.
Well, maybe we can ask them where to go.
Another jeep roared up on the blacktop road behind them, proceeding much faster than the speed limit. Ahead, a 5th vehicle bore down directly toward them. Within minutes, they were surrounded. Clark dutifully used his turn signal and pulled off onto the dirt shoulder. As the military jeeps converged, he saw that each vehicle carried at least 2 soldiers in full uniform, plus sidearms. 3 men even carried machine guns. They looked like they meant business.
You are trespassing on U.S. government property. Turn around and get out right now, or you'll find yourselves in a world of trouble.
We're here from the Metropolis Daily Planet. We're here to do a story.
Not on this base, you aren't. No press allowed.
There's a base here? I don't see anything.
There is no base.
But you just said that...
I told you, sir. Turn around.
The corporal rested a hand on his sidearm. He pointed meaningfully at a metal sign dangling from a strand of barbed wire. Warning. Beyond this point, trespassers will be met with lethal force.
Could you please give us the name of someone we could talk to? We'd like to arrange a meeting.
No interviews. Are you deaf?
Maybe we should do as they say, Mr. Kent.
Okay.
Keeping his eye on the jeeps that had pulled up to block them, Clark shifted the car into reverse and backed up slowly, then turned around. Jimmy looked over his shoulder as they rolled back down the lonely highway in the direction from which they had come. None of the soldiers had so much as moved.
I guess that's the end of the story, Mr. Kent. We're never gonna get inside that base.
Now these soldiers are just doing their jobs. We have to respect that and leave them alone.
Clark hid his smile, though, as the clutch of soldiers diminished in his rearview mirror. With his supervision, he had scanned the area, and he had seen enough. He was already making plans for just how to get into Area 51 after dark.
Blanche Rosen was murdered, Chief. No doubt about it.
Says here, hit and run.
Murdered! Chief, this story goes far beyond Luther firing all his female employees and some older disposable men. I turned over a rock and uncovered a whole nest of slimy things.
Lois showed him the death notices of all the former Luther Corp employees who had died in Luther Corp-funded medical centers without being allowed to speak a word in public.
Look at this! Poor people who were exposed to deadly levels of radiation during the construction of an atomic power reactor on a secret island base.
Says here, natural causes.
Murdered!
She showed him her sketches and photographs of Luther's base, which he had surreptitiously taken in his munitions factory.
This is what I found in his factory. Luther is setting up an entire control center outside the boundaries of the United States. Why would he do that if he's conducting legitimate government work?
Perry looked at the blurry photo of the blueprints from the wall of Luther's sealed factory office.
I see a map that doesn't mean anything and sketches that you did yourself.
It's proof!
Not proof that I can publish in the newspaper, Lois. And you know it. Coincidences, yes. Suspicions, yes. But if I go ahead with this story, Luther's attorneys will have a field day with us in court. Great Caesar's ghost, I'm not saying I don't believe you. I'm saying that I can't publish this expose until you have something concrete.
Then send me down there. I'll make my way to that island and come back with all the proof you need.
You want the Daily Planet to send you on an all-expenses-paid Caribbean vacation? I've already got Kent and Olsen out in Las Vegas chasing little green men.
This could be the biggest story the planet has ever run!
But it's not anything yet. Just keep digging, Lois. Get me something tangible. Prove me wrong.
You can bet I will, Chief.
Fortunately for Clark, Jimmy Olsen was a sound sleeper. Clark left a note on Atomic Age Motel stationery that he'd gone for a walk, just in case Jimmy woke to find him gone. As he rose above the glittering expanse of the Las Vegas Strip, Kal-El looked at the kaleidoscope of casinos and hotels. Despite the late hour, countless people were gambling, attending shows, losing fortunes, or making a small profit, which only enticed them to gamble more. Though his curiosity about the flying saucer tugged him toward Nellis Air Force Base, Superman's sense of duty was stronger. He couldn't follow his own interests if somebody was in trouble. He circled around and raced toward the source of the sirens, sure that the Las Vegas police and firefighters wouldn't mind a little extra help. In addition to the usual searchlights skating across the sky to commemorate some new Las Vegas extravaganza, dazzling beams painted the champagne tower of the fabulous Flamingo Hotel. Kal-El wondered if there was a fire inside, but saw no smoke. The flurry of activity centered on one penthouse room, one open balcony, and one man standing on the ledge. Suddenly, the emergency took on a different character. Kal-El focused his supervision until he could see the man, still dressed in a gray business suit with a long, thin black tie that had been loosened, his collar unbuttoned. His face was florid. Tears streamed down his cheeks.
I've lost everything! I can't pay my markers! And they'll kill me anyway.
Please, sir, we can sort this out. Come back inside. The casino will work out a payment plan.
Far down in the streets below, firemen left their trucks and pulled out a circular frame with a broad stretcher, which would never be able to catch a man after he fell 30 stories. From inside the penthouse, a burly security man stepped out onto the balcony.
You don't want to jump. You know you don't. Now come off that ledge.
The manager abruptly extended a hand to grab the jumper, but his move only startled the man.
I've got you, sir. You're safe.
Superman descended toward the waiting crowds of wide-eyed onlookers, police, and firemen in front of the hotel.
No! No! You don't understand!
Please don't struggle.
The man was right. Kal-El could not understand. Gambling debts, no matter how bad, did not seem to be reason enough to end one's life. His red boots touched down on the sidewalk as the crowd backed out into a circle to give them room.
Thanks, Superman. We'll take it from here.
2 firemen rushed forward.
You'll be all right now, sir. These people will take care of you.
Kal-El felt a strange, wrenching sensation in his chest. Superhuman strength and speed could do nothing for the panic and despair that had gripped this man. Now that he was safely in the hands of the authorities, he wouldn't be allowed to hurt himself. But was that enough? Superman stood pensively, his hands on his hips, his cape rippling behind him in a night breeze. Ever since he had donned the hero's mantle, he'd been learning just how much he could do for the people of Earth. He hadn't revealed his real Kryptonian name to anyone, but he was happy with what they chose to call him, the name Lois Lane had coined. He couldn't stay. Soon reporters would crowd around and bombard him with questions, and Kal-El had questions of his own. Waving to the gathered awestruck spectators, he raised his fist again, looked up to the open slice of starry sky between the Flamingo Towers, and soared into the night. For a man with Bruce Wayne's connections and Batman's technology, finding a secret facility inside the Groom Lake restricted area proved to be no great challenge. He had his own private Wayne Enterprises jet and a pilot's license to fly it, and his plane had been modified to land on even the most minimal airstrips. After dark, most of the rural landing areas in the Nevada desert were shut down and unattended. A small ranch strip west of Crystal Springs was ideal for his purposes. Leaving his plane unattended on the empty airstrip, he donned his mask and armor to better blend into the darkness. He crossed the many miles of painfully open terrain on a newly designed, high-powered motorcycle, which had been developed as a military all-terrain prototype by Wayne Enterprises. The cycle's wide tires and rugged suspension were housed in black aerodynamic armor, and most important out here, its engine was incredibly quiet, thanks to a superior muffled stealth mode. He'd overcome the problems of distance and inaccessibility. Now he had to deal with security. Judging by Luther's insistent memos, even he knew very little about the place. Fortunately, the base's primary line of defense was its secrecy and miles of exposed empty buffer zone. Batman needed to avoid all roads, and he could use no lights. The first barrier was a simple barbed wire fence strung with warning signs. Restricted area, access beyond this point prohibited. The wires were easily cut, and after idling the cycle through, he gripped the throttle with his dark glove and raced toward his destination. A mile farther, he encountered more daunting fences and increasingly strenuous warnings. Lethal force is authorized beyond this point. The fence was electrified with enough voltage to give any intruder a severe jolt, but Batman's insulated gloves protected him. He cut the wire and made his way through. The barrier line immediately beyond this fence carried a much more powerful charge, deadly voltage. He unclipped leads from his utility belt, attached them to the wires with alligator clips, and grounded them, making the fence safe for him to get through. He activated the cycle's trail of breadcrumbs system, which would spit regularly spaced dots of pigment visible only in infrared. He placed filtered goggles over his mask and rode across the now greenish-hued desert landscape. As the cycle carried him onward, he used front-mounted metal detectors to scope out buried landmines and other pitfalls. Finally, he spied the diaphanous glow of a complex ahead, nestled at the base of barren mountains. The jeep roads met at a cluster of standard military buildings: Quonset huts, long rectangular barracks, hangars, warehouses, igloo-shaped storage domes, a tank farm. Guard towers sported brilliant searchlights. Military police patrolled the inner perimeter, rifles shouldered, while jeeps circled the outer roads. Batman ditched the cycle behind a pile of boulders, then activated a sounder on his utility belt that would emit a locator ping so he could find the vehicle again. He made his way closer on foot. Hidden by his dark cape, he moved forward in a low crouch to take advantage of the minimal cover. He extended his palm and, listening for feedback from the sensitive metal detector in the gauntlet, avoided several buried booby traps. Following established military procedure, the soldiers had placed landmines on a precisely spaced grid that made them easy to get around. He sat in perfect stillness for several long minutes, watching carefully. The base soldiers were alert, but not alert enough. They'd been drilled repeatedly, so frequently, in fact, that Batman could use that to his advantage. Even a genuine breach of security would seem to be just another exercise at first. He was fairly certain that no intruder had ever penetrated this deeply into the restricted area. The main research hangar was unmistakable, and that was where he had to go. He would need to use his grappling hook to get over the barricade, and from there he'd resort to metal-eating acid, diamond-edged cutters, even smoke bombs or tranquilizer darts if the smoke alone didn't create a sufficient diversion. He had everything he needed in his utility belt.
Piece of cake.
It took him 45 minutes to get inside the secure hangar, 15 minutes longer than he had anticipated. Now he had to move quickly. Judging by all the security in this forsaken place, the U.S. government considered the mysterious object to be as important as Luther seemed to think it was. All of the base research activities had shut down for the night, and now the exotic object sat in the middle of the hangar under security lights, surrounded by complex instruments. Adjacent tables were piled with notes and black and white photographs. He stepped forward, feeling a clear sense of awe. Without a doubt, the sleek, silvery vessel looked like an alien spacecraft, a flying saucer with aerodynamic lines and propulsion curves unlike anything he had ever seen in his own research. As a rational man, he had never believed in stories of alien visitors or Martians spying on Earth. As he studied the object more carefully and began to guess exactly what it was, he found himself even more surprised by the truth. He hadn't expected this at all. Leaving Las Vegas behind, Kal-El flew northeast, keeping himself just under Mach 1 so as not to create a sonic boom. In minutes, he had passed the hurdles that military security had thrown up against him and Jimmy the previous day. He found the large dry lake bed, its smooth alkaline surface sparkling in the starlight. A military landing strip marred the otherwise pristine-looking flat. Long straight roads cut across the desert. All of the roads converged like a targeting cross on the secret installation. Kal-El spotted the central research hangar amid the barracks, warehouses, storage tanks, and blocky buildings. He landed gently atop the corrugated roof, dodging searchlights from the guard tower. Kal-El was not accustomed to lurking in shadows like some prowler, but this mission was a personal one. As quietly as he could, causing as little damage as possible, Kal-El popped the rivets on a sheet of the research hangar's roof. He pried the zinc-coated steel upward, opening a way for him to get inside. He scanned the skeleton crew of base security, and when he was satisfied that he had tripped no alarms, he dropped down inside the hangar. He settled softly onto the swept concrete floor and looked around. The cavernous bay was dim and quiet, lit only by a few emergency lights around the edges and a set of bright utility spotlights in the center. His blue eyes immediately locked onto the object he sought, a silver spaceship. Kal-El wished he knew more about Kryptonian science, more about the small craft that Jor-El had built to send him away moments before their planet exploded. Up in his fortress of solitude, Kal-El still had the crystal and data storage units along with recorded messages that his parents had placed in his ship, but even those were not enough to answer all his burning questions. The flying saucer on display was of a completely different design, a technology that had not originated on Krypton. Had another alien race created it? The vessel was much too small to carry a human-sized adult. Could it have been designed to hold a baby like the ship that had saved him from his doomed planet? Or was this craft simply used by a more diminutive species? If the alien occupant had survived the crash in Arizona, the soldiers and scientists in Area 51 would have taken him or her captive. Maybe the precious passenger was even now in a military holding area on the base. Kal-El scanned the craft with his X-ray vision. He found no passenger compartment. No room, in fact, for any living creature. This strange vessel was nothing more than a case to hold exotic propulsion systems and automated controls. The whole machine was a drone of some kind.
It's a Luthor Corp prototype, as I'm sure you know.
Kal-El spun, looking into the shadows behind him.
He sent you to get the craft back for him, didn't he? His other efforts failed.
Superman scanned with his X-ray vision to determine if Batman carried a piece of the devastatingly powerful green mineral. He saw numerous tools, cables, vials, darts, and other devices he couldn't identify, but no sign of the Emerald Rock.
It's more likely that you came to steal the ship, just as you stole from Luthor before.
Superman realized then that several pieces of the analytical gear connected to the strange object had come from Batman's belt rather than the Area 51 scientific teams.
I'm not a thief.
They faced off, tense, ready for battle. At any other time, Kal-El would have assumed that his powers could subdue any opponent. But considering the green rock Batman had carried, Kal-El had to wonder what else he had up his sleeve.
Then what were you doing to the craft? Trying to sabotage it?
What does Luthor have over you, Superman? Why do you do his dirty work?
I don't work for Luthor.
The evidence suggests otherwise. You were there to protect Luthor's mansion. Now you breached military security to get his precious test craft back.
Haven't you read the newspapers? Luthor claims that I helped you escape, that we're partners in crime.
It wouldn't be the first time someone's misled the press. Luthor would do anything to retrieve this prototype. And here you are.
I came seeking answers, and I'm not the only one who broke into a high-security government installation.
I'm here for answers, too. Maybe you should ask yourself what Lex Luthor's doing with a prototype spaceship. Look for yourself. Study the design.
He held up a scanner in one dark-gloved hand.
The propulsion system, the metal fabrication technique, they're identical to notes and blueprints contained in secret Luthor Corp documents.
Batman walked past Superman and applied a sort of electronic stethoscope to the skin of the craft, then attached another set of leads to create a sonic echo map of the sealed interior, verifying what Kal-El could see with his X-ray vision. Now that he knew what to look for, he did detect the hints of machining and subtle design commonalities that could have come from a cutting-edge arms manufacturer. And that would explain why unmarked Luthor Corp planes had tried to stop the Air Force jets from intercepting the UFO, why they'd been willing to use some kind of energy scrambler to make the F-100Ds malfunction when the pursuit got too close. Even though it wasn't the answer Kal-El wanted to hear, Batman's assessment was correct. This was not an extraterrestrial vessel. This craft had been constructed on Earth in secret, a Luthor Corp prototype. He slowly came to an uncomfortable conclusion. Perhaps Batman hadn't just been burglarizing Luthor's mansion. Maybe he'd been uncovering information for his own reasons, just as Kal-El had come here to do.
We can't be seen here, neither of us.
Kal-El glanced upward. Someone might have noticed the open sheet on the hangar roof, or some sign of Batman's break-in, a hole in a fence or a cut lock. Though Kal-El had meant no harm, he knew his presence would raise too many questions. He could haul Batman out of here just as he had carried him away from Luthor's mansion.
All right, we can continue this conversation.
But Batman had vanished. The shadowy figure was simply gone, along with his equipment. Kal-El shot a final glance at the fake spacecraft, then flew through the hole in the corrugated roof. He paused, just long enough to bend the metal sheet back into place and weld it securely with a quick burst of his heat vision, before soaring off into the night. Just as the Area 51 military police surrounded the hangar, they would find nothing inside. A week after General Saryadov returned to Siberia, all of Luthor's systems were in place, all components assembled to his exacting personal specifications. The array of energy beam transmitters stood ready. Their dishes and antennae pointed toward the Caribbean sky, startlingly modern next to the abandoned Spanish fort. Lex Luthor was about to change the world. Inside the computer-filled control room, large screens displayed images of important cities, calm cities, soon to be filled with terrified citizens wailing for rescue. Wearing hooded clean suits, his technicians stood around the humming computer banks, while others used compasses and grease pencils to plot trajectories on glass maps. The radar screens remained blank for now, but that would all change as soon as General Saryadov did his part. Though Luthor had little need for a bodyguard on his own island, Bertram nevertheless stood at his side.
We will push both superpowers to the brink, Bertram. The world's greatest leaders will hide under their beds. They'll pray, they'll whimper, and when they see that only I can possibly save them, I'll have them in the palm of my hand.
Bertram rarely made comments and never asked questions. Luthor had no evidence that the man was particularly intelligent, yet he earned his master's respect simply because he didn't talk much. At his command desk, Luthor picked up a red phone connected to a secure transatlantic cable which Luthor Corp had privately laid. His call passed through the Soviet network, bypassed the usual monitoring substations and listening devices, and after an interminable wait, was finally connected with Saryadov.
Comrade Luthor.
We are prepared and waiting, General. Have you taken care of all the details at your end?
I am ready. Generals Dubrov and Endovik are like rabid dogs anxious to be loosed. They have already been to see the Premier twice, demanding permission to launch a preemptive strike. I have a way to send a counterfeit message to them, and they will believe they have the necessary permission. I am confident they will not hesitate, nor will they doubt what they are doing.
And your name is completely absent from all records?
I am a Black Star KGB general. My name never appears on any records.
Soon, though, Saryadov would control the entire Soviet military. In their preliminary discussions, he and Luthor had proposed dividing the world in half, each with his own to control, but the KGB general probably dreamed of expanding his sphere of influence deeper into Southeast Asia, China, and more of Europe. Luthor was certain his counterpart would never be completely satisfied with half the world, and neither would he. In fact, he was already making plans to deal with that very problem. But first things first.
Your missiles are reliable.
The R-7 rocket successfully placed Sputnik into orbit, which is more than your American space program could manage. We have loaded 3 R-7s with nuclear warheads. They will devastate Metropolis. Unless your weapons stop them, you are positive you can intercept these missiles?
I designed the entire system personally, and I supervised the installation of the Wayne Enterprises components. There will be no errors.
Luthor turned to face the screens again, silently waiting. Less than an hour later, the radar scopes revealed a trio of bogies. Without warning, the Russian R-7 missiles cruised toward America on a polar trajectory that would bring them down over the distant early warning line along the edge of the Arctic Circle. Luthor smiled, knowing that red phones would be jangling on the desks of the world's leaders. The U.S. military must have been scrambling to launch a counterattack with fighter jets and bombers, which could do nothing against these intercontinental missiles. To prevent a full-scale war, the Soviet premier would insist, quite stridently, that the launch was accidental. People might even believe his claims, because right now the Premier himself was giving an important speech at the United Nations in Metropolis, ground zero for all 3 nuclear missiles. No one could evacuate in time. With each sweep of the radar, the traces showed the inbound warheads getting closer. Since he couldn't reveal what he had discovered inside Area 51, Clark's trip had not yielded much of a story. After he and Jimmy returned to Metropolis, Clark had tried to cobble together a background piece using the old rancher's tale, as well as anecdotes of previous UFO sightings and Project Blue Book, but Perry found Clark's draft article directly in the wastebasket.
If there's no little green men, there's no story, Kent. Tell you what, the Soviet premier is scheduled to give another one of his blowhard speeches at the UN General Assembly meeting. And there's some funeral for the king of a country I've never heard of. Squeeze something interesting out of it. Nothing much else going on in the world today.
It's the United Nations, Mr. White. It's got to be interesting.
A short while later, Lois Lane was in Perry's office, her arms crossed.
I can catch the next flight to Havana, hire a boat, and go find that island of Luther's. Clark and Jimmy's trip was a bust. Now give me a chance.
Don't remind me how much money I just spent on a wild goose chase after flying saucers.
You have to go where the story takes you. You taught me that yourself.
Go find a big story right here in Metropolis. Preferably one that doesn't require an expense account. Something might just fall in your lap.
Chief, turn on your radio.
Interrupt this program for an emergency bulletin. The Soviets have just launched 3 nuclear missiles toward the United States of America. Soviet officials at first insisted this was an accidental launch, but now they are silent. The missiles are on their way. Likely targets are Metropolis and Washington, D.C. Proceed immediately to your nearest civil defense shelter. This is not a drill. Repeat, this is not a drill.
There's a fallout shelter in the basement.
People began to run for the door, leaving their personal items behind.
Great Caesar's ghost! There's your story, Lois! If anybody survives to read it.
What do we do now, Mr. Kent?
At the UN Assembly meeting, the UN security guards urgently ushered the diplomats out of the General Assembly Hall down to the Civil Defense Shelter. The corridors of the UN were sheer pandemonium. Clark's mind was already racing ahead to how he could slip away.
Get to the shelter, Jimmy. Hurry!
Clark urged Jimmy into the throng, then managed to lose his friend in the jostling, frantic crowd. He ducked into an empty office, glad for the confusion.
If Soviet missiles are inbound, I don't have much time.
This would be the ultimate test of his abilities, but failure was unthinkable. As he watched the missile traces on the radar screen come over the North Pole, Luther's smile broadened.
Shall we fire the interceptor beam, sir?
Not yet. We have to let the rockets cross into American airspace, at least.
Unless the world leaders were absolutely convinced they were about to die, they wouldn't show enough gratitude. First, they had to bite their nails, fall to their knees sobbing, make promises to God or confessions to loved ones, which they would regret later. The 3 missiles crossed the dew line, headed down over northern Canada and the mid-Canada warning line, then crossed the Pine Tree line at the 50th parallel. The graceful arcs looked so beautiful as the R-7 rockets pushed relentlessly toward the United States, toward Metropolis. For years, U.S. rocketry scientists, led by Wernher von Braun, had been developing and perfecting such weapons, but they had never managed to test a long-range warhead-carrying missile. The American Atlas A rocket was not yet ready for launch, and Luther was a little disturbed to see how well Soviet technology functioned. But here was his perfect window of opportunity. Not trusting such an important step to mere minions, he personally aligned the targeting vectors, then counted down the seconds to when he would avert a nuclear holocaust. His energy beam dishes, pointed to the sky, would project lightning bolts superior to any Zeus had ever thrown. Luther activated the systems, and the control bank's indicator lights glowed green.
Now to save the world, just in the nick of time.
With a thin smile, he turned the operation key.
And fire.
No response, sir.
What?
Luther reset the system and punched the firing button again.
The Wayne Enterprises technology isn't working. Oh my God.
Once the detonations occurred in Metropolis, the United States would mount a nuclear launch of its own, using squadrons of long-range bombers on desperate missions carrying hydrogen bombs. By then, it would all be completely out of control. The whole planet would be swallowed in a nuclear holocaust.
Do you have a backup plan, sir?
No, Bertram, I don't have a damn backup plan. When the first plan is perfect, who needs a backup?
Bertram did not point out the obvious flaw in that reasoning.
Sir!
Suddenly, the radar screen showed another blip. A small object racing at supersonic speed on the direct intercept path with the missiles. Faster than a bullet, higher than a jet, Kal-El flew for his life, for everyone's lives. Even the rarefied air created enough drag to slow him, and the heat of his passage surrounded him with a faint, warm glow. The missiles with their deadly payloads had reached apogee and now plunged like high-tech javelins toward their programmed target. But Kal-El was America's own superweapon. He slowed enough so that he could intercept the first missile without annihilating its nose on impact, which would have scattered the radioactive payload across the sky. Exerting himself against the R-7 rocket's momentum, he pushed the nose cone, tilting the missile upward, altering its trajectory. Superman pushed against gravity, against the very air, and finally the missile turned toward space. The Soviet R-7 had neither the power nor the fuel to reach escape velocity, so Superman gave it an extra shove. The missile climbed higher and higher, beyond even Sputnik's orbit. Eventually, it would explode in empty space, where it would cause no damage. With no time to rest or celebrate this triumph, Superman streaked back down toward the remaining two missiles. Now that he knew how to divert them, he easily damaged the rocket engines with his heat vision. As he bore the second R-7 on his shoulders like Atlas and heaved it into space, Superman was reminded of how he had carried the Star City Queen to safety in Metropolis Bay. This time, though, he was saving all of Metropolis, perhaps the whole world. After he hurled the third and last nuclear missile away to where it would cause no damage, he let himself drift in the sky, looking down at the beautiful world below. The coastlines, the clouds, the geometric patterns of the cities, roads, and croplands. His world was safe. At any other time, Lois would have rolled her eyes if asked to report on an award ceremony, even a presidential presentation. But since Superman was involved, she definitely wanted to cover the story. He had, after all, prevented an all-out atomic war. All of the aspersions Lex Luthor had cast on Superman were instantly forgotten. Not that the reporters had dug up any dirt on him anyway. Lois wished she could have seen Luthor's face, but the industrialist hadn't appeared in public for weeks. With the disaster miraculously averted, the people of Metropolis had celebrated in the streets. Taxi drivers honked their horns, restaurant owners gave out free food, flower sellers threw blossoms up in the air. Old women and curmudgeonly men hugged each other. Even the Soviet premier was said to have collapsed into a chair, weeping with relief. Judging by the number of reporters packed into the press corral on the White House lawn, Lois wasn't the only one who recognized the significance of the story. Though he was the President of the United States, Dwight Eisenhower looked very small in his gray suit next to Superman. Eisenhower himself was a hero, having led armies in World War II. Now, though, even the President looked intimidated in the presence of Superman. Eisenhower stepped up to the podium, from which sprouted a bouquet of large microphones.
Today, Superman, America gives you our sincerest gratitude. As President, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart, and also from the heart of every U.S. citizen, indeed, every citizen of the world. You saved us all. Clashing political ideologies have pushed the human race to the brink of extinction. Such a thing must never happen again.
Lois had heard the communist leader speak virtually the same words after he had emerged from the UN fallout shelter, pale and shaking. Once the crisis had passed, he swore that the launch of the nuclear missiles had been neither intentional nor authorized. Why would he do such a thing, he demanded, when he himself was at ground zero at the time? Two traitorous rogue generals had been identified and branded as criminals, Andovyuk and Dubrov. Both men, having disobeyed direct orders, had been removed from their positions and summarily executed. The Premier insisted that there was no need for continued international tensions. He seemed to think the world should just forget about the whole affair. Lois didn't believe it for an instant, nor did she entirely swallow his explanation.
For all you have done, Superman, this is the highest accolade our country can bestow. The Presidential Medal of Freedom.
I thank you for this honor, Mr. President.
Eisenhower reached forward with the medal, fumbled with a pin, and attempted to attach it to Superman's chest.
I can't seem to...
Why don't I just hold that, Mr. President?
Very well. Superman, we are proud to have you as one of our foremost citizens, and a true defender of truth, justice, and the American way.
From the podium, Superman caught and returned Lois's smile, blushing a bit himself. For a long moment, he seemed to see no other face but hers. In the months after the disastrous Soviet missile launch, the U.S. military-industrial complex went into high gear, devoting resources, manpower, manufacturing capabilities, and vast sums of money to the nation's defense. Though President Eisenhower and the Soviet Premier publicly reaffirmed their mutual commitment to peace, no one believed that the Cold War had thawed. Since the unofficial shakeup of its board of directors, Wayne Enterprises had quietly become a new company, entering a veritable renaissance. Accompanied by a very pleased-looking Richard Drayling, Bruce Wayne toured the expanded production line at a Wayne Enterprises aircraft assembly plant. With Alfred again acting as a go-between, Bruce had invited Drayling to the manor for a private luncheon and a heart-to-heart conversation, during which he showed the older man the incriminating files he was holding over the heads of the other 9 directors. He also explained how he had hamstrung the guilty men, how he was using them to get back at Luthor, and how he had effectively removed them from any real power in Wayne Enterprises. Drayling was quite gratified at how Bruce had handled the situation, and the old man now appeared to be much younger than his years.
You have more of your father in you than I thought, Mr. Wayne. Perhaps I misjudged you.
By now, several former directors had been reassigned to probationary positions, where Bruce knew they could cause no further harm. The others held jobs that carried no responsibilities at all. Luthor Corp would get nothing more from them. The new board members, drawn from the most successful project managers in each research division, were entirely loyal to Bruce's vision for the company. Many eyebrows had been raised at Bruce's seemingly abrupt transition from lightweight playboy to responsible businessman, and some people had expressed open skepticism about his abilities in the corporate world. Analysts, however, made the assumption, which Bruce did not correct, that he simply surrounded himself with good people. Now the fabrication lines had begun producing a new series of state-of-the-art fighter jets for the U.S. Air Force. These exotic designs had been in development at Wayne Enterprises for more than a year, but Bruce had accelerated the production timeline. The first deliveries were well ahead of schedule. Thanks to several major new defense contracts, the price of Wayne Enterprises stock had soared. Again and again, Wayne Enterprises successfully outbid Luthor Corp for new government contracts. And Bruce knew the real reason. Without his spies copying the best Wayne Enterprises work, Luthor no longer had the edge he'd once taken for granted. In the last 2 months, given full creative freedom, Bruce's research teams had developed amazing designs, innovative weapons, and vehicles that were not just refinements of tried-and-true existing technology, but genuinely new approaches. Every breakthrough, every report, every prototype was channeled directly through Bruce. Naturally, he made a point of keeping the most daring advances for his personal testing. Inside the cave, Bruce didn't mind getting his hands dirty. Engine grease covered his knuckles, darkened his fingernails. While Alfred worked above, he worked beneath the black automobile, inspecting the axles, the transmission. The vehicle's lines were predatory, its paint coat polished to such a high gleam that it looked like a clear midnight sky. Alfred raised his welding helmet and extinguished the blowtorch.
I neglected to install the minibar and magazine rack, sir, but you'll find everything else quite in order.
Lying on his back, Bruce rolled out from beneath the chassis, wiping his hands on a rag. He hauled himself to his feet.
And the entire body is bulletproof?
Doubly armored, sir. Would you like me to take a few pot shots in order to demonstrate?
We'll test it soon enough, Alfred. What about the windshield glass?
Triple sandwiched transparent polymer, along with a strong, virtually invisible wire grid to help maintain integrity. This is the best vehicle that money can buy, as you well know.
Bruce raised the hood and inspected the high-powered engine, which by comparison made the largest American V8 look like a wind-up toy. A rocket nozzle above the rear exhaust ports could provide emergency thrust. He had made most of the modifications himself, diverting R&D developments from Wayne Enterprises before they could be released to government contractors. Naturally, such extraordinary breakthroughs had to be demonstrated in the field, and he looked forward to doing the testing himself. Though the car's design was functional, it also displayed a flair for the dramatic. Swooping fins, armored tires, gadgets to respond to any conceivable situation. Anyone who glanced at the vehicle would immediately know that it belonged to the mysterious Batman. But Bruce still found it maddening that he could not reproduce Superman's powers. Their encounters at the Luthor Mansion and in the Area 51 hangar had only heightened his interest. He knew how challenging it had been to penetrate the incredible security at Groom Lake, but Superman had gotten in without even breaking a sweat. And later, he had flown high enough and fast enough to stop all 3 Soviet missiles, hurling them away from Earth. That was no parlor trick, and it couldn't be explained by the technology Luthor had stolen to design his bulky battlesuits. Even so, this new rocket-powered car was quite impressive. Opening the door of the vehicle, Bruce slid into the biodynamically designed seat. Alfred had taped a label to the front control panel. Batmobile.
Stand clear, Alfred. I'm gonna fire her up. Are the tires secure on the rollers?
Indeed they are, sir. I wouldn't want your first test drive to terminate prematurely against the cave wall.
Alfred primly inserted earplugs and stood against the rock wall, waiting as Bruce started the ignition process. Atomic batteries to power, turbines to speed. And he hadn't even engaged the rocket booster yet. The vehicle shuddered, the tires on the rollers behaving like fractious thoroughbreds in the starting gate. The dashboard gauges inched toward red fields as he increased power.
Yes, this'll do nicely.
When he finished his tests, Bruce climbed reluctantly out of the black vehicle. As he removed his earplugs, a smile showed beneath Alfred's pencil-thin mustache.
It seems adequate to the task, Master Bruce. The Wayne Enterprises scientists have produced another miracle.
In spite of the car's armor, engine power, built-in weaponry, and evasive devices, Superman trumped all of it.
Yes, miracles, Alfred. But they're not yet miraculous enough.
Inside his corporate headquarters in Metropolis, Lex Luthor's office was a well-defended island in a sea of covertly armed receptionists whose primary jobs were to prevent him from being interrupted. Luthor sat in intense silence, studying the plans for the production model of his advanced armored battlesuit. Enhanced shoulder and neck protection, impenetrable casing over vulnerable areas, a jetpack for short flights, magnetic boots, built-in projectile weapons, protective gauntlets. The wearer of such a suit would become the world's most powerful soldier, perhaps even powerful enough to defeat Superman. Because his death beam system had been a carefully kept secret on his island, no one was aware that the energy rays had failed at the most crucial moment. Luthor's error, his shame, was entirely a private matter. But that didn't make it any less maddening. After the debacle, he had received a cryptic telegram from behind the Iron Curtain, a message from General Seryadov informing him that the military traitors Ndovik and Dubrov had not in fact been executed, but better still had been sent to the Araguska Gulag. Seryadov seemed to believe that the stunt with Superman was one of Luthor's ploys.
Let him keep his delusions.
The KGB general had kept his fingerprints off the entire incident, as had Luthor. Even so, Luthor was more than annoyed by Superman's continued intervention. Yes, he had saved the world, but he had made a fool out of Lex Luthor, even if Luthor and his men were the only ones who knew it. And nobody made a fool out of Lex Luthor. An hour earlier, he had received a formal letter from the Secretary of Defense, regretfully turning down Luthor's appeal to submit new bids for several contracts that had been awarded to Wayne Enterprises. Luthor now realized he'd made a mistake in underestimating Bruce Wayne. Since Luthor's insiders at Wayne Enterprises had been so useful for so long, he hadn't worried about Wayne. Now, astonishingly, Wayne actually seemed to know what he was doing, and Luther's paid-off board members had been rendered impotent. Obviously, Wayne knew, or at least suspected, their treachery, and none of them had bothered to inform Luther.
Idiots. What?
A man to see you, Mr. Luther. He insists you'll want to talk with him, though he's not on the calendar.
Who is it? The senator will be here soon.
His last name is Buckheim. He claims you knew him from Wayne Enterprises.
Send him in. And don't let anyone else see him. Is Bertram here?
I'll call for him, Mr. Luther.
Larry Buckheim walked in, looking sheepish, red-eyed, and broken. Buckheim approached Luther's desk, hat in hand, squeezing the brim nervously. Luther had heard that the man's wife had left him, a fact that should have given the idiot more time to concentrate on the job at hand.
I have information for you, Mr. Luther. Good information.
That'll be a refreshing change. Your last offerings proved useless.
It wasn't my fault. We were ordered to do it, all of us. Wayne knows about our connections with you. He uncovered the dirt you have on each of us.
And how did he do that?
I don't know. He must have hired the world's greatest detective. He had photos, documents, records of my bank account. He knows everything, Mr. Luther.
Poor you.
Some of the others are bound to be coming to you as well, but I wanted to get here first. He's going to dismiss us all. I know it. I need a job at Luther Corp. You owe it to me after what I did for you all those years.
I owe you. I seem to recall that you were paid, well paid in fact, for technology that proved faulty.
That was Wayne's doing too, sir. Once he discovered our connection to Luther Corp, he ordered us to continue providing components and blueprints to you. But I've since learned that he altered them somehow, modified the designs in subtle ways. The pieces we supplied, Mr. Luther, weren't supposed to work. He sabotaged them just to spite you.
Buckheim reached inside his suit jacket and pulled out a folded piece of paper. He leaned forward to place a small sketch on Luther's desk. The drawing showed the diodes and transistors that had been cleverly but improperly connected in the control circuits that Luther had co-opted for his energy beam system. Without a careful and meticulous inspection, no one would ever have noticed the flaw.
Buckheim, do you have any idea what you've done?
That's why I came here. I know what Wayne Enterprises is working on now, and I can help you develop it before they do. New technology!
New technology? I'm a fan of new technology, Mr. Buckheim. Give me something new over something old any day. That's one major difference between myself and Bruce Wayne. He surrounds himself with relics from fallen empires, museum-quality garbage. I, on the other hand, see how things can be improved, and I figure out how to profit from that.
Luther opened a drawer and reached inside.
However, sometimes the old ways are the best. This type of pistol, the Luger, has been in service for decades. The Germans began using it at the turn of the century.
What?
The gunshot was loud, but the office was soundproofed. This was by no means the first time Luther had needed to keep his activities here absolutely private. He waved away the bitter smell of cordite about him.
Is Bertram here yet?
Yes, sir, he's just arrived.
Send him in.
When the burly bodyguard stepped through the door, he regarded the body in the seat without comment.
Clean up the mess before the senator arrives, and bring in a new chair. That one is stained. Oh, and these men are liabilities.
He handed Bertram a paper with the names of the other directors who had been under his thumb.
Take care of them. I want it done quickly.
Yes, sir. Quickly.
Quietly, if possible. But if not, well, quickly will be good enough.
The senator from Wisconsin, firebrand of the House Un-American Activities Commission, settled himself in the chair across the table from Luther in the private dining room.
Good American heartland beef, Senator.
Sorry we have to talk business while we dine, Mr. Luther, but I'm due back on Capitol Hill later today for more hearings.
We're both busy men, Senator.
And there's still much to do. It wasn't so long ago, Mr. Luther, that you yourself helped me see the danger posed by the communist menace.
Senator, there's something even worse than communists.
What?
The senator blinked, a bite of steak poised in front of his mouth.
Communists may be opposed to all that we fundamentally hold dear, Senator. They enslave their own people, they threaten the American way. They want to deny us life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. However, while we disagree on basic ideals, even communists are still human. Aliens, on the other hand, are a far more dangerous menace.
Aliens? You mean little green men from Mars? You're not serious, Luther. Are you?
Deadly serious. An alien already walks among us, wearing a blue suit and bright red cape, pretending to do good deeds and lulling us into a false sense of security.
You're referring to Superman? But he's a hero. He saved America.
But for what purpose? Who knows where he's really from or what he wants? He told Lois Lane that he comes from a planet called Krypton. Where is this planet? Is it beyond Mars, past Alpha Centauri, in the Andromeda Galaxy? He won't reveal his true name. How long has he lived among us? Does he pay taxes? Is he even an American citizen? Or is he here illegally? Can we really take him at face value? Are there more aliens like him on Earth? Are they any different from the hidden communists among us? Do you presume these alien infiltrators are all well-intentioned beings who can't mean us harm?
Oh, I've never considered that. We don't actually have an immigration policy for beings from other planets. Even so, you can't deny that Superman's done great work.
He took care of those Russian missiles a little too easily, if you ask me, Senator. And the whole launch scenario, 2 Soviet generals disobeying orders, both men now conveniently executed, don't you think that sounds suspicious?
But the Soviet premier was in Metropolis at the time. He would have died in the blast. He couldn't have known anything about it.
Unless he knew there was no real threat after all. Can we be sure the entire event wasn't some put-up job staged by Superman, or maybe one of his alien comrades? Think about it. How do we know there were even warheads on those missiles at all? He could be a communist agent living among us in plain sight. Maybe the Soviet Union is breeding supermen of their own.
My God.
Even worse, maybe Superman has his own plans to pit us against the Russians. After we've nearly annihilated each other, then he and his alien conquerors can simply come in and pick up the pieces. What if there's an entire invasion coming? Senator, you've seen Superman's powers yourself. What if he decides to turn against us? Then where will we be? I promise you, when the aliens do come, and I'm convinced they will, we'd better be ready for them.
Luther sat back and started to eat his salad. He measured his satisfaction by the level of alarm that showed on Senator McCarthy's ashen face. President Eisenhower had entrusted him with the protection of America, and Kal-El took his job seriously. He needed to do more. Clark Kent asked for a few days off from the Daily Planet, ostensibly to visit his mother in Kansas. But he had other plans. Stopping in Smallville before he got down to his real work, he handed his Presidential Medal of Freedom to Martha Kent for safekeeping.
I wish your father could have been alive to see this. Oh, I was so proud when I watched you on TV. Though the reception was a little spotty.
Martha had baked a cherry pie this time, her best ever, and Clark chatted with her as he tucked away a second piece along with a tall glass of milk.
Thanks for the pie, Ma. I'm gonna need the energy. I've got a lot of work ahead of me.
Afterward, as Superman instead of Clark Kent, he sprang into the sky and soared above the Earth to undertake a thorough surveillance behind the Iron Curtain. He flew across Europe to East Germany, then continued north and east toward Leningrad, passing over restricted Soviet airspace. He didn't care who saw his red and blue blur. In fact, he wanted to let the communists know he was keeping an eye on them. He studied the activities of the Soviet military, taking note of the movement of their troops, flying over their missile silos, all prominently marked with red stars. As he raced over an industrial city adjacent to a military base, he saw the open scars of mines, smelters, smokestacks belching black clouds into the sky. A squadron of MiG-19 fighters chased after him, but he was too fast for them. He streaked ahead across the steppes, leaving the jets far behind. Finally, when he reached the Siberian wilderness, he discovered one isolated complex that worried him greatly. Hundreds of acres of thick forest had been blown down, knocked flat as though a titanic shockwave had spread out in a circle, like ripples in a pond. The only thing he could imagine capable of unleashing so much destruction was a hydrogen bomb. Naturally, the Soviets would test their most powerful nuclear weapons in isolated Siberia, just as the United States detonated their bombs in the empty Nevada desert or on vacant South Pacific atolls. Focusing his vision, he saw a large circular crater surrounded by fences, barracks, buildings, a camp, even the containment building and cooling tower of a small nuclear reactor. The people were tiny moving dots, and he discerned armed guards watching groups of enslaved workers.
A Soviet gulag.
The labor crews had turned the crater into some kind of quarry, removing residue from the explosion or impact. But excavating what? A large metal dome covered the bottom of the quarry, its thick plates reflecting the hazy sunlight, hiding the real secret from prying eyes. Suspecting sinister activities, Kello used his penetrating X-ray vision, but his glance reflected back. He couldn't see through the metal.
It's lined with lead. Radiation shielding?
For the Soviets to go to such great lengths to hide their activities, he had no doubt that the dome must contain something threatening. He needed to find out what it was. Kal-El swooped down to land on top of the dome. The Gulag guards spied him immediately, but he brushed their bullets aside as though they were gnats. He knifed his hand into the hemispherical shell, broke the seam of the metal plates, ripped the sheeting, and cracked open the dome to expose what was inside. An emerald glow bathed his face, a sickly luminescence. Excavated and exposed at the base of the crater lay a jagged boulder of green mineral, half buried in the dirt. Back at Luther's mansion, a much smaller fragment of this green rock had been enough to bring him to his knees. What lay beneath him now was thousands of times larger. Kello tried to cling to the edge of the dome, but his muscles had turned to water. His vision swam before him, then went black. He couldn't breathe, couldn't think. Totally drained, he slid down through the gap that he himself had made in the lead-lined dome, falling to the bottom of the quarry. But he felt nothing when he struck the ground. While Clark Kent was away in Kansas, Lois went to Gotham City to interview Bruce Wayne. Bruce received her graciously in the imposing manor house.
Just coffee black, thanks.
As you wish, Miss Lane.
Before long, the butler returned, carrying a heavy silver coffee service that wafted a rich aroma. The coffee was so full-bodied she could almost believe Alfred had rushed down to Columbia himself, picked the beans, roasted them, and hurried back in time to make her this pot. It was the sort of thing Bruce Wayne was expected to do for his guests. He himself sipped from a martini glass.
Mr. Wayne, I have been researching a story on Luthor Corp and its CEO, and I'm convinced something shifty is going on. Lex Luthor's got a lot of disgruntled employees and a lot of questionable business dealings.
Disgruntled employees aren't the most reliable of sources, Miss Lane.
My source was murdered shortly after she spoke with me. That tells me that Luthor must not have wanted her talking.
Wouldn't it have made more sense if he'd silenced her before she spilled the beans? You'll need solid proof if you're going to accuse Lex Luthor.
That's where you can help me.
Believe me, Lex Luthor's my primary rival. If dirt were to be found, I'd already have it.
And would you give it to me for my story?
He just looked at her.
In recent years, Luthor secured far more than his share of lucrative defense contracts. But you just turned the tables on him, didn't you? Luthor can't be terribly pleased with Wayne Enterprises these days.
The contract bidding business is a competition among giants of industry. Surely you don't mean to imply that Wayne Enterprises was underhanded in getting those contracts.
He displayed a hint of a wry smile, and she liked him a little better for that.
I think it's more likely that Luthor Corp used dirty tricks to win the earlier bids. It's Luthor I'm interested in, Mr. Wayne, but let's look at your own company. You appear to be taking much more personal responsibility recently for the day-to-day affairs of Wayne Enterprises. What's changed?
My father built this company from the ground up. When I discovered that some of my directors didn't quite share the same vision as he had, it was necessary to make a few changes to the organizational chart.
Lois scribbled shorthand on her reporter's notepad.
That's quite a lot of house cleaning. Those men were entrusted to run Wayne Enterprises for years while you were out sowing your wild oats.
He gave her another mysterious smile, which raised all sorts of questions in Lois's mind. She wasn't sure she wanted to know what this dashing young man had been up to during his years away from Gotham City.
Did you know that 4 of your former board members have been found dead, and the other 5 men have disappeared? Rather suspicious, wouldn't you say? The readers of the Daily Planet want to know your thoughts on this. Any comment?
Bruce set his martini glass aside.
All right, Miss Lane. I'll give you a juicy story for your paper. As it turns out, I discovered that most of my board of directors had been bribed, blackmailed, or otherwise coerced by Lex Luthor. Over the years, they've been conducting corporate espionage, providing Luthor Corp with unfair advantages on the technological front, slipping him details about contract bids we were about to submit. Once I caught them red-handed, I had to replace them with men I trusted. And as soon as Luthor no longer had his spies at Wayne Enterprises, he began losing contracts. We won because we're a better company, Miss Lane, with better people. And we produce a better product. On a fair playing field, Wayne Enterprises not only competes, we win.
Amazed that he'd revealed so much to her, Lois was writing as fast as she could.
Wait a minute. Haven't you just admitted a personal motive for murder? People could assume this was a revenge killing, and the 5 men still missing—
On the contrary, I'd already taken care of the problem. And I'm shocked and outraged by these deaths. When I transferred those men, my actions were entirely above board, and I had them where I could prevent them from doing any further damage to my company. I had nothing further to gain by their deaths. I can only hope the missing ones are unharmed. Maybe they've gone into hiding for their own safety. I should point out that I've already turned over my evidence of their malfeasance to Captain James Gordon at the Gotham City Police Department. You're welcome to interview Captain Gordon as well. I have nothing to hide.
I'll check it out. Thank you.
You might ask yourself whether Luthor didn't have more to gain by keeping those men silent. Extortion is a serious crime. Falling victim to it is not. If one of those men had pointed fingers back at Luthor Corp—
The butler had appeared so silently that he startled Lois.
Yes, Alfred, what is it?
A rather dramatic story on the television set, Master Bruce.
The butler looked dutifully over to where a round-tubed set was built into the wood-paneled wall. He flicked a switch, turned a knob, and stepped back as the tubes began to warm up.
Miss Lane will find it of interest as well.
Bruce turned to the gray screen, and Lois waited impatiently for an image to appear out of the shadows of the cathode ray tubes. Of course, Bruce Wayne had one of the new color televisions. Lois had seen a color TV only once before. Considering how expensive they were, she doubted the gadget would ever catch on. The picture was grainy, and the color shifted as though the red, green, and blue hues were not adjusted properly. Finally, the image sharpened, and she saw a Russian spokesman wearing a fur-lined uniform.
To see the illegal activities of the United States of America. We have captured a blatant American spy. We have footage of this man as he flew over restricted Soviet airspace, as he made a threatening approach to Leningrad, and then attempted to attack our defensive bases.
The camera shifted to show a battered, dark-haired man being dragged forward. In spite of the TV set's poorly adjusted color, there was no mistaking the blue and red uniform.
Now all the countries of the world can see the illegal aggression of the United States. This prisoner will be dealt with by Soviet justice. We have captured your so-called Superman. And frankly, we are not impressed.
Superman could barely stand, shackled by wrist and ankle manacles. His face was grayish, weary, completely defeated. Lois was stunned and sickened to see him like that. It took her a moment to realize that Bruce Wayne was staring just as intently as she.
The White House has issued an immediate statement. President Eisenhower denies that Superman was on any official mission for the U.S. government. Whether diplomatic efforts will free this greatest American hero, or whether he will be left in communist clutches, remains to be seen. Stay tuned to
That'll
this
do,
channel
Alfred.
for breaking
Turn it
news.
off.
Lois turned away, tears stinging her eyes.
Thanks for the interview, Mr. Wayne. I have to be going anyway.
She rushed out, faster than Alfred could show her the door. After Buckheim had revealed why the death ray failed to fire, Luthor immediately returned to the Caribbean island base. His technicians had studied the malfunctioning systems, but since those men did not possess his genius, they couldn't see or fix such an esoteric problem. Luthor would repair the damage personally and get the beams working again. Redesigning the Wayne Enterprises components took only an hour, and he easily completed the work during the flight in his private jet from Metropolis to the island. He gave the hand-drawn blueprints to the technicians, and they modified the devices as instructed, then tested them to verify that each component performed to its proper specifications. Now it was time for another test firing, and this one would nourish the seeds of paranoia that Luthor had planted in Senator McCarthy's mind. Even General Seriadov wouldn't know what was happening. After giving instructions to his control room operators, Luthor stood outside in the tropical sunshine next to the gridwork towers. his back to the hodgepodge of modern buildings and ancient fort structures. The swiveling dish generators and antenna beam projectors pointed toward the sky, at a new and unseen target in space. As the moment approached, Luther felt the thrumming energy, sensed the crackle of static in the air. He imagined the power levels rising inside the island's reactor, ramping up to peak energy output. That destructive power would carve a tunnel through the atmosphere toward one tiny orbiting blip, no larger than a basketball.
Commence firing.
Luther shaded his brow and watched, squinting in the bright sun. Serenely passing overhead, Sputnik continued alone in orbit, until Luther's beam vaporized the satellite in an instant. Neither Soviets nor Americans could have seen exactly what happened, but they would soon note that the signal had abruptly vanished. Now that Luther's suggestion had been implanted in his mind, McCarthy would do the rest of the work for him.
The Cold War is no longer the only threat facing mankind.
Inside the control center, morale was high, a refreshing change from their previous test. Luther stared at the red telephone. Only Seryadov could reach him here. How could he already know that Sputnik had been destroyed? How could he have put the pieces together and known to call Luther at his control center?
Ah, Comrade Luther, you are a difficult man to track down.
Intentionally so.
But you will be glad I found you. I have obtained a fine specimen that will interest you. I can solve our mutual problem. He has been, how do you call it, quite a pain in the throat for us both.
What are you talking about?
Are you unable to receive television broadcasts on your island? Can you not listen to the radio news?
You! Turn on a television.
One of the technicians adjusted the channel to pick up a television broadcast originating from Miami. Within moments, Luther was viewing the footage of Superman in chains.
What is this?
Yes, I knew you'd be pleased.
What have you found out so far? Does he wear a jetpack beneath his cape? Is his suit made of some impenetrable material?
He carries no obvious technological enhancements in his uniform or on his person. Your hero is as weak as a kitten. I used to drown kittens when I was a boy.
Well, don't drown this one until I've had a chance to put my medical researchers on the problem.
Our Soviet eugenics program can learn much from studying him too. However, because you are my comrade and partner, we can perhaps share this information for a price.
Money is no object if you give me access to Superman.
Oh, not money, comrade. Now that I have seen your island, I want a small nuclear reactor like your own.
You already have your own reactor.
Soviet scientists claim this modified model is the best we can produce. Yours is better. With efficient atomic power, I can run my entire gulag without constant delays and equipment failures. After you send your men to build me new reactor, I will let you interrogate and torment Superman.
I agree to the terms. Gentlemen, this has been a very good day.
Even with the additional lights and cathode ray tubes, shadows always lingered in the cave. Bruce hunched over the monitor screens, watching the same footage of Superman, barely able to stand, weighted down by chains.
He's really gotten himself into a mess, hasn't he?
Alfred had unrolled charts on the large map table so that Bruce could try to pinpoint the source of the Soviet news broadcast.
I am familiar with that preoccupied look on your face, Master Bruce. Superman needs your help.
I haven't decided whether or not to rescue him.
What are your concerns about him, sir?
I'm not sure I know where his loyalties lie. At first, I thought Superman worked for Luthor Corp, but I can't convince myself of that. Even the circumstantial evidence I've seen is contradictory. I don't know why he was in the Area 51 hangar. He may just be an amateur doing these heroics for his own reasons. Saving people because it makes him feel good.
An amateur vigilante. How utterly reprehensible.
I know why I do it, Alfred. I don't know why he does.
Then perhaps you should ask him the next time you see him, sir. If there is a next time.
Bruce had chosen to fight crime on a personal level, covertly, not grandstanding as Superman did. When Bruce had learned they were in danger, he had even quietly protected the remaining members of his board of directors. The 5 surviving members who had vanished were, in fact, hiding under assumed identities, all arranged by Bruce himself. Whether or not they deserved that mercy, Bruce had saved them from Luther's assassins, and he would find some way to make Luther pay for the others. Superman, though, rescued sinking passenger ships, prevented aircraft from crashing, saved dozens of people at a time from burning buildings, even prevented an all-out nuclear war.
He could certainly be an ally in the war against crime. But how does he do the things he does?
I can think of one way to find out.
Is the plane ready?
Alfred walked to an expanded grotto where a sleek, angular object crouched in its parking circle like a black-armored pterodactyl.
All fueled up and ready to go. Fluids topped off, engines calibrated. I managed to take care of that before bringing you your dinner last night.
The plane was an exceptional thing, breathtaking in its modern configuration. Unlike any other aircraft that had ever flown, the texture of its hull would confuse standard radar tracers, making the jet seem to be a cloud, a flock of birds, or some other atmospheric disturbance. This design was so cutting edge that no one at Wayne Enterprises guessed it had ever gone beyond the concept stage. This craft had the ability to take off and land in shorter distances and with more accuracy than fighter jets on an aircraft carrier. Alfred raised the tinted glass canopy.
Very spacious, Master Bruce. You'll be able to accommodate a passenger quite nicely.
He should be able to fly himself.
Judging by the images on the television, sir, he doesn't seem capable of walking across the street.
Good point, Alfred. Is the Psycho loaded aboard?
I wouldn't let you leave home without it, sir. I had hoped you would take the Batplane out on at least one test flight before putting it into service.
This is the test flight. Batplane?
It seems appropriate. Your thermal suit is freshly cleaned and packed on board. I understand the weather is quite bracing there.
Right.
Alfred walked around the dark aircraft, performing a pre-flight inspection. Bruce flicked on the control switches, warming up the systems.
Have a successful trip, sir.
Thanks, Alfred. I'll bring you back a fur hat.
Kal-El had never felt so weak, or so confused about what was happening to him. Gravity itself seemed to drag him down. Every breath required a laborious effort. He thought he might be dying.
American news media has made a hero out of you, but I see merely another propagandist lie. I am so disappointed. You are no Superman!
He spat blood. Kal-El had never bled before. Around him in the quarry, the pathetic prisoners slaved away with pickaxes, shovels, and metal carts, chipping fragments of the green mineral from the main mass. They filled metal carts that were emptied into a storehouse of meteor fragments. Kal-El pitied them, even in the face of his own pain. General Seryadov seemed to have figured out that Kal-El could not recover so long as he remained here in the quarry. The KGB general punched him in the stomach.
Great American icon! My weakest slave here could beat you to a pulp!
Seryadov strode along the gravel path to where 2 gaunt workers huddled in tattered Soviet military uniforms.
Do you see these men, Superman? These are great military leaders of Soviet Union, Generals Endovyek and Dubrov. They are the ones who launched missiles at your country, and now they pay the price for it.
The 2 beaten men glowered at Seryadov, but having been directly exposed to the intense meteorite radiation for many weeks, they both looked withered, their skin bruised, their bones beginning to warp and twist. But a flash of green light shone in their eyes, drawing a puzzled frown from General Seryadov. The fallen generals looked as sick as Kal-El, yet he saw something else at work here. An alteration of their body's chemistry even worse than what was happening to him. Though he knew what Endovyek and Dubrov had done, Kal-El would have tried to rescue the 2 pathetic men. But at the moment, he could hardly lift his head. One of the defeated generals, Endovyek, collapsed to the rocky ground, writhing. Veins stood out in his arms and neck, veins that pulsed a decidedly greenish hue. His companion's face also contorted with the pain of transformation.
Guards!
Drag them to the holding bunker. Lock them up with the rest of the monsters.
Swiping a hand over his oiled reddish hair, Selyadov turned back to Kal-El.
I expected those men to last longer before succumbing to the contamination, but the concentration is very powerful here. Perhaps it will happen to you too, Superman. Take them away!
As the prisoners were hauled off, Kal-El watched them, unable to comprehend what was happening.
Once transformation begins, they survive for only a few days. After we isolate the factors that make them into such brutes, we can adapt that knowledge to our own eugenics program. Soon, we will have Soviet Superman.
Selyadov hefted a chunk of the glowing green mineral and waved it in front of Kal-El's face.
I do not know why meteorite takes away your powers. Your countryman, Lex Luthor, has medical research laboratories and scientists eager to dissect you. But only when I am finished. And I am nowhere near to being finished.
While the world listened to the provocative accusations made by the Soviet premier, Lois Lane concentrated on the idea that Lex Luthor had always carried a personal grudge against Superman, and she had uncovered hints of the man's secret trips to the USSR. To Lois, there were many nagging unexplained questions about the launch of the Soviet missiles, not to mention Luthor's covert Caribbean island base. Since she couldn't go to Siberia, she decided to approach the problem in a roundabout manner that no other reporter was investigating, the Luthor Corp angle again. Maybe she could pull a few surprises out of her hat. Maybe she could help Superman after all.
Everyone's chasing the Superman story, Lois, which is exactly why I'm giving you a different assignment.
Chief, Superman is my story. I did the first interview. I should be...
While the whole world was in a panic about Superman, something blasted Sputnik out of orbit. No Earthbound technology could have accomplished that. The Soviets wouldn't know how to do it, and the US doesn't have a weapon within that range. Normally, the Russians were to blame Superman, but thanks to them, he's got a perfect alibi. I want you to find out what did it.
Why not send Clark? When will he be back from visiting his mother?
Ken hasn't checked in for days, which is yet another worry. I need someone on this story now, Lois. Since the attack on the satellite, Senator McCarthy is raving about the alien menace more than ever. Now, I'm no fan of McCarthy. However, if we're being watched by aliens, Martians, or Venusians, whatever creatures come out of those popes Olsen reads, what would be a better target than our first orbiting satellite? We can't bury this story, Lois.
Lois automatically assumed that Luthor was involved with the destruction of Sputnik, too.
So, what's my angle, Chief?
The Daily Planet is sending you down to Redstone Arsenal in Huntsville, Alabama. I've arranged for you to have direct access to our rocket boys. I want an interview and a feature on Von Braun himself. Get them to show you around. Wear a short skirt if you have to. Show a little leg.
I don't need pointers from you on how to get a story.
No, you don't. But I do need to keep you on track about which story you're covering. Have Von Braun speculate on what could have blown up Sputnik. Cover America's efforts to build a Redstone version of those R-7 missiles the commies launched against us. We're Americans. We have American know-how. We built the atomic bomb. We can do anything. When are we going to have the ability to launch the same kind of strike against Russia? Get down to Metropolis Airport and board the next flight to Huntsville, or whatever the closest airport is. I'm sure you can talk somebody into putting you on a plane.
But, fine. I'm on it, Chief.
The Batplane scythed through the night sky, theoretically undetectable by a Soviet radar. The glowing red lights of multiple gauges illuminated the cockpit, his dark suit, and his reinforced cowl. Heading north at top speed, but mindful of the fuel reserves, he crossed over Canada and Greenland and took a short polar arc before dropping down into Siberia. He was confident of his destination. The only time he had glimpsed weakness in Superman was when the Man of Steel had been exposed to the glowing green mineral. Luthor had obviously been running tests on the sample, intrigued by its properties and potential. The meteorite display had been labeled Araguska, in the USSR, in Siberia. That had to be where the Soviets were holding Superman. Batman was sure he hadn't been detected, and he doubted anyone in the Araguska Gulag would be watching for a solo raider to free their captive. Due to the complicated politics, even the U.S. Special Forces would never have received such swift orders to mount a rescue mission. He, on the other hand, was just one person with one goal, and a great arsenal of weapons and technology. He would make his own decisions and do what large governments couldn't, in much the same way as he tackled criminals the Gotham City Police Department couldn't catch by conventional means. When the navigation systems informed him that he was within a few miles of his destination, he began to search for a place to land. He found a clear ridgetop and circled to survey the area with the craft's nose cone spotlights. With takeoff and landing technology that was similar but generations superior to what was used on an aircraft carrier without the capture tether, the sleek plane needed very little cleared area on which to set down. As he approached, the forested lands gave way to desolation. Whole swaths of primeval forest had been flattened by the impact decades ago, and the regrowth was comprised of stunted and unnatural foliage.
Interesting.
He returned to the ridgetop for his final approach, deployed the engine scoops, and blasted with reverse jets and undercarriage thrusters. The bat plane slewed on the loose rocks, tore up fallen and bent tree trunks, and finally skidded to a stop. A perfect landing, except for a few scratches and scrapes on the fuselage. Flipping toggles on the control panel, he raised the canopy and extended a ramp from the undercarriage to deploy his motorcycle, which was all fueled up and ready to go. He climbed onto the cycle, started the engine, and put it into stealth mode. For going headlights, he powered up the night scope and raced off down the ridge, dodging down trees and rough terrain, his dark cape flapping behind him in the wind. The cycle's thick tires grabbed the barren ground, making maneuvering easy and acceleration smooth as he dodged dirty patches of snow. He saw only shadows as he raced along, keeping his head down and protected by the windscreen. He didn't have far to go. The forest encircling the camp and the crater was more than just stunted. It was mutated, horrific. The trees were appallingly twisted and distorted, their monstrous branches knotted and gnarled like some alien plant creature from a sci-fi pulp magazine cover. But Batman was more concerned with the Soviet guards. Olive-uniformed men walked brisk patrols around the camp perimeter in the cold night. Their heads were covered with fur ushankas, and they rested Kalashnikovs on the shoulders of their thick jackets. As he approached, slinking forward in the darkness, he pulled out two of the small drug-tipped bat shuriken. His aim had to be perfect, since he saw only a small area of exposed skin that could be nicked by the sharp points. After dragging the two limp forms away from the searchlight beams, tossing the guns far into the twisted forest, Batman trussed and gagged the men, then moved on. The large work camp had ranks of barracks, a headquarters building, and a concrete containment dome over a nuclear power reactor from which white coolant steam rose. Harsh lights shone down, giving Batman few shadows for cover. Moving cautiously, he slipped around the site, peering into buildings to search for Superman. He saw brutishly secure thick-walled blockhouses with no windows and heavily armored doors. Strange sounds came from inside, and he noticed that even the armed guards avoided those buildings. He didn't see Superman anywhere. The quarry itself was lit with bright floodlights. Down in the pit, he spotted a small work crew toiling around the perimeter of a half-dismantled dome. Only a few guards watched over them. At first, it was hard to understand why the Soviets would man a round-the-clock excavation effort, but then it became clear that these particular prisoners were being punished, forced to give up sleep, probably forced to work until they dropped dead. Scattered at the bottom of the crater lay chunks of the glowing green rock, the same substance that had weakened Superman. The dome must have been put in place to block the green radiation, but now it was smashed open. Then he saw him. Superman chained to the quarry wall like Prometheus, exposed to the emerald glow. The conclusion was obvious. If the glowing mineral deprived Superman of his powers, then holding him down in the quarry was a perfect way to keep him incapacitated, maybe even kill him. Fortunately, Batman didn't have the same vulnerabilities. Staying low, he raced along the shadowed paths, descending into the steep-walled pit. He switchbacked his way down the quarry ledges, but there was altogether too much light for his comfort. He slid down a steep gravel chute, making more noise than he intended, and emerged with his suit covered with dust. He abruptly ducked his head as a bright spotlight glided over him. The darkness and dirt gave him enough cover. He had to stun two more guards before he reached the bottom where Superman was chained. Along the way, he primed and dropped a handful of tiny flash mines, small concussive devices that he could activate to confuse pursuit. Though he hoped for the best, he didn't expect to just stroll out of there. Finally, he reached Superman.
Wake up. Time to get out of here.
Superman lifted his head heavily. The blue eyes soon focused.
What are you doing here?
I've decided to take the chance that you're playing for the right team.
Batman unsnapped one of the containers in his utility belt. He didn't have time to break the chains or pick the locks, so he used a tiny insulated bottle, applied a line of very potent fluid. The metal acid burned through the manacles, and Superman was free. He collapsed, slumping against the dark figure. Draping one of Superman's limp arms over his shoulder, Batman propped him up and propelled them both along as best he could. Kal-El had to lean on Batman just to keep himself upright and moving. Bright searchlights immediately swung down, freezing the two men in a blinding glare. Guards rushed out of the barracks, hastily grabbing their Kalashnikovs. Batman ducked from a spray of gunfire and pulled Kal-El into the meager shelter of some large rocks that had slid down the quarry bank.
I hope there's more to your plan than this.
I'll improvise.
Batman grabbed at his utility belt and held a handful of small spheres. They exploded on impact, releasing clouds of noxious purple smoke.
Get us away from Green Rock. If my strength returns, I can help.
I wasn't counting on your powers. I've got it under control.
From the quarry's edge, another group of riflemen shot down at them. Kal-El tried to shelter his unexpected rescuer with his own body. But now that he was without his powers, he didn't know if he was bulletproof. His uniform was made of fabric from Krypton. Perhaps that would be good enough. He felt the 3 shots that hit him in the back, but the bullets didn't penetrate his suit or his skin. Bullets also struck Batman, and though he staggered from the impact, his suit seemed nearly as impervious as Superman's.
We need to get out of this camp.
The guards assigned to the work crew in the crater turned to help their fellow soldiers above. The hollow-eyed prisoners, already poisoned from exposure to radiation, knew they had no chance of survival. Condemned to work themselves to death with nothing to lose, and seeing Superman and Batman as their only chance, they attacked the surprised guards with pickaxes and shovels. The workers managed to murder 3 guards before a hail of bullets struck them all down. In just a few seconds, it was all over.
Oh my God. We couldn't do anything. They're all dead.
They were dead when they got here.
Batman pulled him along toward the top of the quarry.
And it's my job to make sure you're not. I have a way out.
When they encountered more guards at the edge of the pit, Batman detonated his flash mines, and bursts of blinding light sent the Soviets reeling. Extending a gauntlet, Batman activated a nozzle, and a thin, high-pressure stream of instant-set epoxy squirted out, splattering the guards in their guns, tangling them in a sticky, rubbery mass like a silkworm's cocoon. During this brief reprieve, Batman dragged Superman past the struggling guards.
Now all we have to do is get past the rest of the camp's defenses, and we're home free.
As General Saryadov ran outside, still pulling on his fur coat and shielding his eyes against the glare of spotlights, he saw not only the red and blue figure of Superman, but another man in a more sinister outfit helping to rescue him. The dark-cowled man looked like a devil. No, a bat.
2 of them? Where do the Americans get them? You men, come with me!
The Soviet Union had its own Superman.
Stand ready!
As the 2 escaping figures raced toward the stunted forest, the general opened the locks of the thick-walled blockhouse. The heavy doors exploded outward, and Saryadov sprang back. And Dovyak and Dubrov, or rather what they had become, were the first to emerge. Their bodies were swollen, muscles not so much bulging as bloated, visible beneath their torn garments. Cords of sinew twisted at their necks, their lips were curled back in a rictus of constant agony, and their eyes glowed in emerald green. Only 5 of the mutated creatures remained alive. The 5 glared at Saryadov, but he saw a dim remnant of intelligence and awareness in their eyes.
I know your minds are still there. I know you can understand me. I have the cure you need. I have the antidote to the meteorite radiation. But first, you must earn it.
He couldn't give them time to think. He pointed toward the 2 costumed figures disappearing into the forest.
Them! Capture them! Bring them back here, and then you shall be free!
With uncontrollable bloodlust, the Beast Men raced into the night. Rather than going to Huntsville to talk with the rocket scientists, Lois took a connecting flight to Miami, then another to Havana. Cuba was filled with enough unrest to inspire a dozen newspaper stories. Batista battling Castro's rebels in the jungles, and all those pasty-white Russian visitors who clearly weren't there to soak up the Caribbean sun. But Lois was fixated on a tiny island that appeared on no map. She went down to the docks in Havana Bay and talked to the fishermen, using broken Spanish and a pocket dictionary. She looked for a volunteer to take her to a place she had sketched in her notebook, a close approximation of what she remembered seeing in Luther's headquarters and the somewhat blurry photo she had taken of the map. Some of the fishermen thought they recognized her sketch as Crab Key, but others denied it. Some of them clearly knew the place she was talking about, but they were frightened.
El dragón vive allí. Hemos visto el humo desde su guarida y el fuego disparándose hacia el cielo.
He says the dragon lives there. We have seen smoke from his lair and fire shooting into the sky.
Yes, that sounds exactly like the place.
They will not go near it, but I will take you there. I am Ramon.
They left the dock at sunset, with beautiful romantic splashes of color across the western horizon. Lois remained at the bow as the young man steered his boat out to sea in the deepening darkness. It was the only way they could arrive unseen. Lois wore deck shoes, khaki trousers, and a short-sleeved blouse. She had her own camera, a model much smaller than Jimmy Olsen's, but it would be enough to get pictures, to get proof. Since it would take hours to reach the small island, she forced herself to take a nap on the way.
Señorita, we are here.
What time is it?
4:00 a.m.
It was an hour before dawn. Lois had to get ashore and situated for cautious surveillance. Also, her boat captain friend needed time to get far enough away that Luther's observers wouldn't spot him. He had turned off the engines, and the boat made very little noise as it approached. The island was a silhouette outlined by stars, but it also shone with constellations of its own. Industrial towers, brightly lit buildings, and factory structures built up in the hulking ruins of an old Spanish fort. Lois turned to the young fisherman.
Meet me here this time tomorrow for the other half of your money. Comprende?
Sí, señorita. Tomorrow.
He smiled at her, but she couldn't be sure how much enthusiasm he really had about coming back. Though he'd been very confident when setting out from Havana, he seemed much more anxious now as they drew closer. She stepped off the boat and waded the rest of the way to the beach as quietly as she could. When a jet of flame belched up from one of the industrial centers, perhaps exhaust gas burning off or a rocket test firing, the young man turned the boat around and, keeping the engine at low power, sped away.
Adios, Ramon.
Lois splashed onto the sand, where she found shelter in a cluster of leaning palm trees at the edge of the beach. As she approached the complex, she kept to the cover of the trees. Dawn had begun to brighten the sky. After sunrise, when she saw the secret base that Luther had built, Lois allowed her curiosity to get the best of her. She snapped photographs of the ruined old fort connected to the modern control building. Most curious was a set of giant towers topped with suspicious-looking dish projectors pointed toward the sky, rocket launch pads, industrial hangars, a sprawling construction yard along the coast, and a shipbuilding dry dock. Though many of the high-tech installations baffled her, she took photographs anyway.
Does Luther think he's in a spy novel or something?
Suddenly, several large shadows fell over her. 3 flying men loomed overhead, guards wearing thick green armored suits like the shells of iridescent beetles. A large crest or collar protected their heads, and they had thick gauntlets and boots made of an unknown purple metal. Jetpacks kept the men suspended in the air. Lois recognized the square head and blonde crew cut of Lex Luthor's ever-present bodyguard, Bertram. Lenses telescoped out of his smooth purple gauntlets, and thin heat beams strafed the ground at her feet, turning the sand into a line of smoking glass.
Surrender, or we'll tear you to pieces! You don't belong here!
A little full of yourself, aren't you? I was just looking for a nice beach for sunbathing.
Maneuvering with the backpack jets, spreading his thick purple boots in an imposing stance, Bertram landed in front of her. His 2 cohorts dropped on either side of her, hemming her in.
I'd like to see your boss. I've got another interview request.
Bertram came forward, seized her camera, and crushed it. He placed his hands under her armpits with powered metal gloves and roughly picked her up off the ground.
Believe me, we'll take you right to Mr. Luther.
Dragging Superman and a fireman's carry away from the Gulag's perimeter fences, Batman plunged into the sharp-edged shadows of the forest outside, seeking refuge among the twisted trunks and black branches. The searchlights couldn't find them there. Darkness, shadows, and fear had always been his allies. He had hoped some of Superman's strength would return as they put more distance between themselves and the quarry, but the meteorite's taint also permeated the forest.
How much farther? We aren't gonna walk home.
I have a way out.
You said that before.
I meant it.
Taking advantage of the tumult they'd left behind, the rest of the sleeping Gulag prisoners had seized their chance to break out of their barracks and run loose, tearing down fences. All those diversions would keep the guards busy, but the casualties would be horrific. Given all the gunfire Batman and Superman heard behind them, dozens, if not hundreds of slaves must already have been dead. More worrisome, though, were the noises that came from the stunted forest directly behind them. Something else was pursuing them. Something large.
I'll try to walk.
Right now, we need to run.
They both saw movement between the skeletal branches. Huge forms, each one swollen to twice the size of an average man, with pulsing veins standing out against translucent skin. These twisted beings might once have been Gulag slaves, humans succumbing to prolonged exposure to meteorite radiation. Seeing their targets, the beasts lunged forward. Batman wasn't sure he had enough tricks left in his utility belt. He glanced back to see that 3 of the 5 horrific mutants wore grayish Gulag outfits. The other 2 clung to tattered Soviet military uniforms. Batman snatched a flash grenade from his utility belt and threw it toward the 5 beastmen. He shielded his eyes with a gauntlet as a supernova-bright flash seared the night air. In the dancing afterimage, the trees looked like a gothic woodcut of horrors. As they kept running, it seemed unlikely that the tools and weapons remaining in Batman's utility belt could take care of these beasts. He had a new grappling hook, a large batarang, and 7 of the tiny bat shuriken, though considering the mass and bulk of the monsters, he doubted that the paralytic sedative would be strong enough. There were a few more items, some of which he would put to use now. Withdrawing elastic wires and tiny weighted bolos, he quickly devised tripcords between trees. One of the beastmen lumbered into them. Another chemical grenade dispersed burning pepper smoke that curled outward to sting their pursuers' eyes. Growing gradually stronger, Superman pushed himself forward, sweat running down his brow. Guessing that they must be close, Batman activated a gauntlet switch, a remote operation system that would summon the cycle. Out there, the engine would be turning over, powering up, the guidance system homing in on his signal. But the creatures were upon them now. He and Superman would have to fight them hand to hand. Superman pounded his fists against the monsters, but their bodies were impregnated with the very contamination that had weakened him in the first place. Imagine this was how normal men felt against him. Rolling back to his feet, Superman did his best to evade the Beastman's attacks. Batman called upon martial arts techniques from a dozen schools of combat. The monsters relied on sheer brute force. A hammer blow to his cowl sent him reeling. The Batman could barely see straight, despite the armor and bulletproof fibers of his suit. When one of their opponents landed another locomotive punch, he felt his ribs crack. He staggered backward. From a packet inside his left armored glove, he released a cloud of potent anesthetic mist, which did nothing more than surprise his attacker. Batman spun about on a booted toe and went after the nearest monster with a leaping kick, driving a hard heel into its jaw and causing it to stagger back. Batman easily ducked a sluggish roundhouse, then pounded the beast's hairy solar plexus. His fighting skills were the only close-range weapons he had left. His full attack was barely enough to make the monsters pause, but a pause was all he needed. The automated cycle roared in from among the trees, following the locator device in his armor. Batman dove for the cycle and threw himself on top of it.
Superman, here! Behind me!
After Superman collapsed onto the cycle behind him, he accelerated hard. His available engine power increased by having switched off the stealth mode. They rapidly left the frustrated creatures behind. General Seryadov surveyed the massacre. The fences were torn down, and the prisoners had run amok. 17 of his incompetent guards were dead. Killed not by Superman or that other costumed intruder, but by the pathetic Gulag slaves themselves. Saryadov would not be reporting that detail to Moscow. He had a lot of cleaning up to do, and he would need to request an entirely new complement of political prisoners from party headquarters. Much had to be accounted for. And unless he recaptured Superman, he would never convince Lex Luthor to provide him with the superior power reactor he needed.
What is this now?
The 5 lumbering mutants approached.
Guards, stand ready!
The surviving guards stood with him, holding their Kalashnikovs ready.
I told you to capture 2 people! Where are they?
The creatures looked uneasily at the armed guards.
Well?
Saryadov lashed out with his whip. The whip's end sliced a deep cut that oozed green blood. The second lash failed to touch any skin, and Dovye caught the end of the whip in his massive fist, and yanked so hard that he nearly dislocated Saryadov's shoulder. The mutants attacked. Leaving his guards to their fate, Saryadov ran. He raced into his headquarters building and threw the wooden door shut. Inside the fenced and isolated gulag, he had never needed a particularly sturdy lock. The door splintered and flew inward like a hailstorm of kindling. One of the thick walls was literally torn apart as huge hands ripped the logs away. Part of the building collapsed, crushing the pot-bellied stove in the corner. Saryadov dove for the lone window on the opposite side. The window was barely large enough for him to squeeze through, but he did. He fell onto the dirt and a patch of hard snow outside. Behind him, Dubrov jammed his massive head and shoulder through the window. But Saryadov was already running across the compound. The soldiers' barracks and the prisoners' quarters were even flimsier constructions than his headquarters. They would offer no viable shelter. He needed to get to the reactor control room and the containment building. Those were the sturdiest structures in the gulag. He flung open the steel door of the reactor building and slammed it behind him. The control room held a set of gray metal stations, each with a cathode ray tube displaying black and white images from the adjacent reactor room. A constellation of dials, gauges, and black bakelite knobs covered the walls. The Soviets had once been so proud of this program. In June 1954, the peaceful atom facility in Omsk had been the world's first nuclear plant to generate electricity. Many more of the graphite-moderated power reactors had been built across the Soviet Union. This one was much smaller, an experimental design that not only powered the Gulag, but provided many radioactive isotopes for Soviet nuclear research. Now, Saryadov hoped, it would offer him the protection he needed. He began to wonder whether the control room might be more trap than shelter. He had no way out other than through the large bulkhead door into the reactor chamber itself. And with the reactor running so high, the radiation levels inside would be lethal. Bolts popped from the steel door's hinges, and a huge blunt-fingered hand pushed its way through, bending the door further. At the control bank, Saryadov tried to shut down the reactor.
It will take too long.
It was a water-cooled reactor filled with boiling liquid that pumped out high-pressure steam. Graphite moderators surrounded the fuel rods, and thick hot pipes circulated the steam through turbines. Even the heavy lead shielding wouldn't be sufficient to protect him.
Better than to be torn apart.
He ran to the hatch and activated the emergency releases. Fortunately, the Gulag's engineers hadn't bothered to install safety systems or protective interlocks. Just as Saryadov opened the bulkhead, the monsters smashed through the main door. Saryadov stumbled into the reactor chamber and swung the bulkhead door shut behind him. The air inside the reactor chamber had a sizzling, steamy humidity. Saryadov tried desperately to recall if there was a second exit. He knew the radiation was all around him, ripping into his cells, poisoning him. If he could move quickly enough. One of the creatures tore the bulkhead door off its hinges and hurled it into the reactor chamber. It smashed the nested coolant pipes, shattering them. Geysers of steam erupted from pipe breaches, and reactor fluid levels began to drop as boiling water rushed out of the containment vessel. In the control room, all the gauges must have been well into the red, but the mutants were oblivious. They knocked loose pressure control wheels, smashed lights, weeded forward into the thickening radioactive steam. Their skin seemed to be rotting now, burned and scabbed, beginning to fall off. Selyadov could barely see through the steam and flashing red lights. Bathed in radiation, he knew he was already dead.
Well, well. What have you found now, Bertram?
Lois pulled her arm free. The armored gauntlets were strong enough to crush granite. They weren't particularly nimble.
So is this a new subsidiary of Luthor Corp? I must have missed the ribbon-cutting ceremony.
You like to trespass, don't you, Miss Lane? You really must learn to respect personal boundaries.
I certainly don't respect you. The whole world has seen Superman in chains, but what they don't know is how you orchestrated it. He's a hero. He saved countless lives.
A hero?
You're jealous of him, aren't you?
Why on earth would I be jealous of a Soviet prisoner?
Are you denying your involvement?
Of course not. I'd just like to know how you made the connection.
I'm not going to make it easier for you to cover your tracks.
Superman. He's like a movie star for young girls to swoon over. James Dean, Jeffrey Hunter, Marlon Brando. It's pathetic. People forget who's really helped them the most. Trust me, Miss Lane, I haven't even gotten started with Superman. But I am pleased that General Selyadov has detained him.
Selyadov? How do you spell that so I can get his name correct in my article?
There won't be any article. Now that Superman has been incapacitated by exposure to the green mineral, we can study him. Dissection should prove that he is in fact an alien, different from anyone else on Earth.
He's already admitted that! And he's come to help us! The world needs Superman!
How can an investigative reporter be so gullible? Wake up, Miss Lane. No one plays the hero without ulterior motives. It's inconceivable.
Not to someone with a soul.
He's powerful and he's hiding something, and that makes him dangerous.
You're far more dangerous than he is, Lex Luthor, and far less human.
You really care about him, don't you, Miss Lane? Like a little lovesick schoolgirl.
Lois didn't respond, which was itself an answer.
We have an arrangement, Selyadov and I. Soon Superman will be turned over to my researchers. Think of the possible scientific breakthroughs that could be made by peeling him apart. Not to mention the wealth it'll bring in.
He saved our country from a Soviet missile launch!
Superman is accountable to no one, Miss Lane. It would be the greatest folly for the United States to rely on a man who might change his mind on a whim. Luthor Corp, on the other hand, is creating reliable technology that won't be swayed by emotions. You've seen these new battle suits. Powerful defenses that can be used by anyone duly placed in command.
Someone like yourself?
There are more pressing threats than you realize, Miss Lane. Your own newspaper has failed to report on the most important danger to the people of Earth. The communists are a red herring, as you'll soon see. I intend to prove to the world that I am their real protector, not Superman.
What could possibly be a bigger threat than the communists? They've already launched 3 nuclear missiles at us.
Such a disappointing lack of imagination. Bertram, keep Miss Lane in one of our guest cells for the time being. I won't waste any possible resource. Superman has already demonstrated an affection for her, and she obviously loves him. Once General Selyadov sends his prisoner here, perhaps Miss Lane's presence will convince him not to resist our investigations.
I won't do it, Luthor. I refuse to cooperate.
Why, Miss Lane? Who said your cooperation was required?
It'll be crowded, but there's room inside for 2. You're not in any shape to fly yet.
As Kal-El climbed into the sleek aircraft, Batman stowed the cycle in the fuselage undercarriage, then swung into the cockpit. Sealing the canopy, he activated the controls.
We'll be gone before the Soviets know what hit them.
With a burst from the vertical launch boosters, the plane lifted straight into the air, then leapt forward, climbing steeply. Pushed deep into his seat by the acceleration, Kal-El looked back down at the Gulag as the plane soared into the night. There was no way he could have saved all those helpless political prisoners, but he vowed to come back. Then there was a blinding flash, followed by a searing, roiling shockwave. Kal-El strained to see through the dancing black spots in his vision. Batman clenched his gauntleted hands around the controls, holding the plane against the sudden buffeting. The plane shuddered as it tried to outrace the shock front that tossed them about. Batman took the jet into a near vertical climb, not leveling off until he had finally escaped the spreading storm.
It's gone. The quarry, the gulag, the barracks buildings. Everything. Wiped out.
Including the meteor.
Including any prisoners that were left alive.
There was nothing we could have done.
They flew onward in silence, both lost in thought. Kal-El knew the other man was right, but he was simply not accustomed to failure, to being so helpless. Though the debilitating weakness was dissipating, Kal-El knew that he needed to heal as much as he needed to understand what had happened to him. He didn't want to return to Metropolis until his powers were restored, not until he had a better grasp of what had happened to him. Luthor had possessed one sample of the green Araguska mineral. How many more hunks of the glowing rock were out there?
Let me guide you. There's a special place up in the Arctic. We can stop there to rest.
You have a secret base?
A fortress. My Fortress of Solitude. I usually fly there on my own, but I'll show it to you. I trust you.
Now you've piqued my curiosity.
The black plane soared into the uncharted polar wilderness, cruising over white wastelands of unconquered terrain and twisting frozen rivers. Kal-El was uneasy. He'd never taken anyone here before, but he had made up his mind. Dawn had painted eerie blood-orange light across the rough ice fields by the time Kal-El guided them to the isolated range of glacier-covered mountains. Even from a great distance, he spotted the latticework of interlaced white crystal shafts. The gigantic angled spires formed an incredible alien palace at the base of a sheer icy cliff. As new daylight reflected through the crystal faces, Batman found a place to land on the broad ice field. The plane dropped on its vertical thrusters, surrounded by spiraling whirls of ice and snow, kicked up by the engine blasts. Batman had proven himself a man of few words, but he was utterly silent now. Kal-El pretended not to notice, but he marked the plane's position on his cockpit log. When they emerged, the air was intensely cold. Kal-El was impervious to the freezing temperatures, but he knew that Batman, even with his incredible suit and devices, was still just a man. But Batman stood with his dark boots planted, his cape rippling around him in the Arctic wind. He didn't seem to be in any hurry to get to shelter, as he stared at the amazing facade of the Fortress of Solitude.
I'm not easily impressed, Superman. But this does the job.
Out in the Arctic wilderness, where no spy planes or prying eyes would find it, Superman had erected a structure that surpassed anything Bruce Wayne had ever seen. An alien cathedral built from clear crystal shards and white pillars. Though the polar air seemed cold enough to break stone, the glowing light emanating from the fortress's crystals made the interior crackle with life and heat. In the center of the primary chamber, where the prismatic spires focused the wan sunlight, Superman seemed to be in his element, drawing power from the sun itself.
This is what remains of my home planet Krypton. This is how I learned what little I know of my origin, my past, and my real parents.
I read Lois Lane's interview with you in the Daily Planet. I know what you claim to be. I just never believed it.
Superman touched a green crystal. A misty cloud of turbulent air formed in the vaulted chamber, and the image of a white-haired man's face appeared within it.
That's my father, Jor-El, Krypton's greatest scientist. He predicted the end of our planet, warned the Kryptonian Council, but he was defeated by politics, incompetence, and complacency. A dictator named Zod was his downfall, but the people of Krypton were responsible for the end of their own world.
He touched another crystal, an amber one this time. A beautiful woman appeared, and Superman gazed at her wistfully.
My mother, Lara. I was just a baby when they placed me in a small ship and launched me into space, daring to believe that I might reach Earth and find a home here. As far as I know, I'm the last survivor of Krypton.
A child, all alone. A memory shuddered through Bruce. Another set of lost parents. Blood in an alley. In other crystal-lined alcoves, mirrors vibrated and displayed scenes of an amazing planet. Racing chariots drawn by ugly iguana-like creatures, volcanoes spewing red lava tinged with green, incredible tidal waves, a magnificent city protected by a shimmering dome.
My real name, my Kryptonian name, is Kal-El.
So, when you were an infant, your ship landed here on Earth, somewhere in America? Where? And more important, when?
You want me to tell you everything? Are you willing to give up your own secrets, Batman?
I'm trying to add up the time frame. The Araguska meteor impact occurred in June 1938, and you happen to have very adverse reactions to exposure to that meteorite. If my guess is correct, your spaceship landed on Earth at approximately the same time.
Yes. Yes, it did. Are you suggesting that the Araguska meteor and those green rocks are radioactive fragments of Krypton?
It's a possibility.
But why would a rock from my home planet have such a profound effect on me? Why would it? How could it drain my power?
I didn't say I could offer an explanation. It's difficult for me to believe, yet impossible to deny. You aren't from Earth, you're an alien. Have you heard Senator McCarthy's accusations?
The United States is my country, my home. I'm here to help. Being an adopted son does not make me any less loyal. I will defend our way of life and protect people from man-made dangers and natural disasters alike. I use my strength and skills to benefit mankind, as you seem to do, Batman. I was suspicious of you at first because of your tactics, but I now believe you do fight on the side of the law.
I fight on the side of justice. Justice and the law aren't always the same. I do what's necessary to prevent crime, to stop criminals, to save the innocent.
But without the law, we have no civilization, and without civilization, there's anarchy. People can't just write their own laws according to how they feel.
Right and wrong isn't always black and white, Kal-El. Isn't there a difference between a criminal who steals purely out of greed and a desperate father who steals a loaf of bread for his family?
That would depend on if the father hurt or killed someone. Does it give any consolation to a grieving widow that the murderer had a good reason for committing his crime?
Batman wrestled with the question in his mind, remembering one desperate thief with a gun, hiding in the alley by Park Row. Had that man been desperate for money to feed his family, or maybe to buy medicine for a sick baby? It was doubtful, but even if the man had had understandable motives, it wouldn't bring Thomas and Martha Wayne back from the dead.
I watched President Eisenhower give you the Medal of Freedom. I know that was a great moment for you, but leaders aren't perfect. Political power and wealth can corrupt any man, no matter where he's born. A man like Lex Luthor can steal more money with a stroke of a pen than 100 petty criminals can with their guns.
He looked up at Superman.
Which is more important, stopping a small-time thief or battling corrupt leaders?
The world looks to us as heroes. We have to do both.
Jimmy Olsen didn't know what to do, and he had nobody to talk to. Clark Kent had chosen a particularly bad time for an extended visit to his hometown back in Kansas. Lois Lane had flown off to interview Werner von Braun and his team of rocket scientists, but Mr. White was furious that she hadn't called to check in. The other reporters in the planet's bullpen were in a feeding frenzy with so many major stories to choose from. But Jimmy was most worried about Superman. Tensions remained high between the US and the Soviet Union, and no new footage had been shown of the captive hero in more than a day. Jimmy never felt so upset and helpless. He didn't think the situation could get any worse until a huge alien battleship appeared in the skies above Metropolis.
Oh my gosh.
Jimmy stared up at the sky, transfixed. A black shadow crossed over the street, like the edge of an eclipse. The angular battleship was studded with sharp spikes and gun barrels. Jagged, unearthly lettering marked its hull plates in garish copper red. Arcs of blue-white electricity sparked from the spear-like prongs, traveling upward like a Jacob's ladder from Dr. Frankenstein's laboratory. Then Jimmy remembered.
My camera!
Overhead, like sentries taking position, 4 more incredible alien craft joined the primary battleship, looming above the Metropolis skyline. Jimmy had seen enough movies to know exactly what was happening.
It's an invasion. From Mars, or maybe even someplace worse.
The Space Invaders had found a way to break into all television and radio signals. Shuddering in horror, people gathered around a display model of a new television set in an appliance store window. The alien leader's face was a mass of roiling tentacles that had a single glowing gelatinous eye in the middle of its warty forehead.
The planet you call Earth is now under our dominion. Surrender or be destroyed.
Gosh, with Superman captured, who can possibly save Earth now?
Fellow citizens of Earth, this is Lex Luthor. I am broadcasting from an undisclosed location so that I can complete my vital task without interference from the alien invaders. Many of you know my achievements. I am a man who does what is necessary, and I must do so again. President Eisenhower, do not fear, sir. America is safe. The world is safe. Luthor Corp is on your side. Know this, alien commander. The human race will never bow to invaders. Earth is our planet, and we are its proud people. Free people who will never be your slaves. You will wish you had never come here.
One of the tallest buildings in Metropolis was the main headquarters of Luthor Corp. Now, rooftop panels on the Luthor Corp building slid aside, and towering dish transmitters rose up on hydraulic platforms, directed energy cannons of the same type that should have vaporized the Soviet missiles that had destroyed Sputnik once the sabotaged components were repaired.
Behold what Luthor Corp can do. What humans can do. Open fire.
Luthor's directed energy projectors targeted the primary battleship. Lancing rays blasted the huge interstellar engines, ripping a gaping wound along the armored hull and blackening the bizarre alien inscriptions. Explosions ripped through the interior of the alien ship, blowing up bulkheads and spewing white-hot flame through the split hull. Like a wounded animal, the invaders' command ship lumbered across the sky, trailing plumes of black smoke as it tried to flee. The vessel reeled out of control over Metropolis, traveling just far enough to clear the center of the city, and plunged into the bay. Then the battleship vaporized in a white-hot flash. A pillar of fire and steam shot high into the air. Luthor didn't think President Eisenhower would complain about what he had done, but it wouldn't do for the rest of the fleet to go down so easily. The giant alien ships, vengeful now, swooped down upon the city. The air in his lungs felt bracing as he streaked along at top speed, and Kal-El's muscles sang with renewed energy. Now that his powers had returned, his vision was filled with details seen across the entire spectrum with an intensity that made the whole world seem new. He was Kal-El, he was Superman, and he was back. Racing behind him like a night-camouflaged predator, the Batplane nearly kept up with him. Superman slowed just enough so that the two could fly in parallel. Metropolis lay just ahead. Superman listened in on the radio band, picking up panic transmissions from around the world. Batman had his own receivers inside the cockpit. Both men had learned of the astonishing alien invasion. With Metropolis threatened by giant interstellar battleships, Superman's inclination was to charge in and rescue humanity. Batman, though, wanted to understand the threat first. He opened the frequency that connected him to Superman, who wore a compact listening device that Batman had produced from his remarkable utility belt.
I've seen your fortress, Kal-El, and I'm convinced that you aren't from Earth. But forgive me if I remain skeptical about this alien invasion. Something isn't right.
They shot forward and got a look at the gigantic alien battleships that hovered over the city, preparing to fire their exotic weapons. The largest ship had just crashed and exploded in Metropolis Bay. The remainder of the invasion fleet had powered up ominous weapons to commence their retaliatory attack. Crackling discharges spat out of the pronged weapons and blew the roof off a skyscraper, set a second tall building on fire, blasting out windows and filling the interior with poisonous black smoke. As the first three ships continued to strike, another group of 5 flying saucers arrived to join the attacking force. Streaking closer, Kal-El focused his intense gaze into the infrared band, and heat beams lashed out, strafing the underbelly of the lowest flying alien craft. Immediately adjacent to him, the Batplane launched a brace of small rockets, knocking out the weapons clusters on the jagged noses of 2 other alien craft.
They're not as powerful as they look. That one's going down. I've got it.
As Superman dove in to catch the reeling, out-of-control vessel, he focused his X-ray vision and peered inside the gigantic craft.
Great Scott.
It was completely empty. Nothing more than an exotically decorated metallic shell, borne on a sophisticated propulsion system. a larger-scale version of the Luthor Corp prototype he had seen in Area 51. He caught the hollow ship and hefted it like an empty wrapper.
They're not real. There are no aliens aboard. I thought that might be the case. These aren't spacecraft. They're props. Empty constructs.
This is a scam. Lex Luthor scam?
Superman hurled the Hulk far out into the swampy and uninhabited barrens outside the city, where it couldn't cause any damage.
But why? What could Luthor possibly want?
It's a ploy to create fear. That fear creates lucrative defense contracts. McCarthy's been raising the specter of an alien attack, and now Luthor's built these ridiculous artificial ships to create a planet-wide panic.
He'll demand new weapons to be used against the imminent threat, and he'll promise to save us all. For a price. You were right about it.
I'll break into the broadcasts like Luthor did and send a signal to inform the world of what's actually happening. None of this is real.
Anger built within Kal-El. He had struggled against the public's unreasonable fear of his own alien heritage. He'd been accused of having a secret and sinister agenda. But alien visitors weren't the real evil here. Lex Luthor was. Arms extended, flying swift and hard like a living projectile, Superman punched his way through the hull of another alien ship. Inside the core framework, he grabbed a structural girder and ascended high into the sky. Glad to find a satisfying outlet for his anger, he drove the fake alien ship as far and as fast as he could. Within seconds, he had reached the edge of the atmosphere, and pushing with all his strength, he flung the false invader out toward space. It was incinerated before it could break Earth's atmosphere. On the secret island base, Luthor had seen fit to create a secure holding cell inside the tower of the old Spanish fort connected to his headquarters. The stone-walled chamber had a thick, double-locked door and bars on a window that overlooked the ocean. Moments ago, Lois had seen the phony alien Armada launch and could guess what Luthor had in mind. She had to tell the world about the fraud before the great leaders were duped into accepting whatever terms Luthor imposed. She also had to help Superman. She needed to get out right away. She could see no way to pick the heavy locks or pry loose the old iron hinges on the door, so it was going to have to be the window. The bars were slightly above her eye level, but the mortar looked old and crumbling. Maybe she could tug and twist them free. When she reached up to touch the iron bars, though, a powerful electric jolt threw her across the room. Slowly, Lois picked herself up, her pride more injured than her body. Now she saw the naked contact wires connected to each iron bar.
All right, time to figure out a plan B.
She had no superpowers, of course, but she did have her experience and skills as a reporter. Before meeting Superman, she'd extricated herself from plenty of desperate circumstances, and she could do it again. She had to find some way to circumvent the electrified bars. Luthor had left her nothing but a pen and her notepad. Did he expect her to write a last message? A will? Standing on a small wooden bench so she could peer through the barred window, Lois considered her options, racking her brain for a solution. She stared once again at the electrified bars, the wires that made them live contacts. All she had was her pen and a notepad. A metal pen. Clipping the pen's shaft to the spiral binding of the notepad, now she had enough metal to stretch from one naked wire on the electrified bars to the next, enough to blow out the circuit, she hoped. The pad of paper should provide adequate insulation for her fingers. Maybe. Squeezing her eyes shut, Lois jammed the metal pen across the contact wires at the base of two bars. She jerked her head away, but held the metal contact in place. Sparks showered out, accompanied by an oily smell of electrical burning. Gingerly, she tapped the cell bars with a fingertip, expecting to flinch from another shock, but there wasn't any. The iron rods weren't overly thick or well anchored. Apparently, the electricity was supposed to be the primary deterrent. She twisted the bars, then tugged backward, throwing her whole weight into the effort to break the mortar loose. Finally, the first bar worked free as gray mortar flaked away. She worked double time on the adjacent bars, and within minutes, she had created a gap large enough to worm through. Sweating, she pulled herself up to the thick stone sill, then wriggled her head and shoulders out of the gap. She was at least 50 feet above the ground. The stone blocks of the headquarters tower had been stacked roughly atop one another, mortared together centuries ago. She would have to work her way around to a ledge, lower herself to the next floor, and hope to find another foothold. Her deck shoes should give her enough traction. No matter what, it was better than remaining a guest of Lex Luthor. Now that she had climbed free of her cell, she could see the island's small harbor and 2 modern speedboats tied up at the dock. If she reached the ground, she could run out to the dock, power up one of the boats, and race westward into the ocean. She would eventually be rescued, she was sure. But she couldn't let Luthor continue with his plans. If the Soviets were still holding Superman prisoner, then she had to do something. Luthor's main control room was 2 levels down, in the modern portion of the building. With fingertips and toes, she could work her way along the stone blocks of the outer wall and reach one of the lower windows. She would figure out what to do once she got inside. She had already seen Luthor's radio transmitters and microphones. If she managed to gain access, she could send a message, broadcast a warning to the world, even call for help. During the supposed alien invasion, her father would certainly be monitoring the airwaves. She hated to rely on General Lane, but she couldn't do everything herself. Not looking down, she worked her way precariously along the ledge, ignoring the seagulls that swooped around her. Mountain climbers did this sort of thing every day, she told herself. She reached the open window to one of the rooms adjacent to the control center and swung herself inside. By now, her calves burned, her arms ached, and her fingertips were raw, but she was very glad to be on a solid floor again, even if it was inside the lair of Lex Luthor.
Damn it!
Luthor's voice from the next room didn't sound happy at all. Lois looked around the room she was in. Several white clean suits with hoods hung on wall pegs, and Lois slipped into one as an idea rapidly took shape in her mind. She covered most of her head with the hood, tucking her dark hair out of sight, and obscured her face with a set of lab goggles. A clipboard completed her disguise. Looking intent on her duties, she strode brazenly into the control room. Luthor sat in the middle of the controls and screens, watching it all. She had to force herself to keep from staring at the images on the video screens. Huge alien ships hovering over Metropolis. And Superman! He flew alongside a sleek black plane, hurtling forward to engage the invading ships directly above Metropolis. Lois was so overjoyed to see Superman free that she nearly called his name out loud. No wonder Luthor was cursing.
Acquire new targets. Forget the alien ships. There's a new enemy to destroy.
An Air Force squadron of new model Wayne Enterprises attack craft came roaring up behind the Batplane, flying in perfect formation over Metropolis. Without revealing his identity, Batman used the Batplane's communication system to spread a warning throughout the squadron.
The alien ships are fakes. There is no real attack from outer space. Nevertheless, prepare to take out the remaining strange vessels before they can fire their weapons again.
The newly commissioned jets swooped in with amazing maneuverability and opened fire with a suite of targeted rockets. Unlike the flying saucers, however, the death beam projectors atop the Luthor Corp headquarters were indeed real. Now they rotated their dishes and pointed snub-nosed antennae toward the harrying Air Force jets. A barrage of furious heat energy lanced out, striking 2 of the trailing fighter jets. The pilots didn't have a chance.
Evasive action, we're taking fire!
As the fighters peeled away, Luthor's death beam struck out again and obliterated a 3rd jet.
Those dishes have to be taken out.
The Batplane streaked toward Luthor Corp headquarters, arming another set of missiles. Batman studied his cockpit targeting cross, adjusted the range, and primed the firing systems. He thought of the dead pilots and their families. How many children had Luthor just made fatherless? Did the man even care? Did he count the cost of human lives as just another one of his business expenses? The targeting crosses finally aligned, but the rooftop energy beams discharged first. Batman sent his plane into an evasive spin. The death beam lanced past, missing the aircraft fuselage, but vaporizing the aileron and spoiler on the wing, along with the tip of the vertical stabilizer. Batman fought to maintain control. The energy beam projectors tracked him, aiming once more. If the ray hit him again, the Batplane would be vaporized in the air. In a last desperate move, Batman punched his rocket engine control, but the dark aircraft went into an uncontrolled dive. The flaps still functioned, but the rudder and elevators in the tail section were useless. The dishes retargeted, pointing directly at him. And this time, he knew he was in their path. But just as another blast struck out, a blue and red blur streaked between the death beam and the Batplane. The energy ray slammed into Superman, crackling all around him like a solar corona. He reeled in the air, but somehow kept himself aloft. Layers of carbon soot covered the bolt S emblazoned on his chest, and His red cape was singed. Out of control, the Batplane plunged toward the skyscrapers of Metropolis. Within seconds, he would crash into the populous heart of the city. His only chance was to eject, to blast himself free and hope he landed intact on the street. But the plane still carried armaments and fuel aboard, and through the cockpit canopy, he could see himself careening directly toward the Daily Planet building. He held onto the controls all the way down as he fought to pull up, managing to veer slightly toward the river. He strained, using every functional system, trying backup controls. The last engine failed, and all his cockpit systems shut down. The Batplane was now an aerodynamic black rock, trailing smoke and fire. The sleek aircraft stopped in midair. It simply hung suspended, then began to move away. Batman looked at Superman through the canopy glass.
My turn to rescue you.
In Luthor's crowded control chamber, Lois had identified a communications array with a dangling headset and microphone plugged into one of the panels. The rest of Luthor's henchmen remained engrossed in the broadcast images of titanic battles against the foe spaceships over Metropolis. Lois didn't think Luthor had expected to engage in an actual full-scale war, but it meant to cow the world's leaders by virtue of the threat. The bodyguard Bertram and 3 companions stood around the edge of the room, encased in their insectile battlesuits. No one paid any attention to Lois in her clean suit, hood, and goggles. Clipboard in hand, she pretended to study the readings on various dials and gauges as she worked her way to the communication system.
Damn it! Somebody kill that blasted alien!
On the screens, Lois saw Superman making fast work of Luthor's defenses, which meant that Luthor was thoroughly preoccupied. When the radio gear was fully powered up, Lois picked up the headset and placed it clumsily over her clean suit hood. Years ago, trying to get a story, she had used a classified military band to tap into Air Force communications. Her audacity had backfired, and she'd gotten into a great deal of trouble. Her father had barely managed to keep her out of federal prison for that particular breach of security, but Lois didn't hesitate a moment now before dialing that frequency.
This is Lois Lane, daughter of General Sam Lane, and reporter for the Daily Planet with an urgent message.
Lady, get off this band! This is a classified military frequency.
Maybe you don't understand the meaning of the word urgent, soldier. I repeat, I am the daughter of General Sam Lane. I'm being held prisoner by Lex Luthor on an island just east of Cuba.
Bertram, stop her!
The alien invasion is a scam. Luthor's behind everything.
The bodyguard was already stalking toward Lois.
Gotta go, soldier.
She ripped off her headset as she dodged an armored fist.
Be careful of the equipment!
Several technicians dodged out of the way as Bertram stopped after Lois. He smashed entirely through a rail, making a straight line toward her. Lois spied a fire extinguisher next to one of the blinking computer banks. She snatched it from its cradle and flung the cylinder with all her strength against the green armor. It didn't make a scratch.
Bertram, you lummox! Catch her, but don't...
Lois dropped to the floor, and Bertram's armored fist plowed into the control bank and power center.
You missed me.
The gauntlet sank deep into the array.
Damn it! I can't move!
His high-tech armor was frozen up, imprisoning him inside a statue. All the monitor screens in the room went dark, leaving Luthor blind and unable to use his energy beams. He stood in a dead control room, as furious as he was helpless. This was all a lot more than Lois had expected to achieve, but when she saw the remaining battle-suited guards advancing quickly toward her, she doubted her celebration would last very long.
Just kill her!
The Batplane was safely landed, but now Batman was out of the fight. With many of the alien ships out of commission and others severely damaged, Superman focused on the real danger now.
Time to put an end to this.
He shot toward the top of the Luthor Corp skyscraper, where the beam generators stood like insectile frameworks. Before they could fire again, he furrowed his brow and intensified his heat vision, melting the insulated energy cables. Sparks flew and the support girders bent, but that wasn't good enough for him. Kal-El flew in, arms outstretched, fists clenched, and crashed like a battering ram into the transmitter towers. He ripped apart structural girders, uprooted power cables, and released a shower of lightning. The tower tipped over onto the roof of the Luthor Corp building, looking like the skeleton of a beached sea creature. Only then did he pause to assess the situation. Emergency crews and National Guard squads rushed through the streets, mounted ladders, and set up rescue stations to care for the injured inside the damaged buildings. Superman listened to the emergency frequencies.
Lois Lane, daughter of General Sam Lane, and reporter for the Daily Planet with an urgent message.
Lois!
I repeat, I am the daughter of General Sam Lane. I'm being held prisoner by Lex Luthor on an island just east of Cuba.
As he focused his concentration to determine the source of the transmission, all the pieces fell together.
I'm coming, Lois.
Minutes later, Superman scanned the Caribbean islands and Keys with a growing sense of urgency, trying to locate the correct one. Lois had ended her transmission so quickly, he knew she had to be in deep trouble. Lois continued to get herself into impossible situations, but this time she had also exposed Luthor's location. In her own way, she was fighting to save the world. He felt very proud of her, and his heart pounded harder as he increased speed. He sped toward a tiny dot of an island in the middle of the blue sea. Sharpening his vision, he saw the outline of the small patch of land, the beaches, industrial areas, docks and shipyards, soot-stained rocket launch pads, and the control center. Modern structures built around the ruins of an old Spanish fort.
She's in there.
He flew down faster than a missile, directly toward the headquarters building. Technicians scattered as Superman dropped down into the control room, landing amid the debris.
You're utterly predictable, you know that? What took you so long?
Luthor held a loaded Luger pistol to Lois's head, his other arm holding her firmly around the waist.
I had to finish cleaning up your mess in Metropolis. Put the gun down, Luthor. I'm taking you to the authorities.
People should never presume to tell me what to do.
He pressed the gun barrel firmly against Lois's temple.
Ask yourself, Superman, is capturing me worth the price of Miss Lane's life? I really don't want her pretty brains splattered all over my suit, but I can always get a new suit. Finding another Lois Lane may prove a bit more difficult.
Kal-El didn't move. When Lois's eyes met his, he saw something there that gave him strength.
If you're the great genius you claim to be, Luthor, then you already know you can't get away.
I still have alternatives.
On cue, 3 battle-suited guards stalked forward to protect their master, encircling Kal-El.
I designed those suits to match your abilities. 3 of them will be more than enough to squash you like a bug. These are my Supermen.
The guards raised their gauntlets and shot small explosive rockets at Superman's chest. He staggered backward so hard into a wall that the cinder blocks crumbled, but the weapons did no damage. Superman strode through the clearing smoke, taking satisfaction in the astonished expressions on the armored bodyguards. They fired their arm cannons, the large caliber bullets bouncing harmlessly up Kal-El's chest. It seemed that a ricochet could easily hit Lois. Superman used a burst of his heat vision to melt the barrels of their inset artillery. When their weapons failed, the guards activated their jetpacks and launched themselves directly at Superman. All 3 slammed piston-powered blows into Superman from all sides, but all he could see was the pistol pressed against Lois's head. He seized one of the guards by the front of his thick battlesuit and hurled him up through the gaping hole he had left in the ceiling. Kal-El picked up the second man bodily and smashed him into his companion with the force of 2 colliding trucks. The plated armor may have been impenetrable, but the reverberating impact was enough to knock both men unconscious. Superman turned to face Luthor once more.
Not one more step! You know I'll kill her. Don't doubt it for a second.
Please don't hurt me! Please, Lex!
Surprised at her change of tone, Luthor glanced at his captive, and Lois stomped down hard with her full weight right into his instep. He instinctively doubled over, and she brought up her knee. Hard. Superman unleashed a burst of heat vision, and the Luger in Luthor's hand turned cherry red as Lois ducked free of his grasp.
Don't move.
The Air Force will be here soon, Miss Lane. Your father received your message on the secure military band. I'll wait here until you're safe.
The General won't be happy that I used that frequency again.
It was a matter of national security. I'm sure he'll understand.
You don't know my father.
Well, then I'll put in a good word. How could anyone stay upset with you?
By the time the Air Force jets arrived and a group of paratroopers landed on the island to secure the base, Superman had already done most of the mopping up and locked Luthor in one of his own cells. A U.S. Navy destroyer came shortly thereafter, dispatching Marines who quickly fanned out and took up their positions to stand guard over Luthor's remaining weapon systems. Finally, Superman handed Luthor over to the Marines and watched as they put the scowling man into handcuffs and marched him away to the destroyer's brig.
Good riddance. I've had enough of this island.
I'd be happy to give you a lift back to Metropolis, Miss Lane. Lois, if you'd like to fly with me.
The two stood there awkwardly, not sure what to do next. Then Lois smiled and took his hand.
I'd love to. Oh!
He gently swept her off her feet, holding her close. And the two of them were quickly airborne, flying free and alone in the empty sky. She looked into his bright blue eyes and let herself enjoy being held in his arms again. They never once looked back down as the island vanished below them. When Clark Kent returned from visiting his mother in Kansas, he congratulated Lois on her front-page story.
Gee, Lois, it must have been quite an ordeal.
Yeah, good thing Superman was there to save her.
Give me a little credit, Jimmy. Superman and I took more of a team approach. Luthor didn't have a chance against the two of us. I'm just glad I helped restore the world's faith in Superman. And now we know what Luthor was up to all along.
Now, Lois, I doubt the world really questioned Superman. He's proved himself again and again.
The world has a very short memory, Clark. But there was never a doubt in my mind. Superman's always there when he's needed.
I wish I could have been here myself, but my mom wasn't feeling well and I had to take care of her. In Smallville, we're raised to think that family takes priority. We can't all be Superman, Lois.
Of course, Clark. I wasn't implying anything. Although, now that I think of it, you do seem to be gone every time something exciting happens around here.
Something exciting is always happening in Metropolis, Lois. And the Luthor scandal is going to be a story for quite a while.
Luthor faced a mountain of charges, thanks in large part to Lois's investigative journalism and all the information she had discovered about his secret island base, his energy beam controls, the murders of many Luthor Corp employees, and his plans to dupe the human race. More than 100 people had been killed during the attack of the fake alien battleships on Metropolis, including 5 fighter pilots, and Luthor would be held responsible for those murders. But the crimes didn't stop there. He had also been implicated in secret dealings with the Soviets, and the launch of the 3 nuclear missiles had his fingerprints all over it as well. Though the Soviet premier denied all knowledge of a general named Saryadov, of the existence of any gulag in the Siberian wasteland, the tapes recovered in Luthor's control center told a different story. Once his plan was revealed, Luthor didn't even bother to deny his involvement. He wanted to receive credit for his genius in developing the alien propulsion system, the invasion battleships, and the flying saucer prototype that had crashed in Arizona. He even admitted to using his high-powered energy beams to blast Sputnik out of orbit. Altogether, there was more than enough evidence. Luthor wasn't going to worm his way out of this one.
So, Mr. Kent, maybe there aren't aliens out there after all. I'm glad the invasion turned out to be a fake, but still, all those stories can't be fake, can they?
Just because 1 or 2 stories are hoaxes doesn't mean that all the rest are untrue. After all, it only takes one.
Yeah, you're right. And we know Superman's an alien. There's no denying that.
See, there's always hope.
Is this some newfangled journalism technique? Wait for the news to come to you? Come on, people! Stories don't report themselves. Get out there, hit the streets, find some leads. Is it asking too much for a newspaper to have a headline every day?
He knew the world would never be truly safe. Not from petty thieves who were willing to murder, not from corrupt industrialists who wanted to take over the planet, perhaps not even from the threat of alien invasion. But Earth was secure enough for now. Bruce sat in the cave, still clad in his dark armored suit, the black scalloped cape tucked behind him. Alfred had brought him a club sandwich and small bowl of canned peaches and syrup, a treat he had particularly enjoyed as a boy. Bruce hadn't touched either. He regarded the empty cowl on the desk next to him, the black pointed ears, the empty eye holes of the mask. But the focus of his current study was the faintly glowing green rock sitting in a lab tray, the mineral sample he had taken from Luthor's mansion, Superman's Achilles heel. If the story of Kal-El's origin was true, and Bruce had no reason to doubt it anymore, this might indeed be a fragment of the exploded planet Krypton. And through some sympathetic connection, the kind of radiation that primarily targeted someone tied to that planet, Even in small doses, this kryptonite weakened Superman. Because of the Gulag's reactor explosion, the entire meteor crater at the Araguska impact site was gone. All traces of the Siberian kryptonite were almost certainly destroyed. Bruce wondered if the piece here was the only sample Luthor had possessed, but nobody else needed to know its power over Superman. He looked at the rock one last time, then sealed it in a new lead-lined case he had specially constructed. He locked the case in a vault carved in the cave's solid rock for safekeeping. He hoped he would never have any reason to use it. Kal-El wanted to measure his limits. He needed to know how far he could go. The atmosphere grew thinner and colder as he flew higher, straining toward the very edge of Earth's atmosphere and beyond. He had never tested himself like this before. The air became vanishingly thin until he just kissed space, where raw and unfiltered sunlight continued to give him strength. He felt as though every skin cell was charging like a battery. He felt no shortness of breath, even here. He was an alien after all. No one had been here to teach him. He had no comrade to give him advice, no other Kryptonian to tell him about his heritage, his strengths and weaknesses. Kal-El simply drifted over Earth, gazing out toward the infinite universe. So many stars, so many planets, so many questions. He focused his telescopic vision, pushing outward into deep space with a resolution greater than that of the best Earth-based telescope. From here he could see the moon with its distant mountain ridges and round craters. He tried to discern any signs of activity, lost cities or alien bases, domed settlements, silver rocket ships, the barest hint of an extraterrestrial civilization. But he saw nothing. He silently asked the universe if he was truly alone, but the universe didn't answer. So he turned back and looked at the blue, green, and white globe turning beneath him. From here, the landmasses showed no political boundaries, no lines delineating countries, no colors that separated communist from capitalist. Kal-El decided he liked this view of Earth the best. He descended swiftly through the atmosphere, cutting through the clouds and soaring over continents, heading back to Metropolis. He wasn't alone, because the people of Earth were his people, and Lois. She could be more than just a friend. He'd like that, and he knew she would as well. He might have been different from them, but all people were different from one another, and yet they all shared a common bond. And Kal-El, Superman, would be there to protect them. Lex Luthor's sensational trial proceeded with great alacrity, an example of swift and effective American justice. The news media loved it. Luthor wasn't the least bit surprised. The little people of the jury took less than an hour to find him guilty, convict him of treason, and sentence him to death. Luthor remained seated, motionless. He didn't rage, didn't curse, didn't make a scene. In his mind, the wheels were already turning, refining his plan to escape.
I believe, Mr. Luthor, that our penal system uses a model of electric chair designed and built by Luthor Corp.
Luthor gave the judge a cold smile.
Well, Your Honor, then I am confident it will work properly.
Kal-El found Batman sitting among the gargoyles on a rooftop in Gotham City. Hunched over, he looked like a gargoyle himself in his black cape and cowl. He directed his intent gaze at the streets, as vigilant as the silent stone sentinels beside him. Drifting down in a swirl of red cape, Kal-El landed right next to him. Batman didn't flinch. His gaze never faltered.
Greed, corruption, jealousy, poverty, even pure evil.
He turned to look at Superman, his eyes darker than the shadows around him.
People will always find reasons to hurt others. And the world will always need men like us.
It's good to know I won't be the only one protecting the innocent and defending against injustice.
Batman frowned. Even without any sort of superhuman vision, he seemed to see as much as Superman could.
I hope you aren't going to propose a partnership. You're the hero, Superman. I prefer to operate out of the public eye.
We could accomplish more together. We have the same goal, to make the world safer from criminals.
Criminals? The Gotham City Police Department considers me a criminal. But I'm not going to stop what I'm doing simply because I don't fit into one of their neat categories. As long as it's right, I'll keep doing it.
Batman displayed a hint of a smile.
Besides, I don't need a sidekick.
Sidekick? You thought I wanted to be your sidekick?
I said I don't need one.
Neither do I. But we don't always have to operate alone. Sometimes we'll encounter problems large enough to warrant cooperation between us. There's got to be some sort of trust.
Agreed.
And in that spirit, I promise I will never expose your real identity.
Batman turned to him.
I have X-ray vision, remember? I used it before we came to terms. But you can trust me, Bruce. My word is my bond.
I do trust you. And I promise not to reveal the location of your Fortress of Solitude. Or your secret identity, Clark.
This has been a graphic audio production of DC Comics, Enemies and Allies. Copyright 2013 DC Comics. All related characters and elements are trademarks of and copyright DC Comics. Batman created by Bob Kane. Superman created by Jerry Siegel and Joe Shuster. By special arrangement with the Jerry Siegel family. Novel written by Kevin J. Anderson. Narrated by Richard Rowan. With performances by James Konachek as Superman, Richard Rowan as Batman, Nanette Savard as Lois Lane, James Keegan as Lex Luthor, Bradley Smith as General Seriadoff, Tim Carlin as Perry White, Terrence Aselford as Alfred Pennyworth, Stephen Carpenter as Jimmy Olsen, Faith Potts as Martha Kent, with Gregory Gordon, Matthew Bassett, David Harris, Karen Novak, Michael Glenn, Danny Gavigan, Gary Tells, Thomas Keegan, Margie Tompros, Kimberly Gilbert, Ken Jackson, Nick DePinto, Jonathan Watkins, Elizabeth Jernigan, Evan Casey, Jeff Allen, and Drew Kopis. Directed and adapted for graphic audio by Richard Rowan. Produced by Rick Rowan and Dwayne Beeman. Executive producers James Cutting, Mary Cutting, and Angie Cornett. Dialogue editing and graphic audio sound design by Patrick Stratton. Enemies and Allies theme by Thomas Hogan. Additional original music by Thomas Hogan and Dan Sondak. If you enjoyed Enemies and Allies, be sure to look for our other graphic audio comics titles. Available at road stops everywhere, at 1-800-670-5220 or at www.graphicaudio.net.